course of Unix for testers. And this course series of Unix for tester, it is basically purely for from software testing point of view. Okay, so if you are a software tester and if you are looking for to learn Unix basically, in fact, as a software tester, we should know few basic things like every software tester should basically know about Unix processes, Unix commands. Every software tester should know about databases, how you can interact with database, how to like basics of SQL and those stuff. So these are some general things which every software tester should know, right? So out of that, Unix is one of the thing, as I said. Okay, so in this particular course, I'm going to talk about um, Unix concepts for manual testing point of view, and in advance in addition to that, what I'm going to talk is how we can automate all those Unix processes uh, with the help of a third-party API of Java or C Sharp, and by using a putty tools by creating a batch file, so that what you can do is you can achieve end-to-end test automation. Like if you have some web UI on the front side and you are creating some data, and then you have some batch execution, Unix batch execution in between, and then you have something else which you are verifying. And if you have done some automation on web UI but you are still stuck with something for your Unix processes in between, then this is the perfect place where I'm going to talk how we can automate all those processes. Okay, or even in fact you can take a very small example of file processing system where you have a Unix system which is taking some file from source system and processing it and giving it to another source system, or doing it something with that specific data what he has processed. Okay, so I'm going to talk about how we can automate such a kind of processes so that we can achieve end-to-end test automation and we can have a CI/CD compliant projects. Okay, so that's what I'm going to talk in this particular course. Okay, so this is just a quick course introduction. As I said, what I'm going to talk in this course, all Unix manual concepts required for manual testing point of view, and the similar things how we can automate so that we can incorporate all the things in my test automation framework with the help of couple of things, as I said, using putty tools and using an API which can be incorporated in my test automation framework. Who can take this course? Okay, as I said, any manual tester or anyone who want to start their career in testing, or any automation testers who want to automate the Unix processes what they have, so that to achieve end-to-end test automation, they are perfect to take this course. Okay, and what you can learn at the end of this course. So at the end of this course, you are going to learn all Unix concepts which are required from testing point of view. Could be any processes, any commands, or about shell scripts and many other stuff which is required from day-to-day life of software testing professional. Okay, and again, there are some sections where I'm going to talk about how we can automate the things, automate the processes, how we can execute the command automatically or execute the shell script or do SFTP operations and rest of the stuff automatically, and how you can basically incorporate all these automated stuff into your test automation framework. Okay, so that's what I'm going to talk, and this is what you can expect from this course. Okay, and finally, what is not a part of this course is basically shell scripting is not a part of this course, because writing a shell scripting is purely a job of a data stage developer or a Unix developer, whatever we call. Okay, so that is not a part of this particular course. Okay, there are some prerequisite. Okay, you should have basic computer knowledge, that everyone should have, I believe. Basic testing concept. Okay, so I'm assuming since you have browsed to this particular course, you should have some basic testing concepts, right? What testing is, what are the types of testing and how to do testing, and few basic steps you should know. And if you have basic knowledge of Java, that is very good. Okay, because we are going to talk about how we can automate the concepts with the help of Java, right? But even if you don't know, that is fine, because Java is not a rocket science. We can learn it very easily, and I have explained in such a way, right? So that is a prerequisite, good to have. But even if you don't have, I think you can manage it. You should be able to manage it basically. Okay, so these are some course prerequisite what I see from this particular course point of view. Now I'll walk you through this course content very quickly. Introduction, I'll talk about how much Unix is needed for software testers, then I'm going to create a Unix instance on Google Cloud, which I'm going to use for practice. You can create it for your own if you don't have any for practice. Then how we can connect to basically that Unix server which I have on my Google Cloud using Putty and VNSAP for file transfers. Then what are the manual and automated process we do as a software tester in Unix. Then what are the various commands which we need as a software testing point of view, like searching, then moving in between directories. Then we have many other commands like processes, some file operations, and many other stuffs. Then we'll talk about how to create a basic shell script. What is shell script? Then some file permission, how we can execute a shell script, and rest other stuff. And then I'll start basically moving towards automation part. Okay, then I'll show you like how we can automate all this stuff, like sending file to Unix server, copying file to the Unix server, getting file to you from to my local machine, or executing the shell script, or executing any command basically from shell script, from my particular code. Okay, so I'm going to automate all these things basically with the help of batch file, right? I'm going to create a batch file, and then I'm going to execute that batch file from Java code. In fact, you can execute that batch file from any programming language, or even you can execute that batch file from any scriptless test automation tool, because that's the batch file. You are going to double click on it, and that's it will get executed. Okay, so that is one approach how I'm going to achieve the automation. The second approach to achieve the automation is with the help of some libraries we have. Okay, so I'm going to use Java library in this case, which is JSCH. Okay, so uh, by using that library, again I'm going to achieve the same processes, like sending the file, that is uploading the file, single file, multiple file, again downloading single file, uploading file, executing the shell script, then checking the presence of file, and a few other stuff I'm going to talk. Okay, so and basically if I'm using JSCH, like if I'm going to automate these things using a Java library, it will be very easy for me to incorporate the things into my test automation framework if I'm using basically Selenium. Okay, Selenium with Java, that will become pretty easy. But if you are not using Selenium, then in that case maybe you can go to my first approach, where I'm going to create a batch file and execute the things. Okay, because it will be suited to any test automation framework. Okay, and if you're using C sharp, nothing to panic. We have some SSH library for C sharp as well. So I have not explained it in this particular course content, but it will be on the similar line at all. Okay, and finally, I'm going to talk about some sample interview questions for on Unix basically, and basically from testing point of view. Okay, so these are the course content which I'm going to cover as a part of this Unix for testers. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoy this video series. I'm looking for your feedback. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester, in which I'm going to talk about all the Unix concepts required for manual tester and automated, how we can automate basically all those concepts, like running your shell script and doing SFTP operations, executing commands, which we can incorporate basically in your test automation framework, so that we can achieve your end-to-end test automation. And in fact, we can use it along with any test automation tool. Okay, so let us focus and talk about architecture of Unix. Okay, so let me switch to my paint and let me tell you something. Okay, so when I say architecture, what comes in my mind? How my particular operating system will be interacting with hardware and other stuff, right? So let us say I have my hardware at the central place. Okay, I have this my hardware. Okay, now when I say hardware, it is my hard disk, it is my RAM, it is my processor, and other stuff. What and all IO operations can happen, like I have my printer connected, or some multimedia devices are connected, and many other things. Okay, so all those are my hardware. Okay, so now as a user, I cannot go to my hard disk and I can copy files from one location to another, or I cannot directly connect my pen drive to the hard disk and go to hard disk and copy file from hard disk to pen drive, or I cannot go and execute any command and any stuff I cannot do directly, right? So in order to interact with hardware, okay, there is something, and Okay, that something is it's my Unix kernel. Okay, what is this Unix kernel and all? I'll talk in shortly. Give me a second. Unix kernel. Okay, now what is this Unix kernel? So basically this kernels is the basically the hub of operating system. It is responsible for allocating time, memory and other stuff and all. I'll talk about that shortly. Okay, now I can again due to some reason I cannot directly go and interact with hardware that I already explained, and on on the top of hardware there is something called as Unix kernel which can interact with hardware, but again I cannot interact with Unix kernel because it is at a very high level which is responsible for handling all the file operations, communication operations based on the system call what it gets from operating system, because Unix kernel is not the operating system. Now on the top of Unix kernel there is something called as shell. Okay, there is something called as shell, and shell is something we will be interacting with. Okay, so whatever we do, so like whatever I do, like I execute some command or I do compile my programs, right? Whatever operations I do with my Unix system. So all that stuff I'm going to do on shell script. Okay, so basically this is how the complete architecture of my Unix is. Okay, so hardware I have at the centralized place, I cannot interact with hardware, so I have something in between that which is Unix kernel, which is responsible basically for allocating the time and memory to the programs which I'm going to execute from my shell. Okay, and your Unix kernel is also responsible for file storing, communication in response to system calls and many other stuff. Okay, and again as I said earlier, I cannot directly go to my Unix kernel and execute my commands or do the compilation things and other things. I cannot do that. So in between that we have one more thing called as shell, which basically acts as an interface in between user and kernel. Okay, so this is what I have drawn, and let me show you the same. Give me the same. I'll miss the PPT. Here it is. Okay, so I mentioned the same thing over here. Like I have hardware at the centralized place, then I have Unix kernel, which is basically, as I said, again responsible for performing various things, allocating time, memory, handling system calls, file store, and rest of the stuff. And post that we have kernel's interface. I said kernel interface, which is basically my shell. Okay, and which is the kind of interface in between my user as a me as a user and my operating system kernel. Okay, so and then on the top of shell I can run various utility programs. Okay, various application program, utility programs, whatever I want to do with my Unix system. Okay, let us understand it in better way. We have something called as kernels. Okay, so if you see my presentation again, okay, I have something called as Unix kernel. Okay, we all know hardware, that's fantastic, we all know RAM, we all know hard disk and rest of the stuff. Fine, let us try and understand what is Unix kernels. Okay, and what it is its purpose. So Unix kernel is basically used to schedule the program, basically manage the data, file access and storage, uh, enforcing security, and performing all hardware access related things. Okay, so in short I can say like the kernel is the lowest layer of my operating system. So my kernel and my shell both are the part of my operating system only, because I'm going to install my operating system onto the hardware, but both are separate component me as a to me as a user. Okay, so kernel is basically the lowest layer of my operating system, and it accounts for hardware devices, data storages, executing other regularly scheduled tasks. Okay, so this layer is basically machine dependent. Okay, because my depends on hardware to hardware, unlike rest of the operating system. uh, and I can say like individual tasks that user performs constitute separate processes. So it's the it's the process, sorry, it's the responsibility of kernel to constitute or to create the process based on user request. Okay, the users usually run many processes concurrently during the normal operation, because Unix is multi-user multitasking operating system. Okay, now next what I want to show you is the init program. Okay, so whenever you boot your operating system, init is a very first program which kernel runs. Okay, so init, I'm going to talk about init in one of the video where I'll talk about commands, various commands. Okay, so I'll skip it as of now. And then on the top of kernel we have something called as shell. Okay, so shell, so if we work with Windows operating system, I have good graphical user interface which I can work with. I can browse the folders, I can browse my web browser for multiple websites. I can play a video, I can do many stuff. Okay, likewise in Unix we have shell only to interact with my Unix operating system. Okay, in short, to interact with kernels, which will do all the things for me, like as I said, scheduling the program, managing file, executing the things, and blah blah blah, all the stuff. Shell is just a medium to just a medium in between kernel and myself, because I don't understand the language of kernel don't understand me, so shell is the medium. Okay, so shell presents each user a prompt, which is my terminal. It interprets command typed by user. Whatever command I typed into command prompt or my terminal, like I use ls to get a list, or I use copy command, move command, chmod command, and I execute shell scripts, and many other things I do, right? So to interpret the command, what I'm trying to execute, what I'm trying to enter, it's the duty of shell, and shell will convert that to my kernel so that kernel can execute that those things on my hardware. Shell is basically provide again a user or programming environment. Users of operating system do not interact directly with kernel because of this incapability. Okay, user commands are sent to the kernel via shell. As I said, this part of the operating system is a high level programming language that interpret user commands, execute the appropriate program, send the request to the kernel, and deliver the resulting output to the user. I can get back my output from the on the same terminal, right? The shell is an interface that let you customize your user environment and automate the complex operation for which Unix is made up of. Okay, made up for, right? Basically there are that is what basically the shell is, and we have different types of shell. Okay, so basically we have C shell, which is also known as Buckless shell, which is for BSD, Buckless software distribution. And we have many other shells like T shell, Taco shell, then we have Bourne shell, we have Corn shell, and many other things. Those are the type of shell, but we do not care about those things. Okay, so this is what the architecture of Unix is. Okay, let me switch to my presentation over here again. Just a quick overview what I just talked. I have hardware in the place in the center, which is my RAM, hard disk, and rest of the stuff. I cannot go and directly interact with my hardware, so there should be something which understands the language of hardware or which can communicate with hardware. That is the part of, in fact, that is the complete duty of my operating system. But in operating system, in Unix terminology, it is divided basically in two things: Unix kernels and shell. Okay, so Unix kernel is basically that is the lowest layer of operating system, and it is responsible to interact with my hardware and something in between user and me. Okay, and that something is called as a kernel interface, which is a shell in this case. Okay, so whatever I do in Unix, I do it on shell because I can understand what shell is saying, and vice versa, right? I cannot directly go and interact with kernel because we are unable to interact with each other. So whatever I do, like I execute any shell script or the utility programs given by Unix, or I can install all the compilers and interact with that. I can do all the things on shell. Okay, so that's basically I wanted to talk as the architecture of Unix. Okay, so in my next video, I'll be talking in detail about the different utility programs, what testers use in their day-to-day life. Um, that means, in short, various commands. And then we see about shell script. Then we'll see how we can use putty, basically VNCT, and all those stuff. And then we'll move to the automation part, like how we can automate all the things what we do as a manual testers, like file transfer from here and there, then executing the shell script, verifying the files, and many other things, right? So we'll be doing it in two way, using putty tools, and by using external APIs. Like we have some APIs for Java, some API for C Sharp, and we have many other things. Okay, so that's what the complete aim of for this video course is. Okay, so stay tuned. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester, Unix manual concepts which are required for manual testing basically, and how we can automate all those concepts like executing various commands on Unix terminal, shell scripts, and rest of the stuff. Okay, SFTP operations and all, so that we can incorporate those automated things in your test automation framework, for example, Selenium. So, without further delay, let's start with very first video, Unix introduction. Okay, we all know Unix is basically operating system, and originally we do not see any UI. So when Unix come in front of us, we just see a Unix terminal. Okay, just like my how my command prompts look like. Okay, so basically Unix is the operating system, and which was born in late 1960 or 1960, I believe, and it was originally began with a one-man project which was led by Ken Thompson of Bell Labs. Okay, and it has since grown to become most widely used operating system for various usages, various purposes, which we am going to talk in short in next few minutes. Okay, so in the time since Unix was first developed, so as I said in 1960, it has gone through many different generations and even mutations. Okay, so some differs substantially from original versions, like the one which are your under BSD, which is workless software distribution, or your Linux, and others are still contain the major portion that are based on the original Unix source code which was developed. Okay, so on internet you can find a history of Unix, what and all generation it has. So it went through many generations, but the very first one was in 1960. Okay, so now okay, and I have mentioned over here is Unix is multi-user multitasking operating system. Okay, so before that, let us understand quickly what is operating system. Though in everyone have studied what is OS in their college days, and we know OS is operating system, just like my Microsoft Windows, which is just a kind of interface in between my computer hardware and me as a human being. Okay, so operating system is just like it is just a program which start up when you turn on your computer and turn underneath all other programs. Okay, without it nothing would happen at all, because I cannot go to my RAM, to my hard disks and tell okay go ahead and run this program. No, I cannot do that. I need to interface in between that, which is my operating system. In simple term, I can say that an operating system is a manager. It manages all the available resources on computer, from the CPU to memory to hard disk accesses. Okay, so the task the operating system must perform, um, like controlling your hardware, could be running your applications and managing data and files on your hard disks or hard drive. Okay, like copying the things, deleting the things, moving, removing, all those things. Okay, running the applications, like running the job, or running any kind of software, running applications, running processes, browser, games, and blah blah blah, many things we have. Okay, so that's basically what my operating system is. Okay, now let us come to the point. What I have mentioned over here is what is multi-user and multitasking operating system. So I'm saying here is Unix is multi-user multitasking operating system because it allows multiple user to use the computer system simultaneously, right? Unlike how my uh, old versions of computers are, like I have my DOS operating system, or I can take an example of Windows, earlier one Windows version like 3.1, which were single user single process operating system. Unlike that, this is multi-user multi-process operating system. Okay, so before I talk about this multi-user multi-process multitasking operating system, let me talk quickly about two more things, which is single user and single tasking. Okay, single user and single tasking operating system. Okay, so basically they allows only one user to run at a time on your computer system. Okay, and user can execute or run only one process at a time. Okay, that is what your single user and single process operating system is. Okay, and for example, we have DOS operating system, in which you can have only single user and you can only execute single process at a time. Or we have very older Windows version like Windows 3.1, just for an example. But nowadays as well we use DOS. That is one of the latest example we have over here. Okay, then next one is single user and multitasking operating system, or single user multi-process operating system, which basically from the name itself we can just now, it basically allows a single user to use the computer system, but user can run multiple processes at the same time. Okay, that is what my single user multitasking operating system is. And for example, we have OS2, which is kind of one example of this single user multitasking operating system. Now let us come back to the one what I have mentioned over here, multi-user and multitasking operating system. As I said, allows multiple users to use the same computer operating system simultaneously, and to run, each user can run multiple processes at the same time, which is what my Unix or Windows version does. Okay, that's what Unix is, multi-user multitasking operating system. Now, next point I said is, in Unix everything is about files and processes. So in Unix, I'm talking about these things in detail in my next video. Just a short introduction. Everything is about files and processes. So in Unix, everything you see is about files and processes, like whatever hardware is connected, or anything which my CPU perform, everything is files and processes. Okay, so even directories, that is my folders which store files, they are termed as files only. Okay, so that's what, everything is about files and processes. I'm going to talk about this in detail. Okay, and it is over 30-year old. Unix is over 30-year old, and and its popularity and users are still high. Okay, and why it is? Because we all know it is very faster, and if you want to have any operation or processes related to, let us say, if you want to perform your file processes or trigger some jobs, or many usages we have, which I'm going to show you, that's very popular. Okay, it has a large number of application. Okay, there are numerous amount of applications available for Unix operating system. Okay, they ranges from the commercial applications such as CAD, Maya, then your Word Perfect, to many free applications. Okay, that is what it making more popular. It is less resource intensive. Okay, okay, before that, like there are many free applications and even free operating systems. We have the various free versions of operating system which we have, which I'll tell you in shortly. uh, I said it is very less resource intensive. In general, most of the Unix installation tends to be much less demanding on system resources. So even if you will notice in my one of the video where I'm going to create my Unix environment on Google Cloud, so it is just taking me less than half minute or less than 15 seconds to get my Unix environment get created for me, right? So it is very less resource intensive. I can get it very quickly. It has very less number of resources it needs basically to start. In many cases, the old family of computer that can barely run on Windows more than sufficient to run the latest version on Linux. Okay, because it is very less resource intensive, as I said. Internet development. Okay, much of the backbone of internet is run by Unix servers. Okay, many of the most general web servers run on Unix with Apache web server and other free application. So even though we don't see them, they exist. Okay, and next I want to talk about okay, before I talk about Unix usages, let me talk about flavors of Unix. Okay, so basically there are two categories under Unix. The very first one is open source, and the second one is proprietary. Okay, These are the two categories. So under proprietaries, we have some operating system which you might have heard, like we have Solaris, we have IRIX, then we have Mac OS, okay, and we have a couple of more, okay. These are proprietaries version. Then there are many open source operating systems. So open source is nothing but your source code is readily available and it is free to modify. Okay, so we have some versions, like the very first one is we have FreeBSD, Barclays software distribution. Then this is basically one open source Unix version. Now uh, we must be knowing that Linux is just a copy of Unix. Okay, so uh, even you can use your Linux distribution to perform all the processes or all the things what you want to do in Unix. Okay, so you can say Linux is just a flavor of Unix, you can say just a free flavor of Unix. Okay, and we all know we have different Linux operating systems, like we have Red Hat, we have Debian, we have SIS, we have Slackware, and many more we have. Okay, so that's what the different flavors of Unix we have. We have open source, which are free to use, and we have proprietary versions like Solaris, IRIX, and Mac, and could be many others. Okay, so and it is just like in proprietary we have good support and we have few more extra features, but it is not like we cannot achieve them with the open source version what we have, like FreeBSD and other free Linux distribution like Red Hat and a few other. That's perfectly possible. Now, what are the different Unix usages? Okay, so I mentioned over here the three different usages, like user support tools. So it has a various user support tools. For example, it has text processing tools like VI editor or SED or AWK, which is a kind of programming language itself. It has a productivity application, which we will be talking about. So it has a very in fact many user support. The main purpose of Unix is to work with files, to work with processes, create the process, execute the processes, process the files, and this kind of stuff. Okay. The second point I mentioned is programmer support tools. So programming language and the compilers like C, C++, Java are available for your Unix distributions. Okay, you can create a shell script. As I said, the main purpose is create the files, process the file using shell script. Likewise, the only two things, processes and files. Okay, and that is what we can achieve with the help of shell script, which is the main thing which we do in Unix. Okay, and we can use personal software processes, version control, revision version controls, and many other things. Finally, I mentioned Unix as a server. So in Unix we can on Unix we can create our own web servers, our mail server, application server. And so in most of the organization, if you say what is my application server, so even if you don't see it, but when you say my application server, in maximum of the cases your application server is in Unix. Okay, so apart from I just mentioned three over here, but apart from that there could be many number of uh, applications or usages what Unix have. Okay, now let me talk about architecture. Okay, I'm taking pause over here. I'll continue about architecture in next video. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester. In this video, I'm going to talk about what happens when you type any command or execute any shell script into Unix or Linux terminal. Okay, so so what happens, like whenever we want to deal with operating system, Unix operating system, what we do is we just open the terminal, type the commands, and we get the response. Okay, but let's understand the what happens in backend basically. Okay, so let me go to my notepad. And okay, so we all know my computer understand the language of zeros and ones, right, which is binary language, and everyone knows that, right? So it's called basically a binary language. So in early days of computing, instructions are provided using binary language, which is very difficult for all of us to read and write. So in OS, that is Unix. In this case, there are special program called as shell. Okay, so these shells are basically used to translate my command, English like command, into binary language, which is zeros and ones. Okay, so let us see. Okay, let me show that to you in Paint basically. Okay, so let us say I am typing any my command. Okay, so let us say it is my command or my shell script. Let us say I'm opening the terminal and I have typed one command, or I have typed some shell script and I want to execute that. Okay, so what happens when I hit enter onto the terminal? My command goes to shell. Okay, command goes to your shell, could be Linux or Unix shell, whatever, depending on the operating system which you are using. Now there are multiple types of shell which we have, like Bourne shell, corn shell, T shell, C shell. Okay, we have many number of types of shell. uh, what shell your operating system has, basically you can get that by using this command called as echo shell. Okay, so it is giving me like I am using bash shell, so that means I'm using Bourne shell, which is freeware basically, and almost all maximum of the Unix and Linux versions are using this particular shell. Okay, so what happens whenever I hit any command, it goes to shell, specifically to bash in my case, because I am using bash shell, right? So let us say I'm typing some command called as ls, or let us say could be date, or I'm executing any shell script, right? Then what happens whenever I hit enter, it will get sent to my bash, that is shell, right? And next, okay, now what is the function of shell or bash in my case? Okay, it is to convert it to binary language which my kernels understand. Like if I'm giving like ls or date, then what this shell or bash will do, it will convert in terms of English language, which is the language of ones and zeros, which I don't know how it converts. That is the role of shell, what is doing. Okay, so what this particular shell will do, it will convert it to the binary language. Okay, now once it is converted to the binary language, okay, what will happen is it will be sent to uh, something called as my kernels. Okay, Linux or Unix kernels. Okay, and basically what happens is kernels interact with my hardware directly. So after kernel with my hardware, whatever hardware I have, my machine has, kernel is interacting with that hardware directly. Okay, so let's take an example. I'm executing simple command called as ls or date onto my terminal. Let us say I typed ls and I get some output on my screen. So internally what happens, this ls, uh, I know it is ls to get list of command, but my kernels, which is the last layer of my operating system, do not understand what ls is. So this ls will get converted into the binary language which kernels can understand. Okay, and kernel will send that binary data, which is converted, which is equivalent converted of that ls command to my kernels, and kernel understand it basically, and kernel will send it to the, like, do it whatever he wants to do basically, and he will give the response back again in binary language. Then the function of my shell or bash comes in the picture, and it will convert it into the language which as a human I can understand, or my operating system front user can understand, and then it will give me the result of this one, whatever command I'm typing based on that, right? So this is basically how your Unix or Linux terminal operating system works basically whenever you hit any command. Okay, so the important part is shell over here, which converts your command or shell script into binary language which kernels can understand, and kernels do whatever you want to do, and kernel sends the response back again in binary language. Again, the role of shell is there, which converts it to human readable, which I can understand, which my operating system in fact can understand. So that is basically how what happens when you type any command or execute any shell script in Unix or Linux. Samuel, main important role is of shell script, that is conversion to computer understandable language, which is binary language of zeros and ones. Okay, so that's it for this video. Thank you. Welcome back, friends. In this video series of Unix for tester, the manual concepts and how we can automate all those manual concepts as a part of our test automation, I'm going to talk on how to create a Unix instance on Google Cloud, which I'll be using it for my practice purpose. Okay, so if you already have some Unix instance which you are using in your organization, or if you have a Linux machine, or if you have any virtual machines set up on your Windows environment, that's perfectly fine. You can go ahead and use that. But if you do not have any of these, the better way, rather than using virtual machines, is to use any virtual machine on cloud platform. Okay, so in this case I'm going to use Google Cloud platforms. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can use Google cloud platform for creating a Unix instance, and which we will be using for our practice in the whole this video series. Okay, so the first step is to log into console.cloud.google.com. Let me switch to my Chrome and let me log in console.cloud.google.com. Here I am, and as soon as I log in, I see some my home page. Okay, but if you are doing it first time, you will not see that. If you are logging it first time, you might see let us see console.cloud.google.com, and let us say I'm going to log in first time. Okay, so okay, so even I have it here. Give me a second, let me log in with another email ID. Okay, so here I have used this ID first time for logging into console.cloud.google.com. So if you're doing it first time, very first time, you will see this kind of prompt. Okay, so I'm going to click on I agree, and I'm going to click on agree and continue. You may read all these agreements, terms and conditions. And next, you can you need to sign up for this free trial, which is for 12 months with $300 credit. And whenever you use any application, like let us say if you're using any VM or any cloud storage, cloud SQL, or any engines like Kubernetes engine, you're going to deploy something or anything, like whatever components you use on cloud, they are going to charge you for that. Okay, so for this first $300, Google is not going to charge you anything because they have given you a free trial. And let us try it for free now. So you need to fill up for some form. Okay, I have selected my country, I clicked on I agree and continue, and in the next, now it is asking you to fill some information. Okay, so you can go ahead and fill this information, and you can fill your card detail and click on start your free trial. Okay, it will start your free trial. Do not worry, they are not going to charge you. Even if your $300 get exceeded, they will ask you for your confirmation, and then only they are going to charge you. If you do not want to continue, you can go ahead and delete your card details from there. That's fine. Okay, so let us say now you have created the cloud platform account. Okay, and I want to create a virtual machine instance. What I'll do is I'll go to this navigation menu, three lines you see on the left hand side top. I clicked on it, and I will be going to compute engine. Okay, so in compute engine I see an option called VM instances. I clicked on VM instance, and now I'll get an option to create a VM instance. Okay, so I'm going to create a new VM instance. Now I clicked on create button, and I just need to fill up some information. Let us say name of my instance is Unix instance, or Unix only, that's fine. And what else? Okay, so you can select your machine type. since I'm not going to do any heavy processing on my this particular VM instance, I'm going to select the macro service with 1 CPU and zero point 0.6 of GB of memory. That's fine, and you can see how much they are going to charge you. Okay, so this charge is going out of your $300. Okay, so you need not to worry. Okay, so fine. And here, what OS you want to install on your VM instance? By default they offer Debian, but if you want to do any other OS, you can go ahead and change it. Okay, I'm keeping as it is, I do not want to change it. That's fine. Now I'm accepting this firewall terms, and I need to do some security. Give me a second. And okay, so let us say I want to connect to this particular VM instance via external tools, like let us say your putty or vnscp. Then in those cases I need to provide this SSH key. Okay, so for now in this video I'm not going to provide this SSH key, because in this video I'm not going to show you how you are going to connect your putty with this particular VM instance. That we'll be talking in next video, so we'll do this part in next video. Fine. So for now I'm just going to click on create, and this will create a new VM instance for you. Okay, so it's in process. You can see the instance creation is in process. So as soon as the instance gets created, it will assign some external IP for you. Okay, so by using that external IP, you're going to connect with external tools. Okay, so let us wait till it gets connected. It won't take much time. So all over this course, I'm going to use this particular VM instance as my Unix terminal. Okay, so okay, it's still loading. Okay, now you can see the green tick, that means my instance is running. Okay, so the instance is created successfully with the name Unix, and it has some zones where my data is going to reside, though it is your cloud, but definitely it has some servers somewhere. Okay, so they are situated in this US central one region. It has some external IP, so I'm going to use this particular external IP in order to interact, as I said, with other tools. Okay, and you can see some option to connect over here. Okay, so you can connect it in a browser window itself. You can use another SSH tool by using gcloud, but for using this gcloud you need to have cloud SDK installed, so we'll not be talking about these things. So we'll be in this video I'll show you how we can work it in browser window, but we'll not prefer this. We will use the SSH client, which is my putty and WinSCP. Okay, so we'll be talking about this SSH client in next video. For now, let me click on open browser window, and now it will open a Unix terminal. So it is just connecting. Now this time it will not ask me which host I want to connect, what's the username, what's password, is there any SSH key which I need to use. Nothing, it will not ask, because we are directly connecting it from this particular instance. So it is taking all those details, and now you can see I am connected to the VM instance. Okay, so here you can see my username is AEC_Prakash and my machine name is Unix. Okay, so if I do any command over here, it is going to work. Like I'm trying my, what is my present working directory, it is home/ec.prakash. Okay, so this is how you can connect with the Unix instance on cloud. Okay, but the way which we will be using from our next session is by using another SSH client, which is with the help of putty. Okay, so we saw how we can activate a trial account on GCP services, and we created a VM instance under compute engine, and we are good to go for your practice. Okay, so that's it. Let's meet in next video, where I'm going to talk about how we can use putty and WinSCP in order to interact with your VM instance, that is your Unix terminal. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back to the course of Unix for Testers, where I'm going to talk on manual and automated concepts. regarding Unix. Okay, so in last video, if you remember, I talked about how we can create a Unix instance for practicing purpose on Google Cloud. In this video, I'm going to talk on how you can connect to that particular Unix instance, Unix server or VM instance via Putty. Okay, so basically Putty is a SSH client is used to connect to Unix server. Okay, so how we can install Putty. Okay, so there are many ways how you can connect to Unix server, but this is the general used SSH client. Okay, so I'm going to download and install Putty from putty.org. Okay, so if I click on putty.org, it will ask me to download Putty, and the very first link I'll click on, you can download Putty from here, and it will give me the option. So I'm using my Windows installer for 64-bit, and it's going to download. Okay, and it is downloaded. I'm just clicked on it, it will open, it's going to install. I just clicked on next. The installation location fine with me, clicked on next. What and all you want to install Putty. I don't want to create a desktop shortcut, and whatever default they have, that's fine with me. Clicked on install, and it is going to install. It won't take more than a minute. View readme file I don't want, click on finish. So now I have installed my Putty. Great. Next, we have done with the installation. Now the next thing is to generate a public or private keys. Okay, so so let me go to my Unix instance. Okay, so here I am, this is my Unix instance, and once again let me connect to this particular instance via browser, because I want to show you something regarding the keys. Okay, so basically the public private keys. Okay, so there are two kind of key, public keys and private keys. Public keys are specific to my particular user accounts of key, public key and private key. So my private key is personal to me, which I'm going to use it to connect to particular instance, and I'm responsible for it. Okay, whereas public key is made public by particular Unix instance, where a number of users from that particular server can interact to it. Okay, so if I go to my Unix server, so I again opened it from my browser window itself. Okay, and if I go to if I try and list the number of files what I have. Okay, so we'll be talking about details, what and all command we have. So I'm just trying to get what and all file I have in my account. So you can see I have one file called as .ssh. Okay, so it is .ssh, which is a hidden file. Okay, so if I try and open, okay, or let me fine, so let me open this .ssh file. Okay, it's a directory. Fine, let me go to that particular directory. Okay, and let me check what and all I have in this directory again, and here you can see I have something called as authorized key. Okay, so do not worry about this commands. I'm going to talk in details. Okay, so now I want to open this file. So to open the files, I can use cat command and the file name, and here you can see some keys. Okay, you can see some keys. You can see two keys over here. Okay, public key and my private key, and you can see my details over here, my username, when it is going to expire, and all those things. Okay, so these keys, if you remember, these keys are present in my personal account. So this aec.prakash is my personal account. Okay, so if I check who am I, it will give my username. Okay, so I'm in this directory, so these keys belongs to me, so these are my private keys. Okay, now where the public keys of particular Unix server resides. Okay, so let me go back and let me go to the folder called as etcssh. Let me list out what and all I have. Okay, so here in etcssh folder, you can see there are public and private keys are present. Okay, so these are the basically the public keys for this particular uh, made public by this particular Unix environment. Okay, so I'm not going to use these keys. Okay, so what I'm going to use is I'm going to generate my own public and private keys, which I'm going to interact I'm going to use it while interacting with Unix server. Okay, and I just install putty, right? So in put along with putty installation, there is something comes called as putty gen. Okay, so if I open this putty gen, so basically this is putty key generator, and it will help me to generate my keys. Okay, my basically my private keys. Okay, and I'll just click on this generate, and I will hover my mouse in this free space. It will generate a key for me. Okay, so this is the key generated for me. Okay, so I'll just copy this particular key. Okay, and okay, I'll add key comment as my name. So basically that's my user name. Okay, and I'm going to save it as my private key, and I'm going to save it in some folder. That's fine, and I'm going to save it with name key. Fine, so now my key is saved. Fine, now I just copied this particular key. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to use this specific key in order to interact with this particular Unix server. Okay, this particular Unix server I want to interact with, and for that purpose I'm going to use this key. Okay, so how I can use it, let me close this particular terminal now, and let me go to this particular instance. Okay, I'm going to that particular instance, and because I need to update these key into that particular instance. Okay, so I'm going to click on edit this particular instance, and I should see some option to add the SSH keys. Okay, so you can see some option as SSH key, and it says you have 0 SSH key. I didn't added any SSH key yet. Okay, so I just clicked on add, and here I'm simply going to paste my key. Okay, so fine, now my key is there. Okay, so that's fine. I just clicked on save. Now my particular uh, okay, so my key is updated now. So now what I'm going to do is uh, let me open putty now. Okay, so to open the putty I'm going to use this putty which I just installed. Okay, so this putty is basically the interface which I'm going to use it to connect to this particular Unix instance. Okay, now it asks me few things like what is my host name. Okay, so basically the host name is your external IP address. So I'm just going to copy this external IP address, and I'll put it in host name here. Fine, and what else, port 22 is by default port which they will use, and one more thing which I should give it over here is SSH key. Okay, so if I go to this SSH over here, and if I go to authorization, it will ask me for some key file. Okay, so I'm just going to browse, and I'll give the location of the file which I just saved, if you remember a couple of minutes back. Fine, and I want to allow this, and I just click on open. Okay, now it will ask me to log in as. Okay, I'll enter my name whatever I used over there. Okay, so fine, so give me a second, give me once more, because I think the name was something different. Okay, so what has happened is when we copied the key over here, let me show you. When we copied the key, let me click on edit. Okay, so when we copied the key over here, it has taken the username as RSS key something. Okay, but in actual I used the name as Prakash. Okay, this happened because I copied this key first, and then I changed the name, so the specific key didn't got copied. I'm going to copy it again, and I'm going to remove this one, and I'm going to add new one. Fine. Now let me click on save. Because if you see whatever key file I stored, if I click on edit, and you should see some name over here. This is my user name and this is my key. Okay, so this is my public key and this is my private key. Okay, so now let us try. Okay, let us go to the VM instance. Let us open putty again. Okay, let me copy the host name, which is my external IP. Fine. And let me give the SSH key again. Let me allow agent forwarding and let me browse the key. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll just go to the session and I'm going to save it with, let us say, Unix. Okay, because every time I did not to put this host name, this port and this key. Okay, so I'm going to save this. Fine, I'm going to click on open and now it will ask me for the login name. My login name is Prakash. Fine, so now I am authenticated. Okay, and here if you read, it is saying authenticating with public key Prakash, because that's what my username is in my particular SSH key. Okay, so that's how now I am connected to Unix instance via putty. Okay, so now if you want, I can close this particular my cloud. Okay, I can close everything and now I can work on this particular Unix server. Okay, like let us say I do ls-l to find out all the files which are present in my particular directory. I do not have any file. If I try ls-a, which will give my hidden file as well. So you can see now I am able to communicate basically with my Unix server. Okay, so that's what I wanted to discuss in this particular session, where I talked about how we can connect with Unix server via putty. Okay, so what we did is we installed putty, then we created we generated basically a public private key by using putty gen. Okay, so what I did is I just click on generate. Okay, I just clicked on generate. I hovered my mouse over here so that it will generate some random key for me, and it has generated some key. Okay, so the mistake what we did first time is we basically we copied this key first, and we copied it first and then we changed this particular name. Okay, let us say I changed it to Prakash. Okay, if you change it, this particular key is going to modify, and we didn't copy this modified key, and that's the reason we got that issue while connecting with your Unix server. Okay, and you can just save it and you can refer it from your putty. Okay, so that's all I have for this video. In next video I'll talk about how we can connect to the same Unix server via WinSCP, which is again another platform, which is basically a GUI platform to interact with the files on your Unix server. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, friends. In this video, I'll be talking on how to connect to Unix server via WinSCP. Okay, so in my previous videos, I talked on how to create this Unix instance on cloud for practice purpose. And in the last video, I have shown you how we can connect to that particular instance via putty. Okay, which is the SSH client used to interact with uh, a Unix server securely. Okay, so that's the putty. Basically it's an SSH client. Okay, the another thing what we have is WinSCP. Okay, so in this video I'll be talking on what is WinSCP and how we can download, install and connect to the Unix server via WinSCP. Okay, so what is WinSCP? So WinSCP is basically a free file transfer tool for Windows that supports FTP, SFTP and SCP. Okay, all these are the transfer types which we will be talking in next few videos. Okay, and the basic beauty of this WinSCP is it provides the Windows Explorer type interface that lets you do a drag and drop of files or folders in between your local and remote machines. Okay, unlike your putty, which is just like a command prompt, it's not that user friendly. The WinSCP is bit user friendly and it is Windows style. And to transfer the file from Unix to local machine to Unix, or to perform edit operations, or to create files, and to perform many operations, we will be using this WinSAP, which is Windows style. Okay, so to work with Unix, to work with Unix via putty, if you are bit experienced, you will enjoy working via putty. But if you are a beginner, then you will find this WinSAP little useful for you. You will find it more comfortable as compared to putty. Okay, so how to download WinSAP? So to download WinSAP, this is their official URL, winsap.net. I just clicked on it and it will take me to the download URL. Okay, so here I'm on the URL winsap.net. Okay, here you can see it's a free SFTP, SCP, S3 and FTP client for Windows. Basically it is for Windows. So I'm going to download WinSAP here, and yeah, the download has started and fine. So meanwhile it downloads, we'll be running the WinSAP installer as like how our normal program we install. Okay, so the download is completed. I'm just opening installer. Great. Accept the terms. You can just go through the terms and click on accept, and typical installation I want. I'm going to use it as Explorer. Okay, because we wanted Windows style. I clicked on next, I clicked on install, and it is going to install WinSAP for me. Okay, now it is asking me, you have stored session sites in putty SSH client. Do you want to import them into WinSAP? So my particular WinSAP has already detected that you are using putty SSH client and it has some sessions stored. Okay, so if you remember, I stored some sessions to it. Okay, so if I open putty, okay, so you can see here I have stored some session over here. This is what. Okay, so it is asking me, do you want to use that? I'll click on yes, go ahead and use it. Unix, this is the one which I stored. Go ahead and use it, so that great. I clicked on launch. Now it will open. Okay, so this is the one which I stored. Okay, so I'm just going to click on login. So the username is Prakash. Fine, and save it. I'm going to click on login. Fine, so now you can see I am already logged in. Okay, so okay, so this is basically the WinSAP Explorer. Okay, and if you see, if you go to the root folder, you can find these mini files. Okay, so let me go to putty and let us compare. Okay, so now currently I am into the directory Prakash. Okay, and where is this Prakash directory? If I give command like pwd, that is my present working directory, it is giving me the location. It is present under home/Prakash. So if I go to home, okay, and if I go to Prakash, it is giving me okay, so it is showing me under Prakash I have these 4 files, 1 2 3 4. Okay, so now I'll check the same thing over here. So to check the list of file, we will be using ls, that is list, but here it does not give me any list, because all these 4 files you can see they are starting with dot, that is they are hidden. Okay, and to see the hidden files, we need to use -a as a parameter, and if I use -a as a parameter, you can see now I am able to see .ssh.profile, bash rc and bash log out. You can see again a single dot and double dot. So this single dot is nothing but my current directory, double dot is nothing but previous directory. That's what it refers to. Okay, now see, this makes very simple. Now let us say by any chance I want to go to this SSH folder. Okay, now you can see the difference. Okay, so SSH is highlighted with different color. Okay, and here you can see SSH as a folder, right? So that means the files and folders are colored in different way. Okay, so the folders are with blue color and your files are with white. Okay, that is again something you can configure later on, but that's the basic thing that but with the color itself you can differentiate them. Now let us say I want to go to the SSH folder, so I'll do cd. We'll use cd command to change directory. So I am going to sh command, and again I am doing ls-a to find out all the files I have. So I have some file called as authorized key. Okay, here authorized key. Now let us say I want to edit this file authorized key. Okay, ideally we should not edit these files, keys files and all, but just for an example I want to edit any of the file. Okay, so how I will do it in from putty, I'll be doing it like cat and my file name, and basically here it is the file. Okay, so if you are a beginner and if you see something like that the very first time, you will get very disappointed. Okay, but if you go to this WinSCP Explorer and if you go to .ssh, here you see something called as authorized key, and if you open this you can see you have opened it in a notepad and you are pretty good with this. You can edit it very easily, right? So that's what it gives you, the windows like structure. Okay, and here you see only windows file. Okay, and what I said, WinSCP is used to transfer the file from your local machine to Unix server, right? Now let us take an example. On your Unix server you want to create new file, so here you can find one direct option as create new file. Let us give file name as file1. Okay, and I'll give some text as text and I'm going to save it, and now your file is created in the directory Prakash. Okay, so it is seeing it is connecting and it is uploaded 100% completed, and you can see file is present over here, right? You should see the same file from putty as well. Let me okay, so now I should go to my home folder. Okay, so to go to the home directory we have one command called cd tilde. Okay, I'll be talking again on that later on. Now if I find out a list over here, list of files, now you can see I have file 1 present over here. That is what I just created. Okay, so that's how we can use either of the way. Basically the WinSCP is good UI and you can work with that very easily. Okay, and one more thing. Okay, now here on this prompt you can see only the Unix files. Now if you want to see a Windows file and you just want to do a drag and drop of the files, you can change the mode from this setting. You can go to setting, you can go to interface, and you can change the mode to commander. Okay, so if I click on OK and I need to restart my WinSCP, let me do that. Now this time can you see something different? Did it connect? Okay, and this time you see something different. On the left side you see files from your Windows, from your C drive users, my name, and on the right hand side you can see the files from your Unix server, right? So now let us take an example. You want to upload some files. Okay, so let me go to my some directory. Let me go to my G drive, and let us say I want to upload this some file, Oracle DB data. Okay, so I'll be just doing a drag and drop over here and it is going to copy the file. Now you can see the file is uploaded to my Unix server, right? You can verify the same thing from here, right? Can you see now? It has the file oracle db.data, right? On the similar line, if you want to download any file, you can just do a drag and drop. Let us say I want to download this file, file 1, from Unix server to my local. I am just doing drag and drop into my local, and I should see the file as file 1 downloaded to my local. So that's it. Basically, it's the it provides you the very good UI to work with files, just to transfer your files. Okay. Along with transfer, it gives you the way to change the properties, to edit the files, to create new files, to create new directories. It gives you the most of the functionality with UI rather than using it on Putty. Okay, so going forward, we will be talking about both the things. Okay, whenever we need. Okay, so fine. So that's what I wanted to show you in this video, how you can connect to your Unix server via WinSCP. Okay, so fine. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester, manual Unix concepts, and we can automate all those manual Unix concepts so that we can incorporate them into test automation framework. In this video, I'm going to talk about how much Unix is basically needed for being a software tester. Right, because if you look out for job description for any software tester profile, could be manual or could be automation, almost all the time they do ask for whether you have a Unix knowledge, whether you have a database knowledge. So these two things are almost mandatory in each and every organization, if it is a at least a medium scale organization. Okay, so it is pretty much needed. Okay, so what and all things, now see, Unix is very vast concepts, right? And it's a complete operating system. So now let us see what and all Unix is needed for a software tester. Okay, so this could be a little bit varying depending on organization to organization or project to project, but most of the things which are needed for common manual or automation tester, that's what I'm going to tell you now. So the very first thing is basic Unix architecture. Even though this is not very mandatory to know, but ideally we should know this, because we should know the architecture of whatever we are going to work on. If I'm going to work on Unix, I should know what is shell, what is kernel, what is uh, different like utilities and all those stuff, right? So I should know basic architecture of Unix. Basic Unix command. Okay, so this is the very first thing software testers should know, what and all basic Unix command we have. The very first, starting from ls command, then we have various utility programs. So commands are basically utility programs. So we have different commands or utility programs for file comparing, then we have some for file operations, and many other stuff we have, executing the shell scripts, and many other we have, right? So we should know all those basic stuff uh, as a basic Windows command. Okay, then how we will be executing those commands. So we will be interacting with the Unix server via various tools like your putty to do any kind of these operations, or we will be using WinSCP or any other open source tools in order to interact with the Unix server for any SFTP operation, for file transfer operations from your one server to another server, or for your local machine to Unix server. Okay, so we should know this couple of tools like putty and WinSCP, and we should know all about processes and file system, basically how the file system is designed in Unix, like what and all different folders we have, what folder is meant for what, then what are the different processes we have, how to deal with processes, how to trigger the processes, how to stop the processes. So these things we should know. Okay, and okay, and apart from that, I think everything will come under Unix commands. So like what and all daily tasks we will be doing, like we will be creating a file. So to create file, we should know some editor, like mostly people use VI editor. Then we will be doing some search operation into the file, or we will be doing find operation for the file, or could be executing the shell script or changing the file permissions, right? So all these things comes under your file permission. So that's, so these are the basic things which any software tester should know. Okay, so all this was the things which we do manually basically. Okay, we go to the Unix server via putty, and then we do all these things. Or if I want to do file transfer, then I go to WinSCP and do a drag and drop of file transfer, so that will get a work done for me. Now if you have a situation where you have Unix operations or Unix shell script involved in your applications. Let us take a very simple example where you are creating a data on your web application, and then you need to execute some batch job, or you need to execute some shell script, so that the data will get picked and it will get processed, and something next will happen post that. Okay, so you have something like this. Or you have a very simple system like it gets file from some server, it processes the file, then it puts back the file to another server, or to whatever the system is meant for to do. Okay, so if you have any such a kind of situation where you want to create the files, or you want to process the file using shell script, or you want to upload the file basically to the Unix server, or download the files from Unix server for verifications, or if you have any such activities in your test execution, and if you want to automate that specific part, right, so that it will be then your complete end-to-end automation. Like you will have automation of your VUI with any tool like your Selenium, QTP, or Tosca, or Test Complete, whatever tool you do is. And then your remaining part of Unix processes, Unix operation, can also be automated with the help of some we have some external APIs like JSH for Java, then we have another API for C Sharp. We have many APIs in fact. Okay, I don't recollect the name now, but I'm going to tell you as a part of this course. And even you can do it by creating the batch file using some putty tools. That is what again I'm going to show you. So these things every automation testers should know. Like if you are trying to automate, we should know these things, like how we can automate all these processes, and how we can incorporate these processes into your test automation framework. Okay, so that is what I think every software tester should know, based on like what you want to do, whether you want to do a manual testing, or you want to do all those concepts, you want to automate all those concepts, and you want to achieve end-to-end test automation. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk to you, like how much Unix is needed for software tester. Again, as I said, there might be little changes from organization to organization, or I must say from project to project, but all most of the things are common, which every software tester should know. Okay, so I'm going to cover all these things as a part of this course, right? So stay tuned, keep watching this Unix for tester course from start to end, where I have covered all these manual concepts and how we can automate, as I said, using various methods, all these concepts, so that we can incorporate them into our test automation framework. Okay, so stay tuned. Thank you. Back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Testers, which covers all Unix concepts required for testing system which contain your Unix operations. And I'm going to cover in this video like how we can automate all those processes, Unix processes, in your test automation framework, so that we can have complete test end-to-end test automation. Okay, so now what are the manuals and automated process in Unix? Okay, so if you're working on Unix, you might have some systems like they just need to execute the shell script. Okay, and based on the shell script, something else is getting triggered, and you want to verify again outputs of that another system or another screens, let us say, or you want to verify the same screen after your shell script has been executed, something like that. Or you may have something like some file processing system where you are sending files to Unix server is processing, and then you want to verify again the file which is processed by your shell script, something like that. Okay, so whatever operations, what and all operations you do in your manual process. Okay, so you can have like you might need to execute various Unix commands manually, like changing the directory, go to this particular directory, then load the file into that specific directory, or download file from that specific directory, or even execute the shell scripts manually, right? So to do all these operations, what we do is we basically use some SSH clients like Putty, or any other SSH clients, or to do FTP operations, file transfer operations, we use WinSCP. Okay, so for manual process we use this couple of tools. Okay, so these are some manual processes basically which we used whenever we have some Unix operation in our end-to-end testing process. Now let us say I want to automate the complete process. Let us say I have some web application where I'm feeding up some data, and based on that data, as soon as I hit enter, or so something like, or I feed the data, then I want to trigger that particular script, then it will generate some file for me, let us say text file for me, and I want to verify the text file, or as soon as the script get triggered, it is going to update some screens, and I want to verify those screens, something like that. It can be anything. Okay, so basically you have some SSH operations which we perform SSH operations, and some FTP operations. If you have anything in your manual process, then we can automate them. Okay, so we all know we can use Selenium for performing test automation of your web applications. And even if you have some operations like if you want to deal with Excel, if you want to deal with text files, or even if you want to deal with uh, some PDF files, or maybe some uh, what I can say, anything. Okay, so basically what I wanted to say is basically Java is compatible with most of the things, and you can find libraries for most of the things. Like, so we cannot say like, okay, I cannot I cannot integrate the automation of putty, or let us say Unix server. Whatever I'm doing on Unix server, I cannot automate those things and combine them with my Selenium test automation framework. That's not the case. We can definitely do that, and it will work very much perfectly. Okay, so uh, whatever manual processes I just talked over here, or there can be any other manual processes your project specific might be, right? So all those Unix processes can be automated with the help of uh, any SSH client library. Okay, so basically there are many SSH client libraries which are specific to your languages. Like for Java, there is some set of libraries. For if you're using C Sharp, there is some set of libraries which helps you to interact with your Unix server via SSH. Okay, so by using these libraries, okay, so in this for this course I'm going to use Java, and in Java there is some library called a JSCH. In Java basically there are 4 to 5 libraries, but this JSCH is one of the best library and the famous one, so I have picked it. So I can use that library in order to automate all these processes. Okay, so yeah, so that's what, so in this video that's what I wanted to tell you. Like, we have some manual processes and how we can automate those manual processes using some like by writing some automation code with the help of SSH client libraries. Okay, so fine. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, manual and automated concepts which can be incorporated in your test automation framework. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can use VI editor basically in your Unix or Linux environment to edit text files. Okay, so now let us say if I'm into my Unix box, and if I do ls, I can see I have many files. Okay, now let us say if I want to view the data from one of my file, let us say from input file.txt, how I can get the data. So if I just want to view the data, I can simply display it, okay, like by using cat command, cap input file.txt, and it will display the content of my file. Okay, so these are the data of my file. But now what if I want to edit the data, or I want to make some changes, or add some data, or delete some data? How I can do that? So this is something basically I can do with VI editor. Okay, so VI, there are many ways in fact how I can edit the file in Unix or Linux, but the best way is using a screen oriented text editor, which is my VI editor. There is another advanced form of VI editor, which is VIM, which is VI in fact a improved version of VI editor, but we prefer generally VI. Okay, and white is preferred more because it is available across all versions, all flavors of Unix systems, and its implementation is a bit simpler, and it requires very few resources to work on, so it is pretty faster as compared to other uh, editors. Okay, now okay, let's see how we can use VI editors now. Okay, now let us say I want to edit the data from this input file. Okay, So how I will use it? I will use vi space my file name. So my file name is input file dot txt. Okay, so if I simply hit enter, you can see my data is getting displayed. Okay, and you, at the end of the file you can see tilde icon, and at the bottom you can see something, my file name, and at some it shows you some information, your OS and all, and it has 6 lines and 176 characters and my current position and all those things. Okay, so in this video, I'll be showing you how we can basically create the file, how we can edit the file, and how we can do any kind of operations with the data into the file. Okay, so this is how basically you can open the file in order to work on it. Now, let me close the file. How we can close it? Simply, you can hit escape. Okay, basically, you can hit escape and it will get converted into command mode whenever it is converted to insert mode. Now, what is this insert mode and command mode? Okay, so now whenever by default you open any file, it will get opened into command mode. That is, you cannot write anything in it because it is not in insert mode. And now, how to make your file into insert mode? You need to simply hit I button or I key from your keyboard, and you will see the at the bottom you can see the mode has been changed into insert. Okay, so you need to press I. Okay, I as an insert. Now my file is in insert mode, so I can insert any data. Now I'm good to write some data in it. Let us say this is modified data, something like that. I can write anything. I can write new line inserted, whatever it is. Okay, and now I want to save the data basically. Okay, so how I can do that? So now my file is currently in insert mode, and now I want to make it to command mode in order to execute my command by using which I can save my file. Okay, so to change the mode, basically I'll be using escape key. Okay, so I need to hit escape key couple of times, and now I'm good to save my file. So to save the file, what command I need to use? I need to use colon and W, which will save my file. Okay, so there are basically let me go to my text pad and let me show you. Okay, so basically whenever you want to write any command, it will start with colon. Okay, and after colon, if I write W, that means you want to write the file. That means save file. Okay, save the content, save the file content. Okay, if I use colon Q, okay, this means quit the file without saving the file content. Or if I use something like this means save and quit. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to basically save and quit. So what I'll be using is W for write and Q for quit. So W and Q. Okay, so you can see the whatever I'm typing, it is getting typed at the bottom. Okay, so that is basically a command line. Okay, so now if I see the data, so if I see the data using cat command now, you should see the data which I have inserted. This is modified data and the new line is inserted, something like that, right? So this is how basically you can open the file. So you can open the file using vi space your file name. Okay, now I'll show you how we can open the file into read-only mode. So if you use -r as one of the option, hyphen uppercase R followed by your file name, this will basically opens the file in read only mode. And how I'll get to know if my file is in read only mode? Just okay, now okay, how will get to know? I'll just hit I for insert mode, and you can see you are changing a read only file. That means the file is in read only mode, right? So it is not basically allowing me to do the insertions. Okay, so let me quit. Okay, so by using command colon Q, I use colon Q to quit my file which was in read only mode. Okay, there is another way how you can view your file. So by using one of the command called as view and followed by your file name. Okay, this will again open your file in read only mode. Okay, by using view command. So we three ways: vi space your file name, vi space hyphen r for to open your file in read only mode, followed by file name, vi space your file name to open your file. Now, as I told, we have basically two modes. The first one is command mode, and the second one is basically insert mode. Okay, so basically, your command mode enables you to perform your administrative tasks such as saving the files or executing commands or moving the cursor here and there, cutting or doing copy paste into the file, and all those kind of stuff. Okay, so that is something which you can do in your command mode. Now, your insert mode is used to write the data. Okay, this mode basically enables you to insert text into the file. Okay, so that's what I'm going to show you now. Okay, so so let me open one of the file now. So how I'll open the file? I'll open the file by using vi, and this time I'm going to open the file called as sample data.txt. Okay, so this is my file and it's little big. Okay, now so this is my file. Now in this file, if I want to move, then I can use basically the key, my keyboard key, up and down, left and right key I can use to move my cursor. But the standard keys provided by the VI editor to move up, down and left, right are K, J, H and L. Okay, so basically we'll see how we can use those keys. Okay, so this K key is basically uh, used to move one line up. Okay, J key is used to one line down, something like this. L key is used to move right. H key is used to move to left, like how we use the same keys in our gaming. Okay, so in the similar line, these are the standard keys uh, which are suggested by this VA guys. Okay, so we can use H to move left, L to move right, and K to move up, and J to move down. Okay, so these are the standard keys. But anyways, you can use your keyboard up and down keys, which I prefer generally. Okay. Now you need to note couple of things like VI editor is a case sensitive. Okay, so you need to pay special attention to capitalization whenever you are using your command. Okay, um, fine. As well, as I said, we will be using, let us say, L to move my key to right hand side. But now what if I want to move my I want to move 9 byte to left or 5 byte to left? Then I can use something like 5L. I will get moved to 5 times into L. I'll again use 2L. I'll get moved to 2 position right. Or if I use something like 8H, okay, I'll get moved to 8 byte left. So right, so that means most of the vi command can be prefaced with the number of times that you want to take that particular action to occur. Okay, now let's see few more things, few more commands basically. Okay, so let us say if you want to move to beginning of the line. Okay, now let us say I am over here and you want to move to beginning of the file. So as I said, you can use number of times into H to move to left hand side, but in that case I need to count how many positions I am here on. But yeah, if you want to move to start of the line, then you can just hit key 0. You will be get into uh, start of the line, right? So you can use key 0. Okay, then now what if you want to move to end of the file? You can use symbol dollar. You will get to end of the file. Okay, dollar is to move to end of the line. Okay, and likewise we have something like let me go here. Okay, now let us say if you want to go one word forward, like from this exclamation, if you want to go to mark, then you can use W key. You will get one word forward. Okay, so you can use basically W key, and to move backward again you can use B key. Okay, you will get one word back. You can go back word by word, so you can hit B key. Now you need to remember that I am hitting all these keys, whatever keys I am saying. So these keys will work when you are in command mode only, right? Because you don't see insert symbol over here, that means you are in command mode, and then only the commands are working. So you need to make sure that you are in command mode. Okay. Okay, so these are the keys which we generally use. And okay, now what if you want to move to last line of the file? Okay, so to move to last line of the file, we have some command called as G, which is in uppercase. Okay, so if I hit uppercase G, you can see I got navigated to my end of the file. Okay, and on the similar line, if I hit capital H, I should get into uh, so this H, yeah, so this H key is basically used to move to top of the screen. Okay, and again, this can be prefaced with number of count, basically how many number of times you want to move this particular command up and down. Okay, and if you want to go to middle of screen, you can use key M in uppercase. Okay, and yeah, so there are many commands like that. Maybe you can browse the manual, but these are some generally used key to move to start, to move to bottom, to move one word forward, one backward. And there are some keys like if you want to move to next paragraph, then you can use opening curly brace, closing curly brace, something like that. Okay, they works. Okay, now you can see my file is a little bigger, right? My file has I need to scroll down and up to see the data. Okay, so here I'm just using my mouse cursor to move up and down. Okay, it works. But what if you want to go screen by screen? Okay, so to go screen by screen, there are some option. I think I have noted over here to go screen by screen. Yeah, so if you use Control D, you will be moved forward 1.5 screen. Okay, so I'll just use Control D. You can see I am moving to down with half screen. Okay, so Control D is basically used to move forward direction 1.5 screen. Okay, and if you want to move full screen forward, then you can use Control F. To move backward by half screen, you can use Control U. So I'm just doing Control U. You can see I'm getting back with half screen. Okay, if you want to move forward, you can use Control F. Basically, okay, you will move to forward with full screen. If you want to move back with full screen, you can use Control B. Okay, you can see I'm navigating basically up and down using these keys. So you can use this Control D and Control F to move forward, and Control U and Control B to move backward. Okay, so this half screen U and full screen B. Okay, and if you want to move single line, then you can use this Control E and Control I. Normally these are the commands basically, but since my this mouse scrolling works, I do not use this basically, but these are the keys which works with uh, your Unix terminal. Okay, fine. What else? Now editing, I have already told you. Okay, let me show you how we can edit the file now. Now my file is in view mode. Okay, sorry, command mode. Okay, now what if I need to change the mode? I want to edit the file, then I can hit key I. Right, now you can see it is into insert mode I. Okay, now there are some again, there are some commands which can be used. Let us say if you want to insert text before some line or after some line, or if you want to insert some line. So let us say I want to enter new line at this position. Okay, let me click here, and let us say I want to insert new line at this position. Then I can use give me a second. Okay, sorry. Okay, so basically I can use A to insert a text after my current cursor location, or I can use capital A to insert a text at the end of current line. okay, but for this I need to be in my command mode, and now you can see I am into insert mode. Now how to switch mode? I need to hit escape key couple of times and my mode will be shifted. Okay, now let us say if you want to insert a text after your current line, then I'll use capital A, and you can see I got at the end of the line and my mode got changed into insert, right? So that I can hit enter and I can write some data over here, right? So what I did is I used key which is capital A, uppercase A, which was used to insert at the current line. Now what if you want to insert at the current cursor location? You can use A, right? So what I mean current cursor location, now currently my file is in command mode because you don't see insert over here. Now let us say I clicked on this queue. Now let us say if you want to insert at this queue, at after this queue, okay, where I currently clicked on, you can hit lowercase a, and you can see now my mode has been changed into insert and my cursor is just after q, and I can type some data to it, right? So what I use lowercase a. Okay, likewise we have uppercase O. Okay, so it is used to create a new line. uh, let us see how it works. Let me change my mode. Okay, and if I hit my uppercase O now, you can see I got into. If I use lowercase o, okay, you can see sorry, for uppercase O, you can see it has just created a new line for me, right? So what I use the uppercase O. Okay, and I can use lowercase o to create a new line for a text entry below cursor location, right? So this OE is used to create a line above cursor position, and lowercase is used to create a line below cursor position. Okay, now if I let us say if I want to create a new line after just below this division sign, I can use a small o. It will, sorry, I should be in insert mode, sorry, command mode. I'll just hit o now, and you can see a new line has been created just below division sign because I entered a lowercase o, which is used to um, create a new line below. Okay, what else? Okay, so this basically this vi editor is quite a bigger concept. There are many commands which we can use. Now let me okay, and let us see how you can delete a complete line. So again, to use command you should not be in insert mode. Currently I'm in insert mode. Let me get out of it, and to delete any line you will be using double D. Okay, so let us say I want to delete this blank line. How I will be doing that? Just hit double D, it will delete the file. I want to delete this double D, sorry, this blank line, delete double D. Let us say I want to delete this 73rd record, hit double D. Your 73rd record will get deleted. Can you see? Yes, right? So you can use basically double D in lowercase to delete the line where your cursor is on. Okay, now okay, now let us say if you want to do copy paste of some lines. Let us say I want to copy this line number 72 and I want to paste it after last line. Okay, so how I can do that? So you need to click on the line which you want to copy, and then you need to use command double y in lowercase so that it will copy the content. Now I just click double y so that it will copy my content. Right, now what I need to do is I need to use p. Okay, I need to use p where you want to paste my content. So let us say I want to paste my content after this tilde, so, or let us say after this ff, whatever it is. So I'll hit e over here and you can see my line has been pasted over here, right? So this is basically how you can do copy paste. So double d is to delete, double y is to copy, and p is to paste. Okay, and what else I'm remained with. Okay, now let us see how we can perform a search. Okay, so let us say if you want to perform something into the file. Okay, so to search basically we have two commands. First one is hash and next one is your colon, sorry, question mark. Okay, so we use this slash if you want to search in forward direction. Okay, so the slash is basically used to search in forward direction, and question mark is basically used to search in backward direction. Okay, so let us see how we can use this forward direction and backward direction search. Now let us say in this file, okay, I want to search something like okay, let us say I want to search 3. Okay, how I can do that? So now I'm into the command mode again because I don't see any insert over here. So I'll just hit my slash. Okay, you can see slash is appeared at the bottom, and I'll type what I want to search. I want to search for 3. Okay, and you can see 3 is getting highlighted. Okay, but I could have many number of words which containing this 3, or I could have many number of matching to this particular pattern. So how I can use them? Okay, so to use that I need to use sorry to use that I need to use something called as n or capital N. Okay, now how to use this n? So now if you want to find next matching next fields matching to this particular pattern, you need to hit escape. Okay, and you need to hit now lowercase n so that it will search in forward direction. Okay, now can you see it has highlighted 3, it has highlighted 3, it has highlighted 3. I'm just pressing lowercase n so that it is pointing me to all 3, right? And here you can see search hit bottom, continue at the top, so that it has searched from all top to bottom. Okay, and this lowercase n is to the backward search. Okay, so if I use uppercase n, you can see I should be getting it is doing search from bottom to top. Okay, likewise if I use question mark, okay, and if I search again, okay, so again it is doing a search. Okay, and I can use n and uppercase n and lowercase n. So the difference is by using slash you will do forward search, by using question mark you will do backward search, and if you want to find matching patterns you can use small n to find out to go to basically in forward direction, and uppercase to go in basically in uh, backward direction. Okay, what else? Okay, and one last thing I want to show you is okay, so this search, or even in fact Unix itself is case sensitive, right? So uh, what if you want to ignore case when searching? Okay, so to ignore search case when searching, what you need to do is you need to set some command. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to use set and IC, right? So what it will do is it will ignore case. IC stands for ignore case. So you are basically setting ignore case for particular file open instance. Okay, so if I use something set IC, okay, and if I use now 3, can you see I have typed 3 in lowercase, but it is giving match me in uppercase, right? So this is basically how it works to set something. Okay, now let us say if I want to unset it, so how I can use it? I can use colon set, and I can use no IC, and now if I type it will 3 in lowercase, it is not giving me any match because I didn't set to ignore the case. Okay, so basically what I can use is to unset, basically I can use set no IC, that is no ignore case. Okay, to set IC, and to ignore, to reset basically no IC, right? No. Okay, and okay, so there are like multiple commands like this. Let us say if you want to see the line numbers on the left, then what you can do is basically you can use command like give me a second, you can use command like set nu or number. Basically it will create a line number to your left. Okay, so you can see this is the line number has been created. Okay, if you want to unset again, you can use set no nu, that is set no number. Okay, so this is how basically you can use the set command. Okay, So that's pretty much what I wanted to talk you. Now let us see whatever I wanted to talk, whether I have covered it or not. We have used find, replace, save, quit modes, basically insert and edit, and we talked various commands and search and fine. So I think I have covered most of the things whatever I wanted to talk about this VI editor. Okay, so again you can use basically all the commands. Let me quit. Okay, now here you can see I just use a quit command like this, okay, to quit my file, but it is saying no write since last change. Would you so it is giving me some warning basically, and if I override this warning I need to use this exclamatory. Okay, so how I'll do that? Colon q exclamatory, it will quit without any warning, and we should see my main terminal. Now we did all these things by using VI. Now I said VIM is improved VI editor. So you are good to use all the commands, all the things which I just talked by using VIM. So if I use something like VIM sample data, okay, you can see again the same things. Okay, so basically you can use all these things, all the commands whatever we just saw in VIM editor as well, in fact in most almost all the editors it supports. Okay, so that's it I have about this VI editor in Unix. Okay, so thank you. Hello, welcome back. Let us talk about Unix directories. Okay, so basically we are talking about file types. Okay, so we all know that file is collection of some information and is stored at some physical location basically into your hard disk, and it is identified with some unique name. Okay, so Unix operating system basically understand three different types of files. Okay, so the very first one is your ordinary files or your regular file. Okay, so basically these are your ASCII file. Okay, so these are the most common type of files found in most of the system, in your Windows, in Linux, in Mac, in any kind of operating system. We have these ordinary files. So these you may treat it as your plain text file or your document file or PDF file. Okay, or it can be your any executables or source code files, right? So basically it is a sequence of characters and bytes. Okay, so to the Unix system there is no difference in between the text file and a binary files. Both are the streams of bytes divided into blocks, right? So that's what your ordinary or regular files are. Okay, and if you go to your directory structure, okay, if I go to the root folder, okay, and at most of the places in my earlier video I talked about this directory structure, what is most of the directories contained. Okay, so if I want to store the files, my project specific files, I go and store it in my home. Okay, and if there are any executables or compiled source code, then those are present into this bin folder, right? So all my files, all my basically all my ASCII files which I can read, or even the binary files or any executables, all comes under ordinary and regular file. So basically we should understand that Unix system is all about files and processes. Okay, so processes is nothing but different kind of task which operating system performs. Okay, so as a user you can create your own shell script and execute, or your Unix operating system or Unix or Linux, whatever you say, they have given their inbuilt program. Like whenever I do ls to get the list of files, that's a basically one process, one command, right? So when I hit that command, some process get triggered in whatever background or foreground, right? So that is about process. We'll be talking about processes in detail. And the second one is about files, right? So Unix is all about processes and files. So there are three types of files. The first one is your ordinary and regular file, which we just talked, right? And the second one is directories. Okay, so directory is nothing but your in terminology, it is your folder. okay, which contains number of files. Okay, so basically a directory is a special type of file. In fact, it is a file of files. Okay, so this type of file does not contain any text or executable program, but it contains the list of file names, right? Because my directory will contain some files, right? So directory is nothing but it is special type of file which contain list of files, because as I said, in Unix terminology everything is about file and processes. So directory is again a type of file, special type of file which store your list of the files which are in that particular directory. Okay, uh, and it also store the information like location on the storage device, then what is size of that file, who is owner of that particular file. So all this information is stored in this particular special file type called as directory. In short, it is your folder. And the very third type is your spatial file, internal representation of physical devices, a keyboard, printer and terminal. Okay, so there could be n number of input and output devices to my operating system, right? So the Unix operating system provides you the standard interface between the hardware, like your could be any your IO devices like disk, printer, and your operating system. Okay, so this device or a special files, which basically contains the information about all these mapping information about your external devices, and all this information is stored in some kind of file which is called as special file. Okay, and if you go to your directory structure and if you go to the dev, I'm into the root folder, root location, and if you go to the dev, so basically it contains all your device files. Okay, so that can be your any IO devices which are connected to your particular Unix OS. Okay, so that's what your three different types of files are: ordinary files or regular files, or your ASCII files, which are my plain text files, or could be my binary executables, or could be my source codes, could be anything which I can read. Directories is nothing but list of files. It is a special type of file which contain a list of files. In short, it is a folder, and special files used to store all your device information, IO device information. So that's what these are the three types of files in Unix. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Thank you. Hello there, welcome back. Let us try and understand Unix directories now. Okay, so let us talk about Unix file system. Okay, so if you go to your putty, okay, and if you go to my home directory, let us check where I'm currently. Okay, let me go to my root directory. Okay, so I need to go to 3 steps back. Okay, and now you can see I'm currently in my root directory. Okay, so if I hit now ls command over here, it will give me the list of all the files, whatever what and all I have. Okay, if I do ls hyphen a, okay, it will give me the all my uh, hidden files as well, hidden files and folders as well. Okay, now what and all these files and folders are. Okay, so that's what I'm going to talk in this video, that is about all about your Unix file system. Okay, so the very first thing is your root directory. Okay, so this slash is nothing but your root directory, right? So if I do pwd and if I see a slash, that means I am into the root directory. So whatever all directories, whatever I have, all my application, all my data, all like all the software components, everything is present in my root directory, right? So everything is under my root directory. Okay, or better what I can do is I can go to my WinSCP and here I can show you a file structure. You can see it in a better way, right? So I just clicked on root. Okay, and in root you can see I have these many number of files. Okay, sorry, folders. Okay, and in these folders, each folder is specifically mean for some purpose. Okay, that's what we are going to talk now. We are not going to talk in much details, okay, because it's a huge, right? Those are the complete operating system concepts. That is something which we don't want. Okay, we just want the folders which we will be dealing with and some important folders. Okay, so let us talk about that. So root directory, everything is present under your root directory. The next one is your binary directories. Okay, so binary directories are the directories which contains your executables. Like you see, you have some bin directory or yes bin. So if you go here, you see some bin directory. So if I open this bin directory, you can see all the executables under this bin directory. Okay. So let us take an example. What and all we used. Okay. So let us say we use this pwd command, right? So for us it is a command, but for Unix it is a executable, right? It is a application, right? So this pwd, if I try and open, I may not be able to read its content. Let us check if I can open it. Yes, I can open, but I am not able to read it because it is a executable file, right? So basically it is a bin file. Bin folder basically contains all your executables. Okay, and we have another one called as sbin. Okay, it is again, it contains your executables only, but the difference in between your bin folder and sbin folder is bin folder contains the executable for your account as well as for your system, whereas this executables for sorry, the sbin folder contains executables for your systems which can be used for with root privileges. Okay, uh, that's what this binary directories are. Basically it contains all your executable directories. Okay, uh, executable directories is nothing but your compiled source code. Next one is configuration directories. Okay, so this configuration directories contains your all configuration files which are required for your system, for example etc or boot. Okay, so if you remember, we navigated to this etc folder. Let me go to root, and okay, let me go to etc. As I said, it contains the configuration files. Okay, so if you remember, in etc folder I went to the ssh, and then here I have shown you that we have some keys. Okay, we have some public keys, we have some uh, private keys. All the keys are present in this specific directories which are used to establish the ssh connection. Okay, so that's what is present under your etc directory. Not only that, but we have all the system configurations. Fine. And the similar thing we have it in a boot directory as well. Okay, so if I go to boot, give me a second here. Okay, so this boot directory again contains some file, but I should not touch the files from this directory because it contains the bootloader files. What it means is, from the name it suggests used for booting my system. Okay, so in other words, it's like they only contain the file which are needed for basic Linux system or basic Unix system to get up and keep it going, right? I should not touch them. So basically it contains all my files which are required to start up and to run my system, right? So that's what about my bin and etc folder, which are my configuration directories. Okay, what next I have the data directories, right? So data directories is something where I should put my data. Okay, so normally where do we put our data? So we go to home directory and we go to our specific user account, and here we create all our data. That could be your shell script, that could be your uh, files, or could be anything, any kind of data. Okay, so in the home directory we used to store our data. Again, there is something called as root folder as well. So, remember, this root and this root folder both are different. Okay, so we can even use this root folder, but it can be used only with root privileges, that is your system admin privileges. I'm not able to use it, so I'm getting access denied. Fine. What next? I have memory directories. Okay, So basically your memory directory contains the files of your whole system, right? So it contains basically all the information is contained in this dev folder, proc folder, system folder. So here this dev folder stores the all the device information, this proc folder stores all the processing information, and this sys all the files which are related to systems. Okay, again this is something which we are not supposed to touch. Okay, these are again some system related, file device related, processing related, system related. We are not supposed to touch them. Next we have is user. So this from the name it sounds like this could be user data, but this user stands for Unix system resources. Okay, and the data is present in user slash bin and user slash lib. If you go to the path variable, in path variable you will see these Unix system resources, and it contains the read-only data, okay, which is used by Linux system. It contains basically all the libraries which are used by Unix systems. Again, we are not supposed to touch them. Next we have is variable directory. So from the name we can say var directory. Okay, so whatever files I'm talking about, all files are present over here. Like you can see proc, you can see system, you can see user, you can see var, that is your variable directory. Okay, so in variable directory you can put basically the files from the name itself, just like all the variable length file or variable size files. Okay, so it's like the files where for which we are not sure about its size. Okay, so that could be, let us say, your logs file or school file or your cache files. We're not sure about their length, right, or size, right? It keeps increasing or we may delete it in our process somewhere, right? So all those unexpected size files are stored into this variable directory, that is in var log and var cache. Okay, so you can see cache and log folder. So while designing our system, we should design in a such a way. Fine. So these are your variable directory. So that's what these are all the important directories which we deal with most of the time. Root directory, binary directories where all our executables are. Then we deal with the data directory where we keep all our data keys and all our configuration directories. Configuration files are present in this etc file. Then memory directories, we are not supposed to touch them. Then we have a Unix system resources, again we are not supposed to touch them. And variable directory is something which we should use for variable size file. Okay, so that's what basically the important directories which we will be dealing with in Unix file system. Okay, so in Unix file system you have this, again, some media lost and found. So all these are what I can say, non-standard directories. Okay, so we are not dealing with them. Fine. So that's all I have for this video, where we talked about this important directories in Unix file system. Thank you. Hello there. Welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester, which covers all Unix concepts required for testing the systems which contain Unix operation and how can we automate them in order to use them into our test automation framework. So in this video, I'm going to talk on various Unix commands which are required for software testers. Okay, so very firstly, I'll be talking on Unix directory command, the commands which we will be using whenever we deal with directories. Okay, directories are nothing but kind of folders. Okay, so in our let us say in Windows OS, if I group some files and put in some location, we call it as a folder, whereas in Unix terminology, they treat it as directory. Okay, so before I begin, let me connect to my Unix instance via putty. So my Unix instance is uh, here, located at this host IP, and I'm going to connect it, and I'm going to log in it as my username. Okay, and the authentication is based on some public key which I have already supplied to my Unix server as well, and to my SSH client, that is putty. Okay, so now I'm connected to my putty, and let us see which which is the first command which we will be talking. So the very first thing is pwd. Okay, so this pwd stands for print working directory on the terminal. Okay, so mostly people term it as present working directory, but it is print working directory. Okay, now let us say I have logged into my Unix terminal, and now I want to see what is my current location, where I am, in which directory I am currently. Okay, so that's what this command will do: print working directory where I am currently in. Okay, so if I hit enter, it gives me some location, that is home slash Prakash. Okay, so this is the directory where I am in currently. So whenever you log in with some username, by default you will be get logged into your folder, okay, under home and your account name. So this is my present working directory. Fine. What next? Next one is ls, okay, which is used to list the content of your directory. Okay, so let us see. If I hit enter, if I hit ls, so it gives me some list of files. Okay, so you can see I have multiple files: file1, hello file, input file, oracle db, output file, and script.sh. So I have many files into my this particular location where I am currently in. So this ls is basically to list out all the directory contents. Okay, but it does not list all the contents, in fact. So it does not include the hidden files. Okay, so if I want to use hidden files, then I need to give something like ls-a, so that it will include my hidden files as well. So here you can see now it has included some files and folders which are starting with dot. Okay, so the very first thing you see dot, then dot bash directory, dot bash rc, then you can see dot profile, dot ssh, and some commands, some files or some folders which are starting with dot. Basically they are the hidden one. Okay, so this -a parameter we will be using along with ls in order to get them. Fine. Now I got the files and folders whatever I have, but if I want to get a little more details about them, then we have some command, in fact some parameter along with this ls. So if I use ls-l, okay, so basically it will give me all the list of all the files with little details, like it gives me some, here you see some rwdx, and also we'll be talking about these things in our coming few videos. Then you see some uh, group id and user id, then you see some date, time, size, and finally the file and folder names. Okay, so fine. So here I can see a little details about my all the directory contents when I use option -l. Okay. Now if I want to check the contents of the details of my hidden files, then I'll be combining two parameters actually. So in order to get uh, my hidden files, I'll be using -a, and in order to get them with details, I'll be using l. So if I type ls-al, I should get the details of all the files, which includes my hidden files as well. Okay, so that's basically uh, what we can do by using command ls. Okay, and what else? Fine. Fine. We will be talking again if we get any more command whenever we work on it. That's fine. But this is fine for as of now. Now let's see what is CD. Okay, so this CD stands for change directory. Okay. Now, as I have shown you, if I do my pwd, that is my print working directory, I am currently into this directory. Okay, but now let us say if I want to go to this hello file directory. Okay, so this hello file is my directory and all these are my files. Okay, and how I got to know this? Because if I see the details over here, so the very first starting point you see over here is D. So this D stands for directory. Okay, and from that I can say, okay, this hello file is my directory. That is, you can treat it as a folder, and all others are my files. Okay, now let us say I want to navigate to this particular folder which is hello file. Okay, in that case I will be using command cd, that is change directory. Okay, so if I do cd, and then I need to give the directory where I want to go in. So I'll type hello file. Okay, and now you can see, and now if I check what is my print working directory, now you can see it is home slash prakash slash hello file. Okay, and if I want to check what are the contents of this hello file, you see it has not listed anything. That means this hello file folder is empty. That's fine. Now what I want to do is I want to return back to my home folder. Okay, so a couple of ways. What I can do is I can use cd and then I can use dot dot. So this double dot cd space double dot, and this double dot specifies that you want to go to previous directory. Okay, so if I do cd dot dot and if I check my print working directory, now you can see I'm navigated back to my home folder. Okay, let me tell you one more thing. Now let us say I want to switch to this hello folder again. So I'll do cd, and if I do type he, okay, and if I type tab, okay, you can see it is typing, it is completing the name of whatever it is, file or folder, whatever it is doing auto complete, right? So that's basically we do it with tab. Okay, so let us say if I just type h and if I do tab, now you can see it is giving me the file name. But because why? Because in this particular directory I have all these files, and the files which are starting with h, there is only single file, right? So even if I type h, it will give me, and if I hit tab, it will mm, give me that particular autocomplete. But if I use o, okay, let us say if I want to go to this output file, anyway this is not a directory, these are both are the files, but let us say if I want to go to this output file, okay, and if I use o and tab, right, it will take me to the, okay, since it is case sensitive it will not work. Let us do that sometime later. Fine. So now I'll go to this hello file directory. Okay, now again if I do my print working directory, I'm navigated to hello file directory. Now if I want to come back to my home directory, I can do cd dot dot, else I can use tilde sign. Okay, so if I use cd tilde, it will take me back to my home directory. If I do my print working directory, and you can see I'm navigated back to my home directory, right? What I use tilde. It is used to navigate to your home directory. Okay, again you can use cd dot dot to go to one step back. Okay, so you need to remember in Unix, dot refers to the present working directory and double dot refers to previous directory, one step back. Okay, so that's what basically cd is about, change working directory. Okay, let us say if you want to change your directory, let us say I want to go to the root directory. Okay, so what is the root directory basically? So let me do cd dot dot again. Now if I do my print working directory, I am into the home folder. Let me do again cd dot dot, and now if I do my print working directory, I am, you can see only slash. Okay, so this is basically a root directory, that is the starting point of your system. Okay, with that is your root directory. Okay, now let us say from this root directory you want to go to your home. Okay, you want to go to your home, and in home you want to go to a directory called as prakash. Then you can type your command like directly like this, cd home slash prakash. Okay, and you will be get to your home folder, right? You can type like this. Let us say if you want to go to two steps back. Okay, so how you can do that? You can type cd dot dot, like it will take you one step back, and if I type again followed by double dot, it should take two steps back, right? If I type pwd, now you can see it is my root directory. Okay, so you can see I used cd tilde, it has taken me to my home directory. So that was pretty much about cd. Now let us talk a little bit about mkdir. So the name suggests it is make directory. Okay, so let us say in my home directory I want to make some folder, I want to create some folders. Okay, so I can use command mkdir, okay, followed by directory name. Okay, or even you can give directory path. Okay, So let us say I want to create a folder, or I'll call it as a directory 1. Okay, and if I check list of my list of content for this particular directory, my home location, you can see dir1 got created. Okay, now let us say I'll switch to this newly created location, that is dir1, and I'll list the content. Obviously it is empty because I do not have anything over there. Great, fine. uh, okay, so that's how we can create a new directory. Or let us say I want to make another directory over here, mkdir, and let us say I want to, or let us go one step back. Okay, now let us say I want to create a new directory within this dir1. Okay, so I'll use mkdir, and in mkdir I want to first switch to dir1, and in dir1 I want to create a subdirectory, subdir. Okay, so okay, give me a second. Okay, so it has created. Okay, so now if I switch to dir1, or in fact I can go directly to dir1 slash sub dir. Okay, so give me a second, cd slash dir1 slash sub dir. Okay, what has happened? Let us go and check. So what is my present working directory? My present working directory is my home directory. Now in my home directory I want to change my directory to cd.dir1, and if I check the content of my dir1, you can see you have subdir1, so that is your directory is created within this dir1. Okay, I can again uh, go to my subdirectory 1. Fine, I am there, and if I want to switch back to my home directory, again cd, it will take me back to my directory. Next, what I have rmdir, that is directory. Okay, so mkdir is to make the directory, to create the directory, to create a folder. Rm directory is to remove the directory, to delete your directory, to delete your folder. Okay, so I'll use rmdir, okay, followed by my folder which I want to delete. So let us say I want to delete dir1. Okay, and it is saying directory is not empty. Okay, because in that particular directory I have another directory. Fine, let us switch to that particular directory, and in that directory I have another directory subdir. Let us try and delete that. Okay, so how I'm going to delete it? rmdir and followed by subdir, and if I hit enter, I should see, I don't see any error message. That means it is got deleted. And if I see list of files now, you see nothing is there. Fine, that means particular directory has been deleted with the command rmdir, but this rmdir is used to remove the directory, to delete the directory if it is empty. That's the constraint. Okay, if it is not empty, then we need to delete it recursively. Okay, and to delete that, okay, before I delete that, let me create one directory, because currently I am in dir1, and I'm trying to delete, I'll try to delete this dir1 recursively. So in order to use recursively, my directory should have some content in it. Okay, either directory or files, whatever it is. So I'll make one directory here called sub. Fine, so now if I go back, okay, or let me check my content now. If I do ls, you can see my dir1 has some directory in it. Fine, let me go back. Okay, now if I type rmdir, and if I try and delete dir1, you can see it is giving me the error because the directory is not empty. That's fine, that we saw earlier as well. So I need to delete it recursively. Okay, so I'll type command as rm to remove hyphen r is to delete the directory or to file recursively, and then followed by my directory name. What is my directory name? It is dir1. Fine, now if I hit enter, Now I should see, I do not see an error message, that means my directory got deleted. If I now I do not see any directory called as dir1, so that means my directory got removed. But to remove the directory, we cannot use this rmdir command directly if directory is not empty. So we need to delete the directory recursively by using hyphen or option with rm, which is used to remove your file. So this rm command basically used to remove your files. Okay. But if we use it with hyphen r and then folder name, it will work to remove your directory even if it has some content in it. Okay, so this was basically all about Unix directory commands. Okay, so we talked about pwd, which is print working directory, which gives me the location where I'm currently in. Then we talked about ls to give the list of all the files and folders. Then couple of options along with ls, that is hyphen a to get my hidden folders, hyphen l to get little details. Again, you can use hyphen ltr to get it more details. You can use hyphen f as well, hyphen p as well. We'll talk about those things whenever it comes in our picture. Then we talked about cd, that is change directory. If you want to navigate from one directory into another directory, again there is some concept called as absolute path and relative path. We will be talking about those things later on. Okay. Then mkdir is to create the directory, rmdir is to remove the directory. Okay, so that's it for this video. In my next video, I'll talk about some special characters and how we can use those special characters along with the commands which we just talked on. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester Manual and Automated for Selenium. In this video, I'm going to talk on Unix file commands. Okay, so as I said, Unix is all about files and processes. So file commands are pretty much important in Unix. Okay, so let us see what and all important file commands we have in Unix. Okay, so the very first Unix command is for file is touch. Okay, so this touch Unix command is basically used to create the file, create new file. Okay, so if you go to your WinSCP, okay, in WinSCP you can find the option to create new file here itself. Okay, so here, give me a second, we do have some option, we never use it. Yeah, here it is, create new file or create new directory or create new link. So if I click on file, it will create new file for me, but that's not the way how we do it. Okay, so I'll go to my putty. Okay, and in putty, as I said, we'll be using touch command, touch, touch followed by file name. Let us say I want to create some file with name file1 dot txt. So this is my file which I want to create. Okay, so touch space file names. Okay, so if I do ls now, I should see file1.txt should be created. Okay, so here it is, file1.txt. so this particular file is created. Okay, now by using this touch command you can create again multiple files. So you just need to give some multiple file names followed by space. Let us say I want to create two files, file2.txt and file3.txt. Okay, so if I hit enter, it should have created two files for me now. Can you see, file1.txt was my previous one and file2.txt and file3.txt are created by using this another touch command combinedly. Okay, so that's what basically your touch command is about. That is used to create your files. Next is cat command. Okay, so this cat command is basically used to display the file content onto your screen. Okay, so now this file1.txt or file2 or any file whatever I just created are my empty file, are a blank file. Okay, so if I do cat to display the content of file1.txt, it will not give me anything because it is blank. Okay, now how can I add content to that specific file? Okay, so I can use option vi. It is for vi editor. Okay, so I'll be talking about vi editor in sometime later. We have a couple of videos for vi editor as well, so talk about vi editor in detail. So for now you can say, like, if I want to add edit or add content to any file, I'll be using vi editor. There are again multiple editors, nano editors and some defaults editor. I prefer vi editor. Okay, so I'll give vi space file1.txt so that it will open file1 uh, to enter me some data. Okay, let me enter some data. I'll enter some data. Give me a second. It is in insert mode. Record one. Give me a second. I'm just trying to add some records. Okay, now let us say I have added sufficient data. Okay, so these are some records in my file which I want to process. Let us say, okay, now I have added sufficient data. Now I want to, now you can see something insert over here. Okay, anyway, we will be talking about all this thing in our vi editor videos. So you can see that it is in insert mode. So in order to save this file, I should insert mode. So you can hit escape key so that it will move into your command mode. Okay, now I need to give some command. Okay, so I'll give command to save and quit. Okay, write and quit so that my file is saved. Now my file1 will have some data. So now if I do cat dot file1, okay, cat file1 dot txt, this time I should see all the data whatever my file had. Okay, so that's what basically cat command is used to display the file content onto the screen. Okay, now next one is rm, is used to remove your files. Okay, you can again have like remove multiple files or single files. So let us say if I do ls, now I have some file1, file2, file3. So my file1 has data. I'm not going to remove my file1, but I can remove file2.txt. so if I hit enter and if I do ls, now I do not see my file2 over here, right? So basically this rm command is used to remove your files. Okay, and there are some option like you can use hyphen r option in order to delete your files recursively, or you can even use hyphen I, rm hyphen I, so that it will query for user confirmation. Like let us say I have file3 to delete. Okay, so it will ask me for my confirmation. Okay, now can you see remove regular empty file file3.txt. I'll give yes. Now my file should have been removed. Okay, now my file is removed. Now I have only file1.txt. That's fine. So rm is basically used to remove your files, and as I said, there are two options which I can use with rm. One r to do the operations recursively, that is remove operations, and I to query user for confirmation. Next I have is cp. Cp command is basically used to copy the files. Okay, I can copy the files from one directory to another directory, that is my source file path to my destination file path. Okay, now let us say okay, so if we check ls-l, okay, so here my dir1 is my directory. Okay, so you can see dir1 is my directory. Now what I want to do is I want to copy this file1 from my home location to dir1 directory. Okay, so that's I can do with cp. Okay, so I'll do something like cp, and I want to copy file1 txt to where I want to move it to or copy it to dir1 slash file1.txt. Okay, so it's asking me cannot create a regular file dir1. Okay, okay, now it should have been copied. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll switch to dir1. and I'll just list out the content. And if I check this content of file 1 now, I believe this file 1 was there earlier as well, but if I check the content, I can get to know the file 1 is the latest one or the older one. Okay, now can you see the content or whatever I had added? So that means my file is copied from one directory into another. Okay, so in copy as well, you can have hyphen or option to copy the file recursively. uh, mv. Okay, so the next command is mv, is to move, or even we can do rename as well. So let us say, let me go back to my directory, and if I do ls now, you can see I have file 1. Okay, so let us say I want to move this file 1. So earlier we did a copy, right? Copy from one directory into another directory, but now in case, let us say I want to move this file from one directory. So I want to move file 1.txt to dir1. I'll move it to dir1 slash file9.txt. let us say this time I'll give file9.txt, and if I switch to, or let us say the content over here, now here I do not see, in my current directory I do not see anything called as file1 because I use mv command, which is to move. Okay, and I moved dir1 directory. Let me switch to dir1, and if I do ls now, I should see something called as file9.txt, which is moved from my home directory, right? So that's how we use mv command. Again, with this mv command, you can use user confirmation with hyphen I option. What next? Okay, and I've shown you how we can rename as well, right? So whenever you move the file, uh, it will, you can keep the same name or you can rename it, right? So you can see, like earlier the name was where it is, file1.txt, and I changed the name to file9.txt while I move the file. So that's what we can move and rename or rename, whatever. Then we have more command. Okay, so this, we have basically two commands, more and less. Okay, so this more and less command, again basically we have four different commands: more, less, head and tail. Okay, so now if I want to check the content of, basically all these four commands are used to view the file content. Okay, so let us say, let us talk about head first. Okay, so head command is to display first 10 records from your file. Okay, first 10 records starting from header. So that's what head is about: displays the first 10 record of any file whichever you view with head command. Then on the similar line, we have something called as tell. Okay, so you must have guessed, tell command is used to view last 10 lines. So these are my last 10 lines of my particular file. So head is to view first 10 lines, tail is to view last 10 lines. Okay, so we might have some cases like I just want to verify my let us say I have some data, test data into my file, or whatever production data whatever I have, and my file have, let us say, some lakhs of record, and I just want to verify a couple of things. Like I just want to verify if my header record is correct and my trailer record is correct. So my header record is first one, trailer record is last one. So if I want to verify those things, then I can use this specific command. So header, I'll use head command to verify my header because I just want to view first record, so I can get first 10. And to view last one, I'll not open the complete file, I'll just get last 10 records, so that the operation will be faster, right? So what are the advantages of these commands? More, less, head and tail are the operation will get faster, right? Because it will not load the complete file into memory. Okay, now let us talk about more. If I use more, and what's my file name, file9.txt. Okay, and you can see it is giving me the option to scroll, right? So it is showing me more over here, and if I hit enter, it is scrolling for me, right? So that I can view my data one by one. So that's what we can use more is for. Now I'm done with that. If I use less and my file 9.txt, okay, so yeah, so it will again give me okay, so the advantage of list is, let me quit, so I can use, let us say, -5 with file 9.txt. It will just give me give me a second, what is giving me complete records. Okay, let us do less. We can use basically some options over here. Like if I do less -5 and my file 9.txt, it will show me last 5 lines basically. Okay, so if I hit scroll by hitting enter, you can see it is showing me W2, W3, 5 and P and RE. Right? So it is basically showing me the last few lines based on my parameters or options what I specify. Okay, so if I want to come out, okay, so basically this option, as I said, head and tail are used to see the first 10 and last 10, and option cat is to display the content, whereas this option more and option less are so some different purpose, which is it to view the file contents in the section determined by the size of your terminal. So it takes care of your size of your terminal, and it gives you the option to check the contents by uh, like page by page. Okay, so that's the basic difference in between your head like more or less and cat and other two head and tail. There is one more option, like with more command. Let us say you just want to see the content from fifth line. So if I give more 5 and file 9.txt, it will show me the content from my record number 5, right? So that's what this particular option does. So this was about the option. Again, we can perform search operations in this more and less command. Like let us say if I want to perform something, I can to perform any search operation, I can use slash followed by the string which I want to search, hit enter, it will do search for me, right? That's the basic thing. Okay, so that's what I had for this video. Basically all the different Unix file commands which are majorly used. So that's it. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Testers. In this video, I'm going to show you a few more commands which can be used in Unix. Okay, so the very first one which I want to show you on the terminal. So, like in order to create a terminal, we use clear. But one shortcut I want to tell you is, instead of clear, what you can do is you can use Control L. It will clear basically a terminal for you. Okay, so fine. Now let us switch to our video where I'm going to talk on some Unix commands like who am I, who, su, exit, add user, su, and sudo. Okay, so let us start with the first one. So my first command is who. So who basically gives you the information about your username, your date timestamp, and few other things. Okay, so the similar thing is if I use who, basically it will, yeah, and if I use w, basically it will give me the time from when my this. Okay, so basically it gives me the more details, like from where I am connected, the CPU timing, idle time, logging in, my user. It gives you details like that. Okay, it also gives you from when your Unix server is up, okay, how many users it is connected with, and other things. The important one is su. So su is basically used to switch to root user. Okay, so the current user which I am logged in is, you can see here, it is Prakash. Okay, so if you want to see what is your users, you can just click on users. So this particular users command will give you the and it is used to basically show the usernames of the user which are currently logged into current host. So currently I'm logged in with my username Prakash. Okay, now let us say I want to switch from Prakash to my root user, so I can use basically command cd, sorry, it will ask me for password. Let me enter my password, and now you can see now I am logged in with root. Okay, so now I am with root user. Okay, so that's it. That is basically su is used to switch to basically your root user. Okay, and if you want to go back to your normal user, exit from root user, then you can use the command called as exit. You will be directed to your user, the previous one where you logged in, right? So that is basically your exit command. Okay, and if you want to add the user, so basically you can use command like add user, and then you can give username, some username basically. Okay, so it is saying add user command not found, because add user is something which your admin should perform, that is your root user should perform. So the very first thing, I'll switch to my root user using command su. I'm typing my password. Okay, now I'm at my root user, and now I'll use add user, and I'll give user 1. This time it is asking me to adding new user, enter a new Unix password for that particular user. I'm entering the Unix password. Fine, it is asking me to confirm few things. If you want to enter, otherwise just hit enter. It will consider the default one. Information is correct, yes, and my now new user is created. Great. So this is how you can use this command add user. Su I already talked. Okay, now let us say now I am into root user. Okay, now let us say I want to change to my user which is newly created, which is my su user 1. So this basically su command, if you are passing the particular username, then I will get into that particular user. Yeah, so now you can see I'm with logged in with user 1, right? So this is you can use su followed by your username. Okay, and if you want to switch to your again you to your normal user, then you will be using exit command. It will take you to root user, and if you want to exit again, then you will get back to your the user where you logged in. Okay, so this exit is basically used to go one level up. Okay, so this is how you can use this su command to switch to your root user as well, and if you enter the username followed by su, then it will take you to that particular account. And the final one is sudo. Okay, so sudo is basically used to perform or execute any command with root privileges. Okay, if you are not able to execute any command with your account privileges, then basically you can type any command like sudo and then the command which you are trying to enter. So in my case, let us say I'm just trying to execute ls command, but it is with sudo, that is with admin privileges. Like in our windows, like we do start with something like start with admin, run as administrators, right? So it's something like that. It start with root privileges. Fine. Now okay, and if I want to see all the users, okay, so basically this users command, as I said, it will give you the list of users which are currently logged into your Unix server. So my Unix server with some host, and I'm currently only one user who is logged in. That is what this users command gives. But if you want to get a list of all users which are not even logged in currently, but they are users of your system, then what you can do is basically you can get it from where it, okay, it is in etc slash, give me a second. So this cat command basically is used to display the information, and I'm going to directory cat, sorry, etc, and in etc we have some file password. Okay, so if I use cat etc password, it will give basically all the information along with all the users, like AEC underscore Prakash is my user, RSAK is my user, Prakash is my user, Automation Talks is my user, user1 is the newly created user, right? It will give all the information, but it will give you some other information as well, which I don't want. Okay, so in that case, what you can use is basically you can use the piping concept. Okay, so let us say I want the very first step, I want to get this information, and from this information, output of this particular first command will act as a input to my second command, and in my second command what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut up a specific portion. Okay, and I just want to get this the first one, right? And in this command, sorry, in this file, you can see everything is separated by colon. Okay, so what I can do is I can use hyphen d, which is basically used to define a separator. So my separator here is colon. Okay, so hyphen d, and then I'll use a parameter where I want to select my field. So I will use hyphen f. So this hyphen f is basically used to select your fields, which column you want, which field you want basically. So I want my first field. Okay, so I hope it is clear. So cat etc password, it will give me the output which you are just seeing on the screen, but out of this output I just want to extract, cut only the first column where it is separated with colon. And now you can see the only first column, and you can refer the last 4 or 5 rows where it is giving me all the users, right? So this is how basically you can get all the users for which you have the user account created on this particular host, right? So this is all about the Unix command which I wanted to talk in this video. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to talk on special characters which we can use along with various commands on your command prompt. Okay, whatever you're going to interact with Unix server, we can use some special characters along with the commands which we use. Okay, so let us start without delay. So the first one is tilde. Okay, so tilde we saw in my last video as well. It is used to go to your current directory. Okay, so let us say, okay, so let us say I am in some directory. Okay, so if I do pwd, and if I want to, I'm in some directory that is dir1, but it is not my home location. So if I want to switch to my home location, I can go simply back, because home slash Prakash is my home directory. This is my home directory, so I can just go one step back. Like I can use cd dot dot, or instead of using that, you can use tilde symbol. Okay, cd tilde. Okay, so I'm there in my home directory. Okay, so this is easy. In this case, we can simply use cd dot dot as well, because you are just one step ahead. But let us say if you are some 4 to 5 steps ahead, then you need to type cd dot dot 4 to 5 times. Instead of that, you can use this tilde, which is used to which refers basically your user home directory. Okay, so fine. Okay, now I said here is if you use dollar home. Okay, so let us say if I use something like dollar home over here, what I get is not a is a directory. Fine, it is because this dollar, that means it is a environment variable. But if I do something like this echo, and now if I use home, what should I get? Now can you see, I get my present working not present working directory, it is my home directory basically, right? So this home environment variable specific to my account, which is set to home slash Prakash. Okay, and if you want to display anything on your prompt, okay, your this put in this case, you can use option echo. So let us say I want to type something like echo hello, right? So it will type hello for you. Okay, and in this case, what we used echo dollar home, so it has displayed me a value, whatever value we have there in the home directory, right? So this was one of the uh, command which we can use. And let us say now I want to clear the content whatever I have in this prompt. Okay, so I will use another command called as clear, so that it will clear all the content for me. Okay, and now I'll start from fresh. Okay, now let us say which directory I am in. Currently I am in my home directory. That's great. What and all I have in my home directory? I have some directory called as dir1. I want to switch to that directory because in that directory I have some files which I am going to use now. Okay, so if I go to dir1, you can see I have multiple files called as file11.txt, file1.txt, file2.txt, file3.csv, and some another file. Fine. The next one we saw how we can use a dollar is used to access the variables. Okay, not specifically environment variable only, but variable can be accessed with the help of this dollar. Okay, let us take another example of path. Okay, so if I do echo and dollar path, it should give me the path value whatever is there. Okay, so like in our Windows we do environment variable and we set a path variable from where your particular program should be picked up. On the similar line there is another path variable in your Unix as well. Okay, and this dollar symbol is used to retrieve its value. Fine. What next? Ampersand is used to put your commands in background. Okay, so there are basically two kinds of processes. Foreground process, like whatever currently you see over here, it is a foreground process, and there is another concept called as background process. Okay, and if you want to execute any command in the background process, you can use this particular ampersand. Okay, so I'll be talking about this foreground process and background process in next few videos, so I'll skip this as of now. What next we have is star. There is a wild card. Okay, so wild card basically return a matching zeros or more characters. Okay, so if I do echo okay, or let us say now if I do list here, now you can see I get number of files. But now let us say I don't know like, or I need some file which are starting with file. Okay, and the files which are starting with file, I have many files like file1, file1, file2, file3. I have many files, right? So I want all the files which are starting with file. Okay, so I will type file and then star. There can be anything after file because I just want the file which are starting with file dot txt. If I hit enter, you can see I got in fact all the files because all of my files are starting with uh, a file. Now let us modify it. I want all the files. Okay, but we noticed one difference over here. I have one file3.csv over here, and here I have all the text file because I used .txt over here. Just the difference was this star over here, any file starting with star with extension txt. Fine. And now let us say I want any file which is starting with star and which can have any extension. So I'll use star again after dot. So I should see your CSV file as well over here, right? So that's what. So this particular wildcard star is used whenever you're not sure what particular and how many particular places some character or some numeric value will be there in your file name. Okay, in fact it will be used in your shell scripts as well. So this is basically a wildcard. It gives you the all the matching 0 or more characters. What next we have? We have another wildcard which is your question mark, but the difference is in star it will return 0 or more characters. Okay, that could be any number of. But okay, you must have noticed over here I used where it is, I used file star. Okay, so my file was file11, so here it has picked two places, one place, two, one place, one place, and here it has taken some 8 to 10 places, right? So star can take more characters from 0 to n characters. Fine, but this question mark is a wild card which takes exactly one character. Okay, so let us say if I do something like, if I want to list all which has only one character after file. Okay, so I'll give something like file question mark dot txt. Okay, it will return me only two files, file1.txt and file2.txt, because remaining files are like file11 which is not matching, file3 but it is with csv extension, and this is again not matching. I can do something like this as well, file question mark and ending with any extension, right? So it will include now file3.csv as well, because file followed by exactly one number of character. That's what this question mark wildcard does. Okay, so that's what this can be used again in combination with any of the command. Okay, this slash is basically used as a continuation. So if you have a command which you want to split in multiple lines, you can use this basically. Next I have is okay, so next I have is a single quote. Okay, so this single quote, what it says is the shell will not evaluate most special characters contained within this quote. Okay, so let us say if I use something like okay, so if I do something like echo, okay, and if I do something like echo home with dollar, it is replacing the value of this home in my terminal. Fine. Now, if I don't want to get that value replaced, let us say in my shell script, okay, I want to use $home as it is, then in that case, I will be using it in single quote, okay, like this. And this time, it should print the actual thing what I had included in single quote, not its value, right? So it's just like a string. Most it's saying is most of the special characters will not work over here, like, so this dollar does not have any meaning over here, any special meaning, because this dollar has a special meaning which is used to access the variables or environment variables. That's what the single quote is used to. Another one is double quote. Okay, double quote is again okay, so this double quote is used to evaluate your variables contained within your double quotes. Okay, so in the previous example, if I use echo dollar home, it was not replacing the value of dollar home, right? Because this single quote is used to in fact to skip the meaning of the special character dollar. Okay, but if you want to print it somehow, then you can, like, let us say you have some statement. Okay, let us say you have some statement, some string, so you will be putting that string in a double quote. So let us say my home folder location is, okay, and now you want to insert your home variable, environment variable. Okay, and I'll close it with a double quote. Okay, now can you see it has printed a string for me along with the replaced value of your environment variable home, right? So that's the difference in your single quote and double quote. So this double quote mainly we use it whenever we deal with string, and along with string, if you have any environment variable and if you want to translate that environment variable into the actual value, then we will be using like this. And finally we have backtick. Okay, so this is your backtick. Okay, so the both are different, single quote and backtick both are different. Okay, so this backtick is basically used to execute the command contained within these quotes. Okay, so this double quote we can translate the value of your environment variables, in fact the variables starting with dollar excuse me. In backtick, by using backtick you can translate any commands. Okay, so let us say if I use some string like this, list of files is, okay, something like this. Okay, and now within this I want to execute some command. So to put that command I should enclose that command with backtick. Okay, so not till, it should be backtick. and I want to execute command ls. Okay, I'll complete the backtick and then complete my double quote. Okay, now can you see? uh, okay, I should in fact use echo. I forgot to write echo over there. Give me a second. Okay, now can you see? It has printed list of file is whatever I printed over here. List of file is where it is here. List of files is it has printed, and then it has translated this ls as a command. Okay, and it has printed the result of that particular command. Okay, so that's what basically this backtick is used for. Okay, so these are some special characters which we can incorporate with many of your commands, whatever we use in our day-to-day operations. Okay, so that's it for this video. In next video I'll talk about some Unix file commands. Thank you. Okay, let's start talking about Linux file permission. Let us try and understand why do we need to work with file permission, or why do we need to understand Unix file permission. Okay, so if I go to my Unix terminal putty, okay, so let me just increase the size. Give me a second. Where is this setting? Okay, sounds good now. Now, fine. If I do ls minus ltr, it will give me some list of files. Okay, and as I mentioned in my previous video, where I forgot to talk a couple of things, so I thought of continuing this video. You can see I just changed the permission for this f1 as hyphen everywhere. That means no one has the permission to read, write, and execute the particular file. Okay, now let us take an example. If I try and edit the particular file, what happens? Like if I try and edit vif1.txt, so it gives me the error like permission is denied. Okay, so I'm not able to edit this particular file. Okay, why? Because because even as a owner, the first 3 byte QC hyphen, that means even the user or the owner of this particular file do not have the permission to edit. Ideally, this is not the ideal scenario. The ideal scenario could be like, because the owner will be having all the accesses. But if I am other than user or other than user group, then I should restrict some permissions to them, like uh, other than user group should not be able to edit the things or something like that, right? So I should impose the permission restrictions on them, and you already saw, right? If they do not have permission, they will not be able to uh, write the particular file. Okay, let us check what happens if I try and delete this f1.txt. Okay, so what it is saying is remove write protected regular file f1.txt, so it is not allowing me to do, right? So I'll fine. Now what else I wanted to show you is, let us say I have some shell script. Okay, so this .sh is my shell script. Okay, we'll be talking about shell script in detail, you need not to worry. So you can see for shell script, actually, so this is a script, it is a program which I need to execute, right? So to execute the shell script, I need to have the execute permissions, right? But here you can see, even as a user, as a particular owner of this particular file, I have only read and write accesses, not execute access, right? So if I try and execute the shell script, okay, script.sh, okay, we have two ways to execute it, actually, we'll talk on that detail. So I just gave dot, which refers my current directory, slash script.sh. Now it is asking me, it is stating me permission denied, I do not have access to do that. Okay, if I do something like chmod, I'm changing the permissions using chmod, and I'm setting it to 744, let us say. Okay, because 7 means I am giving all three permissions, read, write, and execute, to user for my file script.sh. Okay, And if I try this command now, script.sh, now this time I am able to execute my shell script. You can see exec started and it is doing some execution. That's fine. I'm going to terminate that execution using Control C. My execution is terminated. And if I see ls-l, you can see my script.sh got now execute permission for user or owner of that particular file. Fine, so that's how if you do not have access, you need to get the access to work with particular file, particular directory, particular script, and then only you can work. So this is how Unix maintains security for their files, directories, and processes basically. Fine, so that's it. Thank you. In this video, I'm going to talk on Unix file permission. The video belongs to Unix for Testers course series. Unix file permission. Okay, so whenever we hear the word file permission, what comes in our mind? So we think of security related aspects. Okay, so as I said, in Unix, everything is about files and processes. So files are used to store the data, then the data is processed with the help of processes, right? So that's it. Unix is all about files and processes. So if I want my system or my data to be very much secure, now in Unix case there are only two things, files and processes. So if I want security, then I need to apply the security related things on my file processes. Okay, so on files, what and all I can do on files, I can restrict like if I can create if I can give some user access of creating or deleting the directories or copying or moving or deleting the files, right? So I can give some access based on their roles, right? So that is about the files. About processes in Unix, there is like everyone will not have the access to start the processes, right? You need to give the access explicitly to specific user, right, to trigger the processes, to execute the processes, right? So that's how the security related concern gets handled in Unix, right? So it restricts the users by default not to perform some operations like okay, so let us go into little details. So types of permissions for files and directories. Okay, so let me open my Excel spreadsheet. I can explain it better there. Give me a second. Okay, so let us say we have two things. We have files. Give me a second. And we have directories. We have two things, files and directories, where my data is stored. Okay, and there are three kind of operations which I can do. I can do read operation, I can do write operation, and I can do execute operation. So these are the three operations can be done. Let us see if I have, what happen if I have read operations on the file. Okay, so if I have read operations on the file, then you can look at the file content. Because you have the read access. If you have a write access, you can modify file content. And if you have execute permissions for that particular file, okay, then you can run the program. So why I didn't took uh, processes over here? Because in Unix, processes will get triggered via files itself. Like if I want to execute any shell script, basically that shell script is my file only. When I execute that shell script from that particular file, it will get converted into a process, right? So if I have execute permission on specific file, then only I can run the program. If I have write, then I can modify, read. These are the basic things. So, fine. Now let us talk about directories. If I have read access to the directories, then okay, if I have read access, then I can to read the directories, what basically we do the command ls, right? So if I go to my particular directory, and let us say if I have read access to this particular directory, then I can do ls. I can get the list of commands, a list of contents in the specific folder. Basically, that's what I can just read the folder contents. That's what my read access is. Okay, and if I have write access to the directory, that means I can create new files, rename existing files, and delete the files, right? So I can create, modify, rename, and delete files basically, right? Because those files belongs to the folders, and I have directory is nothing but your folder only. So if I have write access to the directory, I can perform all these operations, right? And what else? If I have execute permission, then I can do basically cd on that particular directory, right? So see, let us say if I have okay, let me go to my WinSCP now. Okay, so in WinSCP, if I go to the root folder, okay, and in root my particular home is present in this home location and Prakash. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm going in two folders detail. Like first I'm going into home, and then I'm going to Prakash. So if I do not have the execute permission on this particular home, then I will not be able to open this home folder. Okay, so let us say for this RSA key or AC underscore Prakash, I think I do have access because I might have logged in via root. Fine, but if you do not have the write access or sorry execute access, then you will not be able to see the content, right? Or sorry, not able to see the content, but not able to move to that particular directory. That's what I said. You will not be able to cd. You will not be able to change the directory, right? So basically there are three kinds of permissions, basically read, write, and execute, which we will be talking now. So, and in order to change the permission, there is some command called as chmod, which is change mode. Okay, and one more thing is okay, now let me go to my Unix. Now if I do ls, I get the list of files. Fine. Now if I want a little details, then what I do is I do ls hyphen l to get the details of the processes. Okay, so here you can see few columns. Okay, now what are these columns? So let me start for, say, I can take any file basically. Okay, so let me take this file basically, the second one. Okay, so you can see these details. Okay, so these are number of columns. So this is the very first uh, character, basically the very first position denotes or defines whether what is your basically a file type, whether it is a folder or it is a file. Or a folder is nothing but your directory. So if you see anything starting with D over here, that means it is a directory, it is a folder. And if you see hyphen over here, that means it is your file. Fine, so this is your first column. Now in second column you see something like rwx r hyphen hyphen something like that. Okay, so I'll talk about this in a moment. Fine. Then next we have the third column, which represent memory blocks. Basically, yeah, it represents a memory blocks, how many memory blocks are utilized by this specific files or folder, whatever it is. Then this is my user, this is my user group, and this is basically the size of particular file in byte. Okay, so if you see in directory, they have the default size 4096. These two are the directory, it is the default size. But if you see the files, they have the size in bytes based on the content what they have in it. Okay, and then you have some date and all, and we have the your actual file or directory name. Fine. Now let us talk about these things. Okay, so let me just copy and let me paste it in notepad somewhere. Fine. So I just copied this. So as I said, there was one first character which was indicating what is your file type. Now the second, you can see there are total 9 bytes. Okay, so 3 bytes, and then you have another 3 bytes, and then you have another 3 bytes. Okay, so this first 3 bytes corresponds to user, second 3 bytes corresponds to user group, okay, and the third 3 bytes corresponds to anyone else apart from user and user group. Fine. Now what they mean? So R is stands for read permission, W stands for write permission, hyphen means they do not have any permission, right? So what this mean is, if I talk about this specific file, okay, so to this specific file, the first 3 bytes are for user. So for this specific file, the user have read and write access, and the third one is for execute. So the user has read write access but no execute access, and the second one I said user group. So next three is R hyphen hyphen, R hyphen hyphen. What this means is, the user group, anyone from the user group has only read access, no write and execute access. And last 3 bytes states that anyone other than your user and user group have only read access, no write and execute access. Similarly, if you talk about the directory, in directory, if you are a user, then you have all 3 accesses, read, write, and X means execute. Fine. If you are a user group, if you are a part of user group, then you have read and execute access, and anyone else also have read and execute access. Now this execute is nothing but simply you are able to browse or navigate to that particular folder, because in terms of directory, X is nothing but you are able to navigate to that particular directory. So I hope you are clear now. The first 3 bytes are for user, it states permission basically. Next 3 bytes are for user group, and next 3 bytes are for anyone else. Now, okay, as I said, 3 things: owner, group, and other. Okay, now let us take an example. Okay, so let us take an example of this file f1.txt. Okay, now what I want to do is, I want to change the file permission for this file f1. Okay, and as I said, we have command called as chmod, which is change mode. And to change the syntax basically for this chmod is, for owner there is some number, for group there is some number, and for other there is some number basically, followed by for which file or directory you want to change the permission. Okay, so fine. So, let me go to my notepad now. Fine. Okay, so let us say if you do not want any permission, like you do not want read permission, do not want write permission, do not want any kind of permission or execute permission, then basically your number will be 0. That it is basically a octal representation, right? You know octal code, 3 bytes basically, that's the octal. Then if you do not want, let us say, a read permission, write permission, and if you just want execute permission, then your number will be 1, something like that. If you do not want read permission, you just want write permission and do not want execute permission, your number will be 2. Okay, so basically your numbering will start like this. And let us say if you want all 3 permissions, okay, if you want read permission, write permission, and execute permission, your number will come to 7. Okay, so it is like, if you want only execute permission, number will be 1. If you want read permission, your number will be 4. and for write permission your number will be 2. So based on this, for execute number is 1, for write number is 2, and for for read number is 4, and for write number is 2. Okay, so now what I wrote over here, like yeah, that's what I wrote over here, like your number is calculated like for read there is 4 multiplied by 4, write corresponds to 2, execute corresponds to 1. Now I'll little bit simplify this. Let us say my this particular file. Okay, uh, I have some file f1.txt. Okay, and my this f1.txt file wants all three permissions: read, write, and execute. Okay, so what number I have for read? For read I have number 4. For what number I have 2. For execute what number I have 1, that is 4 plus 2 6 plus 1 7. So for rwx I need to give 7. Okay, and we have three things. We have something for user, something for user group, something for anyone else, right? So let us say for user I want to give all three permissions, so I will give 7. Okay, and let us say for user group I just want to give the write access, so for here I'll give only 2. And let us say anyone else I do not want to give any access, so I'll give 0. So basically my number is turned into 7 to 0. Okay, so how this chmod commands works, basically it is chmod followed by your number. Now what is my number? My number is 720. What this 720 defines? 720 defines, okay, for this specific file, f1 you are trying to set a permission 720, which corresponds 7 for user. 7 is starting first number in fact, so it first stands for user, second stands for group, third stands for anyone else. 7 stands for you want to give all three permission: read, write, and execute. User group you want to give the write permission. For anyone else you do not want to give any permission. That's what it states. Now if I execute this command, okay, so for this f1 you can see currently it is rwrr. Okay, now if I execute the command what I wrote now, chmod 720 f1.txt, and if I do ls-l, I should see something different. Can you see? It is rwx, and earlier it was rw, right? And for other it was r, but in this case it is hyphen, that means no permission for other, right? So that's how you can give the permission. Fine. Okay, now there are some different ways as well. Okay, how you can give the permissions. Okay, so okay, let us take another example. Let us say you want to read, write, and just you want to do read and write, but the whole world you don't want to do that. Then in that case you will use, let us find it out. You will use what you want to just read and write. You want read and write, so in your case it will be 6, and the whole world don't want to do anything, so you will do chmod 600 followed by your file name. Now let us take an example. You want to read, write, and execute, and the world, the rest of the other world don't want to do anything. So in that case you will use chmod 700, because 7 means all three permission for user, 0 means no permission for user group, 0 means no permission for the whole world. Okay, so basically these things are, see, this 7 means you can execute, so this 700 is this kind of permission is great if you are giving it to some script, because script is something which only I want to execute, right? So 700 is the best security permissions for scripts, right? Fine, let me tell you another way how you can give the permissions. Okay, so as I said, we have three things: user, user group, and anyone else, right? So In short, these are termed as U for user, okay, and then G for group, okay, and then we treat as A for anyone else, okay. So by using these short names now, U for user, G for group, and A for anyone else, we will try to give the permissions. Now let us say chmod. Okay, now for this file 1, what I want to do is I want to, now this file 1 has write and read, write and execute permission basically for sorry, for user, right? So what I want to do is for user, so I want to perform action on user, so I typed u, and from user I want to remove the permission. So for removing I will use minus, and what permission I want to remove, I want to remove w and x permission from user. Okay, this u stands for user, minus or hyphen stands for removing the permission, and which permission you want to remove, w and x. Okay, and for which file, it is f1.txt. okay, it is executed successfully. Let us do ls-l, and this time you should see for file f1 you have only write and execute permission got revoked, right? So this is how we can use. Let us take another example. This time let us say you want to add okay, now this time you want to add what uh, all three permission to anyone else. Okay, so for anyone else, what we have a. Okay, so for anyone else, let us say you want to add all three read, write and execute. Okay, so a plus read, write, execute for f1.txt. okay, if I hit enter and if I do ls-ltr or l whatever, then for file f1 you should see anyone has all three permission rwx, right? So I did it only for like anyone a. Okay, so that means anyone else, or if you just want to do it for other. Okay, so there are two different things, o and a. So this o means only last 3 bytes and a means anyone. Okay, so this is the difference. So let us say now from this file f1 you have all three permissions for everything. So let us say now you want to remove some permission from other, that is the last 3 bytes you want to remove, rwx, all the accesses you want to remove from other. So from f1.txt I am done, and if I do ls-l and for f1 I should see all three accesses got removed from other. Right? So basically this is how you can you can use these short terms to give the permission. So you can do it in both ways. You can give it by numbers, or you can give it with this short abbreviations by using plus and minus. Again, you can combine the two things, like if you want to, let us say chmod, if you want for group, if you want, let us say in to the group, if you want to give read and execute access, and for other you want to only execute access. So if you want to do many things for the same file, then you can separate them by comma, you can execute, and you should see the things should get reflected as they want. Okay, so this is basically how you can manage the Unix file permission. Okay, so that's what this is what all we saw. So let us take an example. If we have chmod 754, so this 7 stands for user, 5 stands for group, and 4 stands for others. Okay, so this 7 means all three permission, read, write, execute, 4 plus 2 plus 1. 5 means 4 plus 1, that means read plus execute, so read plus execute for group, and this 4 means only read permission, for others, right? So this is how the Unix file permission get handled in basically Unix. Yeah, Okay, so that's it. I have in this Unix file permission video where we mostly talked about this chmod command and why file security is important and how this file security is handled with the help of this file permissions. Okay, thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, Unix manual concepts, and how we can automate all those Unix processes which we used in our day-to-day task as a part of testing, which can be integrated with any test automation framework. Let us say Selenium in this case because mostly I'm using Java in this case. Fine. So let us talk about Unix processes. Okay, so first let us try and understand what is process. Okay, so process, it's a general term. Okay, and in Unix terminology, a process is called as, it is an instance of running a program. Whenever we execute any program, that particular instance of that program is called as a process, or we may call it as a program. Process is a program in execution. Okay, whenever we start execution of particular program, that triggers a process, or that is, let us say, that gets converted into a process. Let's take an example. If let us say three people are running the same program simultaneously, and then it will create a different processes, because the same program is triggered by three different people, let us say three different users. So three different processes will get created, not just one, right? In fact, we might have more number of processes running even when only one person is executing a program, because one person may call another, sorry, one program may call another program, which may call another sub program, something like that. It's like splitting the programs. Okay, so like one process can get into a multiple processes. So basically process, whenever we run the program, it will get converted into a process. So that's what my process is. Okay, so uh, okay, so what processes can be, like how the processes will get triggered. Okay, so whenever I run any shell script, my processes will get triggered. Whenever I execute any command, my, in fact, programs. Okay, so because commands are nothing but programs, right? Programs in for Unix, programs are called as commands, right? Or it might be any daemon or any scripts. Okay, so whenever we trigger any of these things, your process will start. Okay, so let us take an example. If I go to my Unix box and give me a second. Okay, so if I do something like this, pwd, give me a second. Okay, so if I do kind of pwd, that is my print working directory, it is giving me some output. Okay, so I'm hitting one command. So internally what is happening is, this command is nothing but a program for Unix. So this command will trigger a program, that program will trigger a process, right? So ultimately my command will trigger a process. So likewise, whenever I execute any shell script, it will trigger a process. Okay, so that's what your process can be triggered with shell scripts or commands. Okay, so next is, what is the parent of all processes? Okay, so basically when we boot up my Unix machine, okay, so what happens is, it initialize all the things, like what hardwares I'm using, what softwares I'm using, like it initializes all the things, right? And all, so for initializing all those things, we need a script. Okay, so basically there is one process called as init. Okay, so if I go to my, let us say, WinSAP, this time I'll go to WinSAP. I'm browsing the same Unix server basically. So if I go to my root folder and if I go to etc, and in etc folder, if I go to apt, so here I find some scripts. Okay, some scripts. So basically all these scripts get triggered automatically whenever my Unix system boots up. Okay, and basically that's the function of init process. Okay, init, init process, initialization process. Okay, uh fine. And so basically init is the parent process for all. It is a parent of all processes, init process. And there is something similar, another process which is again mostly used during boot up time itself, which is jetty command, getty, okay, which takes care of your logins of different users or different sessions. It takes care of all those things. So basically init is your what I can say, parent of all the processes. Fine. What next? Okay, so okay, before I move to the types of processes, let us understand little more about commands. Okay, so whenever any command is issued to a Linux or any Unix OS, basically it creates or starts a new process. For example, as I have shown you, whenever we issued a command pwd, it creates a process for you. Okay, and whenever the process is created or a process is started, each process in Unix or Linux have a 5-digit ID called as process ID or PID. Okay, and that 5-digit ID will be unique in your uh, Unix operating system. Okay, and it ranges around 1 to 30,000 or 0 to 30,000 in fact. Okay, okay, and since it is a unique, as I said, it is a unique process ID, it will not be same for multiple processes. Each process will be having the unique uh, process ID. Okay, so if I go to, okay, I'll talk about commands later on little bit. Okay, but to get the list of processes, we have a command called ps, and here you see something called as PID, which is my process ID. So you can see I have two processes running over here, it has, and two processes have different process IDs. So basically these are your process IDs. Okay, and it ranges from 0 to 30,000. Okay, and it is unique for all the processes. Now let us start talking about your types of processes. So as I have mentioned here, we have two types of processes: foreground process and a background process. So from the name itself we can understand foreground process. Every process when it is started run, it by default it starts its running in foreground. Okay, so it's like whenever I hit any command, like as I done over here pwd, my command is starting in foreground. That is, I can in fact it is a user interactive, like I can enter the input, or I can see the output. So basically it is foreground which I can see. Okay, so the basic disadvantage of foreground process is when a command or a process is running in foreground and it is taking a lot of time, no other processes can be run or started because the prompt would not be available until the program finishes processing and comes out, right? Because see, this I typed pwd, it has given me instant result, but there might be some program, when I start those particular program, it might take some minutes to execute, some hours to execute. Okay, and while those programs are executing, I may not be able to do any other things. Okay, let us take an example. Okay, in my this particular directory I have some shell script. Okay, yeah, I have this shell script, and I'll tell you later on in detail like how we can execute shell script and all that. We need not to worry, just I'm running it over here with command sh script dot sh. I'll demonstrate about creating script, executing script in our later videos. That's perfectly fine. So as I said, when process will get triggered, whenever we fire any command, any program or any script, my process will get triggered. Okay, so before I run this shell script, you can see we have only two processes. That's fine. Now I'm going to trigger this particular process. Fine. And here you can see my it has printed something that is a part of my shell script, and I do not see anything to enter or input over here, or I do not see any output because my shell script is running. It is running. Okay, and in fact I have just entered some sleep time over there, but it is running, let us say, right? So in this particular time I'm not able to use this particular terminal, right? So that's what the basic disadvantage of running your process in foreground, that I am not able to utilize this particular terminal until and unless this particular process is terminated. That is your foreground process. Fine. Now I am going to terminate this process with Control C. I have terminated my process, and if I check the list of processes, again I have two processes because this particular process is turned off. Fine. Now there is something called as a background process. Okay, so as the name suggests, background, so the process is running in background, so it runs in the background without keyboard input and wait till the keyboard input is required. Those other processes can be done in parallel with the process running in background, since they do not have to wait for the previous processes to be completed. Like I said, okay, so what I'll do is I'll enter the same shell script. Okay, let me clear this command terminal. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll run the same script. Okay, sh.script.sh. I'll run this shell script, but this time I'll run it in background process. And how we run any command or any script in background, just we need to give ampersand after your command or script. That's how your Unix terminal will understand that whether he needs to run that particular command or script in foreground or background. If you see anything ampersand, Unix will run it in background. I'll hit enter, and you can see it gives you the process ID 24399. So my process is running now. Give me a second. What has happened? We gave ampersand. Fine, my process is running. Great. Now if I check for PS, that is processes, you can see like earlier there were only two processes, bash and PS, right? But this time I see these two processes got added and these two processes are running. Okay, even though these processes are running, I'm able to run my further processes, right? Because this particular script I have triggered is in backend, right? Background, it is running it in background. So you can see the processes are still running. Okay, so this is basically the difference in between foreground process and background process. Okay, so what else? Okay, so what next we have? Okay, so moving the process from background to foreground and vice versa. So we have two commands like bg for background on fg for foreground. So we can use this command to switch your background command to foreground and foreground to background. Basically I was talking about processes. Okay, so you need to give bg followed by process id, which you can see over here. This is my process ids, pids. It will convert your process from one bg to fg or fg to bg, whatever you want to do. Okay, so we can do that. Okay, what next I have? Okay, some important commands related to processes. Okay, so I have shown you how we can use ps to see the processes status. So I have shown you we can use ps to get the processes status. So you can see here I have 4 different processes running. Fine. Okay, and if you want little more detail, you can use ps-f. Okay, so you can get little more details like uid, what is the user, so Prakash is my user. PID, what is your process ID, so these are the process IDs for different processes. Then you can see something called as PPID, which is parent process ID. Okay, so parent process ID, and here CPU utilization, start time, terminal type, time, and command. Okay, so here you can notice something. This is my PID, process ID, and this is my PPID, that is parent process ID. Now observe middle two things. Okay, these two things. Here process ID 24399 of this script.sh is the parent process ID for your slip process, right? So what this means is initially I triggered this particular script. It has triggered basically a process, and then this process has triggered a child process. So that's the reason this is a parent process ID for this particular process. So by using this process ID, this particular process has got triggered. Okay, so that's the basically the concept of your parent process and a child process. So parent process, let us say it is a base process, and let us say in your from your parent process, if there are some chances like there is something like multiple processes may get triggered. So those multiple processes which got triggered from your one base process are called as your child process, and your base process is your parent process. So you can see them by using this particular IDs, parent ID and process ID and parent process ID. Okay, and even if I show you the script, okay, the script is nothing, it is just uh, one line. Give me a second, let me show you that script what I'm doing. So in that particular script, what I'm trying to do is I'm basically so you can see here this is my script.sh. I have triggered this script.sh. Okay, and from that script.sh it has triggered this slip process, right? So this script.sh is my parent process, whereas this slip and this whatever time duration is my child processes. Okay, so this is what your parent processes and child processes are. Okay, now what else we have? So there are a couple of more app options be used with option PS, process status. Like we saw PS to get the list of your processes, then we can use PS-F to get them in detail. Then we have something called as PS-E to get all the processes, list of all the processes, which in fact I have not triggered, my OS has triggered. And we have, if let us say if you want to get the processes which are triggered by your user, so I have typed PS-U and my UID, which is Prakash. So it will give me the list of all the processes which are triggered by my ID. Where it is? Yeah, so from here these are the processes which are triggered by my UID. What else? Okay, and one more is there for hierarchical view. Okay, if you want to see the tree like structure, so we have some command like ps hyphen uppercase h. So if there are some scripts or programs which are calling some sub programs or sub processes, like in this case you can observe this middle two rows. Okay, so in this you can see one some tree like structure, though it is very small. The sh is triggering slip, that is the slip process it triggered by sh. So this is a kind of tree like structure. If you have again a little sub processes, you can find it in a tree format. So that's what basically this ps hyphen h is. It gives the tree like structure. So from here till now you must have clear this 24399 process id, that is command sh, is my parent process id, and the next one is my child process id. Okay, what else? Okay, so this parent and child processes we already talked. Okay, and okay, and if you have any processes, let us say sh, and this time I'll run the script in foreground. Okay, so my script is sh and my script execution is started now, so I'm not able to do anything. But for some reason, if I want to terminate my process, to stop my process, then we have some interrupt character which is control C. So if I hit control C now, my process will get stopped. Okay, so that's how we can stop the process basically if it is running in foreground. But what if my process is running in background? Even if I do control C over here, my process is not getting stopped. See, if I do ps, my couple of my processes are running, right? But since they are running in background, even if I use control C, I'm not able to stop them, I'm not able to terminate them. So to do that, we have some command called as kill followed by process id. So I'll give the process id as 24399. Okay, so what this means is I want to kill this particular process id, which is my sh script. Okay, I'll hit enter, and if I do ps-f now, you can see that particular process is not still in my list. So now I have only one process in my list, which was my child process. Now let us try and understand what has happened. The process, which is this particular sh process, initially I triggered this sh process, and from this sh process, this child process has got triggered. Okay, so in the program flow, you must be understanding. Okay, if my base program is calling some sub program, a child program, basically my base program is waiting for some response, some signal from the child program, right? Now in this case, since my base program or base process itself is killed, where my child program or where my child process will send response to, my child process will not be able to send response to anyone because its parent has died, right? So this kind of processes are called as orphan processes. Okay, orphan processes. So okay, and there is something called as zombie processes. So what are zombie processes? So let us take an example. I have already killed the process, but still that process is getting reflected in my when I do PS. Okay, when I do this PS command, if my process ID is still showing, but I have already killed it, but it is not getting reflected. So such a kind of processes are called as zombie processes. They are dead and they are of no use, but still my processes I can see them in my processes. So that was pretty much about the Unix processes. So we talked about what is processes. Whenever we start execution of any process, any program, or any shell script, basically it turns into a process. So we have two types of process. In fact, parent of all processes is my init. Then we saw something called a jetty, which is responsible for login mechanism. Then we have foreground process and background process. So whenever we hit any command on your terminal, by default it will start in foreground process. In background process, we need to use ampersand. We can move the processes basically from background to foreground and vice versa. Then we saw some different commands, in fact ps only, with the various options, and we talked about what are the parent processes, child processes, and basically this zombie process and orphan process. So that's it about this Unix processes. Stay tuned. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester. A very short video where I'm going to show you what on filter commands available in Unix and what is the use of filter commands basically. Okay, so this is what I'm going to talk, various filter commands in Unix. Okay, now if I go to Wikipedia, so as per the Wikipedia, the definition of filter is a filter is a program that get most of its data from standard input and write its main result to its standard output. uh, yeah, so let me elaborate what it is saying now. Let us say okay, let me change the font size quickly. Sorry, I could have done it earlier. Give me a second. Okay, great. Now if I list out my files, I have some files over here, and if I, let us say, if I want to display data from one of the file, let us say my file is cat new data, so it has a huge number of data, right? But what I want to do is I want to filter some of the data out of this, or I want to see only some amount of data as of now. Okay, so basically those things can be achieved with the help of what we call this as a filter. Okay, so under filter we have a huge list of commands, in fact filter programs. Okay, and we have many like awk, cat itself is a filter program, then we have cut, then we have more, less, head, grep, we already talked about this. Then we have sort as well, we already talked. We have tell, we have wc, we have unique, like likewise whatever we, out of this we have talked about most of this commands, and those are called as your filter commands. Okay, let us take very simple example. Okay, now you saw whenever I want to get the content from this file, it has a big list, right? Now I want to restrict the data which I want to display onto my screen, right? So what I can do is I can use cat new data. Okay, and out of this what I want to do is I want to display only the data which I can see on my screen, right? So for that purpose I am using more as my filter, right? Now can you see I am seeing only the data, right? The data is starting from here, starting from the following this much, right? The data is starting from this, right? So it has displayed the data which my screen can display, which is visible on my screen, and at the bottom it is showing the option as more. Okay, and as soon as I hit enter, it is scrolling me down line by line, right? So it is restricting my data which I can display on my screen. Okay, likewise let us take another example where I just want to do a word count. Okay, or another example what I can take, maybe let us want to display tell. Okay, so it is like you can display only if you just want to display only last some number of lines on your screen. Let us see how it works. Okay, so I just did control X and I'm using the last command instead of more. Let us say I'm using head. Okay, so can you see when I used head, it has restricted the data to only first whatever by default command number of lines that consider. Okay, if you want to specify the parameters, like let us say if you just want to give display 10 lines, you can give the parameter option as basically hyphen 10 or hyphen 20 if you want to see 20 lines, something like that. Okay, so in between two commands whatever we see, this symbol is called as pipes. Okay, so about this pipes I'm going to talk in one of the video, but in this video I just wanted to show you how we can, like in fact what is a filter, and I just wanted to aware that okay, we are already talking about filter commands indirectly. Those commands are called as your filter commands. Okay, so fine, thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester. In this video, I'm going to talk on find command in Unix. So this find command is very much useful, like how we use search for files in our Windows operating system. So likewise, we can use find command in Unix to search the files. So basically, okay, so file commands is one of the most versatile commands used in Unix or Unix like operating systems, whatever Linux or any other we have. And I believe having a good knowledge of find command in Unix or Linux, whatever, and understanding of its different options and usage will increase your productivity if you are a QA person or a support person and your work involves a lot of searching a text onto the Linux or Unix machine, then definitely this find command is something which you will be dealing with daily. Okay, so let us talk about this find command and what are the various options, various usages of find command. Let us start. So let me switch to my Unix terminal and here I am. Okay, now the very first thing before I start with any syntax or any Unix command, let me tell you how you can find the documentation. So if you want to find manual of any command, then you can use man followed by the command for which you want the documentation. So if I use man space find, so I'm getting the documentation for find command. Okay, and okay, so here you can read all the documentation. So find is basically used to search the files in the directory of hierarchy. Okay, and you can just scroll down and you can see all the things like what are the various options are available, and like you can read all the detailed documentation for this find command. Okay, so it's a huge document, I'm not going through that, but I just wanted to show you. Okay, if you want you can go through that, right? So if you can just do man space your basic command which is find and you will get that manual. Okay, so fine, now let us start with your find command. Now what is the syntax for your find command? So your command start with find keyword find. Okay, and then it is followed by your directory, okay, in which directory you want to search for, or I can call it as a path name. Okay, it is your directory or path name in which you want to search for some file. Okay, and then next followed by some condition. Okay, based on some condition you want to look for some file, or it can be your matching criteria and actions. Okay, so this is the basic syntax how we can use a find command. Find keyword followed by the directory in which you want to look for the files, and the conditions or the search criteria or the matching criteria. Okay, so your directory or path name, if you want to find out it for in the current directory, then you can simply use find dot followed by again your conditions. Okay, because this dot refers to current directory. Okay, so this is the basic syntax we have. Okay, so as I said, we can use dot command, dot to refer the current directory. So what will happen if I just use find dot? Then it should list me. Let us check what it does. Find dot. Basically, it gives me a list of all the files, all the directories and subdirectories which are uh, which are referring my current directory. Okay, so it is still searching for all the files in particular directory. I'm just doing quit. Okay, let us finish. Fine, so it has searched basically all the files, and there are huge number of files because I have installed the software set. Great, so if I do find dot, it will search for the current directory. Okay, and now let us say you are already doing find operation, you have typed one, let us say big find command, and if you don't want to repeat it, yes, by doing like upper arrow you can repeat it. Okay, you can get that command. But let us say if after using this find, let us say we have executed some other commands like ls or any other command, whatever it is. Okay, now if I doing like up pressing up key, then I'm not getting my last command. Okay, or that could be far away. But what if you want to execute your last find command? Okay, so if you want to execute last find command, you can just use exclamatory and find. So this will execute your last find command which you have executed. Okay, so if I use enter, it is again executing the same command which was find dot, which is basically to list out all the files in my current directory. Okay, so that's what it is happening. Okay, so let it. Okay, so okay, let me quit it. Okay, fine. Now okay, now let us say okay, let me go to my current directory, and I have this many files over here. Let me go to my print working directory. Okay, let me go to my directory, in fact cd, and let me go to home slash Prakash. Fine, and let me check out for the files what I have, what also these many files I have over here. Right, now let us say I want to check for the file called, let us say, run.txt. Okay, in my current directory. Okay, how I can do that? I can simply use find. Okay, and now which directory I want to look it in? I want to look it in my current directory. And then what I want to look for? I want to look for a file whose name is what is it? Run.txt. Okay, and you can see I got the file run.txt, right? So this hyphen name parameter is basically used to specify the name of the file. Okay, now in this case you can specify irregular expressions as well. Let us say if you want to list out all the files which are ending with .txt extension, then you can use star.txt. So basically it will list out all, it will give you basically all the files which are ending with this .txt extension, whose name is basically ending with .txt extension. Okay, so fine, and Okay. Give me a second. Do I have any file? Okay. Now let me go back and let me find out the file called as file3.csv. Okay. But the file is located in directory 3. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll just try and look out. I'll try to look out for that file into my current directory itself. Okay, so what I'll use, find dot hyphen name, and my file name is file3 dot csv. Okay, now can you see it is giving me the path starting from my current directory, that is it is present in directory 3 file3 dot csv. Again I have file3 dot csv in my current directory, again I have file3 dot csv in my directory 1 as well. Okay, now let us try one more thing. So let us say if I want to ignore, make it as a case insensitive, then I can use hyphen I as an one of the parameter. Okay, so I can use like find dot, okay, hyphen I followed by my another parameter is name and file3 dot csv. Now in this time, in this case, you can see file3 which is in uppercase as well got listed over here. So this I means case insensitive. Okay, so fine. So basically, okay. And let us say if you want to look out for the files only in specific directories, let us say if you want to look out for the file3.csv only in directory 3, how you can do that? Either you can change the directory, either you can change the directory and then you can use dot to refer the current directory and do that, or you can give the directory here as well. Like instead of dot, what I'll give is I'll give slash directory 3 followed by hyphen name, and what file I want file3.csv. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, so can you see I'm getting the file which is only located in directory 3, right? So this what I wanted to show you is you can specify the file location here as well, or else you can go to the directory 3 and then you can give the dot so that it refers to the current directory. Okay, so that's how okay, and okay, and we have one more parameter called as hyphen not. Okay, so from the name itself we can judge that okay, hyphen not must be used to negate the things. Okay, so if I use something like find dot, okay, and let us say I want to find out the file, you want to find out the file whose name is not, whose name is not what I can say, run.txt, let us say, or which is not my shell script, let us say, right? So my shell script must be ending with .sh extension. Okay, so it should be, in fact this not should be first. Okay, so can you see it has listed all the files excluding the files which are having .sh extension, right? Those are my shell script. Okay, so okay, and okay, you don't see any file with .sh extension. Now if I simply remove this particular not from here, you should see the file, one of the file with .sh extension. Can you see script.sh, right? So that's what if you don't want to include that file, and if you want to list down all the files excluding that file, then you can use basically uh, hyphen not parameter. Okay. Now okay, now when I do find dot hyphen name and file3 something like that, file3.csv. Okay, so basically it searches all the directories, like it searches for directory 3 and it searches directory 1, or it might be searching subdirectories as well, but since I do not have any, uh, I'm not getting any result, right? But if you want to restrict the result, okay, if you want to restrict the search result, that is how many subdirectories it should look for, how many level it should go down to look out for your result, you can give one of the parameter called as hyphen max depth, and you can specify its value. Let us say I want to look out for this file3.csv only uh, two two directories down from my current level, so I can use something like max depth 2, right? So it will go like, it might go from my current directory to, it will go in first directory, then it will go to second directory. It will search only these two directories, but if you have any again subdirectories within those directories, it will not go and search there, because we have specified max depth is equal to 2, that is to restrict your search. Okay, what else we have? Okay, so this find is basically very versatile command which we use most of the time. Okay, now let us take an example. You want to find the empty file in your directory. Okay, so how I can use find. Okay, and let us say I want to use it in current directory, so I'm using dot. If you want to look at it in some directory, you can go ahead and like enter the directory, and you can simply enter the option as hyphen empty. Okay, so basically all these are my empty files. You can see over here this hello file is empty, this in directory 3 file3.csv is empty, all three csv files are basically empty, right? So if I use something like, if I want to find out the empty files, I can use something like hyphen empty as one of the parameter argument basically. Okay, find dot refers to my current directory, so whatever empty file I have in my current directory, I'll get a list over here, right? So that is something find hyphen empty. Okay, now let us say if you want to find out the file based on its file type. Okay, so like we have some file types, like we have some socket files, or we have some directories, or we have some hidden directories, something like that. Okay, so to work with that, we have one of the parameter called as type, or we can say one of the option called as type. Okay, so let us say I want to find out, I want to list basically all the directories which are present in my current directory. Okay, so how I can use find dot, then I'll use option as hyphen type. Okay, and what is type? So type is the format directories. Let us say I want to find out all the directories, so basically it will use me the list of all the directories which are present in my current directories, only directories. Okay, now let us say if you want to find out the hidden files, then uh, basically hidden files start with sorry, hidden directories, then hidden directories start basically with dot extension, right? So what you can use something like find dot in your current directory, let us say, and host type, what type you want to search it for. I want to search it for directory. Okay, now I'll pass my second parameter called as hyphen name, and basically I want to search it with uh, okay, so can you see I have only one file which is starting with space, I mean which is only with dot ssh file. So this is basically dot files are your hidden files. So this is how you can find out your hidden files. Okay, so I'm trying to find out the files in my current directory. So I'm trying to find type D means directories, and hyphen name, I'm just giving I'm just looking out for the files which are starting with dot, right? So this is how we can find out the hidden files. Okay, and if I want to find out the regular files, okay, so regular files are denoted with hyphen. F option, so I can use like find in my current directory if I want to look for. So I will give option as type hyphen type and F, so that it will give me the list of my regular files. Okay, so basically we have 3 to 4 types of file. Like we have socket files. So if you want to look out for socket files, you can use option S. If you want to list out the directories, basically you can use hyphen type and then option as D. Then if you want to look out for hidden directories start with dot and then some extension. And if you want to find out for the regular files, you can use hyphen type as F. It will give you the list of all your uh, regular files. Okay, so this was, let me clear my console now. Okay, so this was pretty much okay. And what is let us say if you want to find out the file based on the file size. Okay, so let us say I want to find all the files in my current directory host size. So in order to use size, you need to use option as hyphen size. Okay, so you need to remember these options. Basically, when I worked with type, I use hyphen as type if I want to find out the file based on some type, whether it is a regular file, hidden file, or something like that. When I wanted to specify the name, then I used parameter as hyphen name. When I want to search for the files which are, let us say, uh, less than 10 MB, then I will use something like minus or less than 5 MB. I'll use something like minus 5 M. So what it is giving me, uh, let me repeat it, that the list must be huge. Okay, or let me try this time plus 5M. Okay, it will not give me any file because I do not have any file whose size is exceeding 5 MB. Okay, so this is how you can use, like if you want to search the uh, files which are exceeding some size, you can use plus. If you want to look out for the small files which are smaller than, let us say, 10 MB, you can use as hyphen size minus M, something like that. You can use like that. Okay, let us okay, I do not have actually any data into the file, so I may not be able to show you this, but you can use something like plus and minus. Or if you want to look out for the file with exact size, then you can use like find dot hyphen size and then specify the exact size. Let us say I want to look out for the files which is of size 10 MB, but since I do not have anything, I'm not getting anything into the result. Okay, what else? Okay, and we have something more, like you can find out the files based on the permissions. Okay, so let us say uh, let me do ls. So I have okay, let me do ls minus ltr. Okay, so here the very first this 9 bytes or 10 bytes, we can see this indicates basically the permission to the user, owner group, and others, right? So if you want to find out the files based on permissions, okay, then you can do that with the help of, again, find command. Let us say if you want to find your current directory with uh, permissions. Okay, and let us say if you want to search the files which is having all the permissions, so all the permissions means 777. Okay, so basically it will give me two files. Okay, let us check for those two files. Okay, so can you see the first file having all the permission, which is app.txt, and second file having all the permission is my script.sh. So this is the list of two files. So this is how basically you can find out the file based on permission. Okay, and what else do you have? Anything else? Okay, and there are couple of more options, like if you want to find out the file by time, like if you want to find out the file which is accessed few days ago or modified few days ago, then we have some options like there is something like time option. Sorry, there is hyphen a time option. Okay, and you can specify the time limit basically. So if I use something like hyphen a time 90, then it will give me the file which was accessed 90 days ago. Or if you want to find out the file which was modified 90 days ago, modified. Okay, a means accessed, m means modified, then you can use parameter as, sorry, option as hyphen and time. Okay, size and type I already told you. Okay, and there is one more option called as hyphen user. Okay, if you want to look out for the files from specific user only, then you can use hyphen user. And let me show you this. I can give something like find in my current directory and all the files with user as Prakash. Okay, so basically it will list me all the files because all files are by me only, right? So that's how you can use. If you want to use from any user, then you can use it. Similarly, it would be for group as well. Sorry. Okay, if you want to find out the files which belongs to specific groups, group owner, then you can use this group as well and give the group name. Okay, and what else? Okay, so I think that's pretty much I have in this find command. So this find command is basically used to search for the files into the directories. Okay, and it has many options which I can use, like hyphen name, hyphen type, hyphen time, hyphen user, and many other. Okay, so I think this is what I have for this video where I talked about the find commands. Okay, and it should be very useful as a testers when we use when we deal with Unix uh, uh, operating system basically. Okay. So that's it, thank you. Do the data search within the files, we have some grep command. Okay, so this grep command searches for the pattern of characters into the file or multiple files. Okay, so let us say if I have some files, and in my file if I want to verify if my file contains some specific word or specific pattern, specific string, could be a specific string. So if it is a string, that means if the pattern is containing white spaces, then it must be quoted, it must be included in single quote, double quote, whatever. Okay, so fine. So what happens is when we execute the grep command, it sends its output to the screen, and it does not do any changes into your file. It just send the output of your search result onto the screen. Okay, so let us try and let us try with basically various commands, various options basically which we can use with grep command. Okay, so first let us check the syntax of your grep command. Okay, okay, so before I go ahead with grep command, in my last video, if you remember, I talked about find, and I wanted to show you one more command, sorry, one more possibilities how we can search for multiple files, multiple file types basically using this file command. Okay, so here it is. So I'm looking for I'm basically finding out, find, uh, I'm giving my directory. In this directory I want to find out something. What I want to find out is, I want to find out for file type F, I want to find out regular file types, and file whose name is ending with .png, or, so this hyphen o is or. Okay, so it is used basically for or. So hyphen name again .txt or .csv or .pdf. So what this basically will do, this will look out for the file with your png file or text file or csv or pdf. Let me simply do copy paste and let me execute this command, and let us see if I get. Yes, I'm getting all the files which are ending with the extension which I have mentioned over here, like png or txt or csv or pdf. So you can see here I have only csv and txt. I do not have any pdf or png, but I have only text and csv. Okay, in fact you can see I had some shell script file, .ssh file, and many other files. Those files are not listed because by using this command I'm getting only these four. I'm trying to get out only these four files, right? So this is how you can use this file find command basically to work with multiple files, to get multiple files. Let me clear the content. Okay, so in this video we are going to talk about grep. Okay, so this grep in this grep, this RE stands for basically a regular expressions. Okay, so this grep is basically used for globally searching your regular expression patterns into your files. Okay, so what is syntax of for using this grep? So any thing start with the keyword. So it is starting with grep keyword. Okay, so this grep, as I said, is to find out some text within the file. Okay, now grep followed by what text you want to look for. Let us say I want to look for the word record. Okay, you can write like record, and where you want to search for. I want to search it in my file 1.txt. Okay, pretty simple. Okay, so what will happen is this command grep will search for this particular text record into this file 1.txt. But let us say if you want to search something like record 1 is present, something like that, then this should be enclosed in quotes, right? Because it includes white spaces. Now what this command will do, it will search for this specific string into this file. Okay, let us go and execute this in my file. Okay, so what an all file I have. Okay, so let me check my one of the file. Okay, so this specific file to send to host, has some content like file to send to host, record 1, record 2, record 3, and couple of more lines. Okay, so let us see how I can use grep on this file. Okay, now let us say I want to search for this specific string called record 1. Okay, how I can search? I can type grep. Okay, what I want to search for, I want to search for record 1. Okay, and where I want to search it in, I want to search it in okay, I want to search it in my file. Okay, what is my file name? My file name is file to send to host. Okay, that's it. Can you see it is giving me the matching record? My matching record is record 1. Okay, or let us say if you want to find out in fact you can use what I can say, asterisk over here, like how we use it in regular expression. Let us say if you want to look out for any record starting, or it could be record 1 to record n, like that, right? So you're getting two things, record 1 and record 2. Okay, yeah, you can see I have record 3 here as well. I have record, should be something like that, but here it is starting with uppercase R, so that's why it is not giving that particular search, because it is case sensitive, right? Unix is quite case sensitive, so it is not giving you the result. Now if you want to ignore the case sensitivity, then you need to use option -I to ignore the case sensitivity. Okay, so what I'll do is, now I'll use the same command grep record star, okay, followed by a file name. But after grep, what I'll do is I'll use one option as -I, so that it will ignore the case sensitivity. Now can you see, this time it is giving me all the matching records, whether it is uppercase or lowercase. So this -I is basically used to ignore the case sensitivity. Okay, uh, okay, so now since this file is present in my current directory, so I'm not giving the complete file path. But if you are executing this particular command, or let us say, what I'll do is I'll go back, and let us say then I'll try with this command. Okay, now it is not working, because I need to specify the complete directory for this specific file. Okay, let me do that. Okay, so I'll be going to home slash Prakash slash, and my directory name is file to send to host, and can you see it is working now? So that means you can specify the complete file name as well, complete file path in short. Okay, you should specify the complete file path as well if your file is not present in your current directory. Okay, so this -I option is basically to ignore the case sensitivity. Now let us check another option, which is hyphen n. Okay, we have one other option called as hyphen n, is basically to print the line number. Okay, let me use the same command. Now instead of I, what I'll use is I'll use hyphen n. Let us check what happens. Oh. Okay, can you see it is giving me the line number? Okay, in this particular file, on line number 2 you have record 1, line number 3 you have record 2, line number 6 you have some string containing, some line containing particular matching pattern which you are looking for. Okay, and you should be able to combine two okay, you can combine two options as well, like hyphen I option is to ignore the sensitivity, and hyphen n option is to print the line number. Can you see both are working simultaneously? I'm getting the line numbers as well, and getting the matching record by ignoring the case sensitivity both. So hyphen I is to ignore the case sensitivity, hyphen n to print your line number. Now along with that we have couple of more options, we have one option called as hyphen v. So this hyphen v option is basically to search all characters or line which do not contain some word. Okay, so let us say uh, let us use the same line. Okay, and instead of this in, now let me use hyphen v command. So what will happen is it will print, basically it will print uh, all the lines which do not contain this specific pattern. Okay, record. Okay, now can you see it does not print this and record 2, it is printing other lines which do not contain this pattern, record star. Okay, so it is printing rest of the things. Okay, again you can combine two or more options. Okay, and let us say if you just want to look out for the files. Okay, if you just want to get the file names only. Okay, so let us say uh, let us take the same example. Okay, let us say if you want to find out the file names which contain this specific text. Okay, so what I want to do is, now I want to look for all the files. So when I say all the files, then from this specific location I should look all text files. So I'll use something like asterisk dot. Okay, so that it will look for files which are ending with .txt extension, basically all the files. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to print all the file names basically. Okay, so I should use option hyphen l. Okay, so if I use option hyphen l, this will list out the file names. Okay, complete file names including your file path which contain this specific pattern in it. Okay, so that's how the record is present in record. This specific string pattern is present in file to send to host file and my output file dot txt. So this is how we can use hyphen l option to get the file names which contain specific pattern. Okay, and there are a couple of more options, like if you want to okay, if you want to use count, print the count, like how many number of times specific pattern has occurred. Okay, let us try this. Let us say if I want to check how many number of times this record pattern, this particular string pattern record star has appeared, then I can get the list over here, right? Something like okay, so here, so in f1 the count is 0. So in this file f1.txt, this particular matching pattern is not found. In file to send to host, the particular matching pattern is found 3 times. So likewise, so it works, it gives you basically the count. Okay, and okay, and we have another option called as hyphen w, which is basically used to print the search result only if the word is matching. Okay, so you can give a try with this option w. It gives the result basically if specific word is matching. Okay, okay, and one more thing is, like you can use this grep command with like you can combine it with other command with piping. Okay, so you can refer my video where I talked about piping, like how we can combine multiple commands. So let us say okay, so let us take an example. If I use ps, okay, let me get all the processes. Okay, so if I use command ps hyphen ef, basically it will list out me all the processes, okay, running on ps. Okay, now let us say I want to list out all the processes which are with my username Prakash. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to find out basically all the process, and I want to, out of all these processes, what I want to do is I want to get the processes. I want to search basically. Okay, I want to search the processes which contain the word Prakash. Can you see? Now I got only these many processes. Okay, so the first line it contain Prakash here, the second line contain here and here. So likewise the processes contain Prakash, so that's the reason I'm getting this particular result over here, right? So that means we can combine this grep command, in fact any command, using this piping. Okay, so in this piping what happen is the output of this first command, that is this complete list of the processes, acts as an input to my second command, which is grep over here. So this ps dot hyphen ef is giving me the complete list. Out of that complete list is going as an input to the grep command. Then from that complete list, this grep command is sorting, basically extracting the records which contain Prakash. Okay, so that's how I'm getting that result. Okay, so that means I can use the command with pipe. Okay, what else? Okay, so this is basically what I have about grep command. So in grep we have multiple options, like we have hyphen I option, we have hyphen L option, we have hyphen V option, we have hyphen C, hyphen W. Okay, so these are the various options which we just demonstrated. And okay, so the basic things, basic purpose in fact of this grep command is your RE, which is your regular expressions. Okay, and I have shown you already one of the regular expression, which is by using asterisk. Okay, so if you remember, I have given like something like record star, that means any word which is starting with record. Okay, so likewise, so like how we use star. Okay, so we use star, so the star means matches 0 or more character. Okay, so its purpose is like it matches the line with 0 or more spaces. Then we have something we have what else I have? Okay, I have something called as dollar. Okay, so this dollar is nothing but it matches all the lines which are ending with something. Okay, so let us say if I am searching something like record. Okay, so if I give in my search pattern something like record dollar, then what will happen is it will search for all the lines and it will list out only the lines which ends with record. Okay, because I am searching for the record which the line which is ending with record. That's what this uh, dollar sign indicate. Okay, and okay, and we have what else we have? We have dot. Okay, we can use dot basically. Okay, so this dot matches one character basically. So let us say if I use something like re dot dot rd. Okay, so this basically it will find out all the words basically which starts with re, and it can have any two characters in between that, and it ends with rd, something like that. Okay, so dot indicates only two positions basically. Okay, and then we have something like upper triangle. Okay, so this upper triangle basically indicates beginning of record. Okay, so let us say if I want to find out all the records which starts with record. Okay, I want to find out all the lines which start with record, then I can use pattern like this. Okay, upper triangle followed by a record. Okay, so there are many other things in the regular expression, so you can browse for regular expression. So regular expression concept is common in all the technologies. Okay, so what I wanted to say is, like, if I use something like this instead of record one, if I use something like this here. Okay, so if I use something like this, then what will happen is this command will search for all the lines in this file 1.txt which starts with record. Okay, because this upper triangle indicates it is beginning of the line anchor. Okay, so that's what that basically you can use any kind of regular expressions after this command, so that it will give you the matching pattern in your result. Okay, so that's it I have for this. Okay, and there is one more thing called as egrep. Okay, so what is egrep? Egrep is your extended grep. Okay, so like how I used a grep command, okay, there is another command called as egrep. Okay, so the egrep is basically extended grep. So the advantage, so the basic advantage of using egrep is it has some regular additional uh, as compared to our regular expressions, it has some additional regular expression meta characters which might be helpful. Okay, so if you want to find out the manual, you can just go to man egrep, you will get the complete manual. Okay, so the basic things are same, like you will give the options and you will give the pattern, and you will give your file name. That's the basic syntax we have. Okay, so that's it I have for this grep. So I have talked about grep command, which is basically used to search in your file for a specific file pattern, matching file pattern, which you can use your any kind of regular expression to find out the matching pattern. Okay, so that's it I have. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, manual Unix concepts, and how we can automate the Unix concepts, Unix processes basically, so that we can incorporate them into a test automation frameworks. In this video, I'm going to talk about pipes in Unix, a very important concept. So let us start without further delay. So what is pipe? Okay, so pipe is basically a method of inter-process communication. Okay, so inter-process communication is basically it enables the processes to communicate with each other to share the information. Let us say if I want to give the input, or sorry, give the output of one process as an input to another process. So this is basically where my inter-process communication is going to help me. Okay, and in shell a pipe symbol is used. Okay, so you can see a vertical bar that is called as a pipe symbol. Okay, and that is what we are going to use as a pipe symbol. Okay, so what it means is that the output of one program or one side of pipe so as the input for the program on the another end. Okay, what this means is I'm going to show you with example. Okay, so basically, as I said, pipe is a is used to basically to achieve inter-process communication, to talk in between the processes. And pipe is a half duplex process, half duplex basically. Why? Because the data flows only in one direction, that is output of one program goes as an input to another program, but it is not vice versa, like output of my second program is not coming back to the first program. It is not happening. What is happening is output of first program is going to input as my second program. Okay, that's what I said is as a half duplex. Okay, so pipe basically allows to chain together your commands in very elegant way, passing output of one program to input of another program and to get our desired end result. Okay, basically in short we can call it as used to connect two or more command. Okay, so let's take one very simple example. Okay, and what I'm saying is the set of piped command is also called as pipeline. And why it is basically useful? Because combining a simple OS utilities, one can easily solve more complex tasks. Okay, very simple example I'm going to show you now. Okay, so if I go to my Unix box, okay, and if I do something like ls, okay, in my present working directory, if I do something like ls-l or ls whatever, I can see list of all the files and directories what I have here. Now if I wish to count number of directories in my particular location, okay, if I want to count, then how I can do, I can either use like ls-l, I'll get a list, and then I can do one, I'll count one by one, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 up to 20, I can count it manually. Or the another way what I can do is I can do like ls-l, and then I can write the data in some text file, and then I can count the number of lines into that specific file. That's the another approach, but it's tedious. If I have number of like less number of files in my directory, that's fine, but if I have hundreds of files, that is not going to serve me. So right, so in that case you may write let us say a C program by using read directory to and for counting it in the loop. But a very simple approach what we can use is here piping, right? So if I use simple ls, okay, I'm getting the list. Right now what I want to do is output of ls, I want to give it as input to one of the filter command. Okay, so I'm going to talk about one of the very important filter command, which is wc, which is word count. Okay, so this word count command, sorry, it is a filter command basically, and we are going to use this wc command now. Okay, so and since I want to use pipe over here, so what I want to do is I want to use ls first, then I want to give output of this ls as the input to wc, right? So how I will use it, ls pipe wc. Okay, so this is simple, I can use like ls pipe wc, and you can see I'm getting something like 19 21 and 226. Okay, so what it means is I'm going to show you now. Okay, so this wc, as I said, it is used to word count. Okay, so if you use simple wc without any option, okay, then it gives you three things. The very first thing is number of lines. Okay, and second thing is gives you number of words. Okay, and the third thing is gives you count of number of bytes in file or whatever you're going to do, right? So here you can see I got 19. So what is my 19? My 19 is number of lines. So number of lines is nothing but number of files. Okay, so 19 is my number of files. Okay, and 21 is number of words. Okay, now why there is a difference? Because if you see maximum of the what I can say directories names or file names are without space, but I have only one file over here which has two spaces, so it has considered this file as three words. First word oracle, second word db, and third as data.txt. So that's the reason it is 21. And 226 is basically count of number of bytes into the specific um, uh, list, let us say. Okay, we cannot call it as a file because all these are files. So if I create a list of files from this particular file, then that is number of bytes from that particular file. Okay, so this is a very simple example how I can use pipe. Okay, and if I need something more specific, like if I just want to display this minus 9, sorry, this 19, then how I can use, I can use something like ls pipe. Okay, I am passing the output of ls to wc, and to wc I can pass number of arguments. Like if I use wc hyphen l, going to display me 19, that is number of lines. Okay, if I use another parameter called as w, okay, it is going to display me number of words, that is 21. And finally if I pass it as a c, then it is going to provide me the count of number of bytes, right? So this is basically we can use this three different option, hyphen l to get the number of lines, hyphen w number of words, and hyphen c number of count of basically number of bytes. Okay, so this is a simple approach how you can count number of files into your present directory, let us say. Okay, and to achieve this I use this piping concept, right? So I'm simply piping the output of my one program to input to another program as a input. Okay, let me show you another example. Okay, so if I use the file, I might have shown you, I don't remember. uh, I want to show that with cut command. Okay, so give me a second. So what I want to do is, now I want to show you the demonstration of cut command. Okay, now what I want to do is, I have this file. Okay, so this is my complete file. Okay, now from this file I just want to get the first column, right? So if you see the file is space separated, right? Name is separated by space with age, separated by space with organization, and it is common for all records. So my space is the separator. Okay, now what I want to do is, I want to use the cut command. But before I use cut command, what I want to do is, I want to sort the file and then use cut command. Okay, this is what my aim is, right? So how I can sort? I can do a simple sort with sort, and my file name is input file dot txt. It will give me the sorted result starting from Amin, Andrew, Carolina, James to Zen. Okay, now I got the sorted list. Now what I want to do is, I want to give this sorted list as an input to my another program called as cut. Okay, so how I can do that? So this particular command sort file name will do the sorting, and output of this sort I want to give as input to my cut command. Okay, and to cut, what I can do is, I can specify like you want to cut the file based on, so that's the reason I am using -f, and which field you want to do it for a first field. Okay, and what is your delimiter? So to specify the delimiter, I am using -d, and my delimiter is space. So in quotes I am using space, right? So now can you see, I am getting the list of only first names, right? And that is with cut command. So can you see now how I use pipe to give the output of one program as the input to another program, so as to basically it is used to interprocess communication in between multiple process, communication in between multiple process. Okay, so that's what I wanted to show in pipe. So pipe is basically used to communicate to achieve the communication in between two processes, that is to give the output of one command as the input to another command. Okay, so fine, that's it. I hope these two examples should help you. The WC example, again this WC and cut are my filter commands. So if I have not covered this filter command separately, here I wanted to just demonstrate them. Okay, so these are again a few filter commands. So fine, thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, manual and automated for Selenium. Uh, in this video, I'm going to show you how we can read and write the files in Unix. Okay, so let us see what I'm in details. What and all I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk about how to read files on terminal using cat command. Okay, so okay, and what and all else, write the file, that is redirecting, and append the data to the text file, that is again redirecting. Okay, but let me start with cat command, which is used to read the text file to the terminal. Okay, let me switch to my Unix box, and here I am. Fine. Now, as I said, I'm going to use cat command. Okay, so in my earlier videos as well, I must have used this cat command. So this cat command is used to read the data. So if I use cat followed by my file name, it is going to read file for me. Okay, it is going to display the content information of the file. Okay, now this is not the only way we can use like read the file. We can use view space your file name. This is going to read your file, but it will open the file into vi editor. Okay, you can refer my video where I talked about vi editor in detail. So I'm just going to quit from here. Okay, And so the it's like we have other editors like vi, vim or nano which are used to read the contents as well, but the difference is cat command is used to read the contents from multiple files at a time, or we have few more possibilities as well with the cat command. That's what we are going to see now. Okay. uh, okay, so I was talking about cat command. So along with cat command, like we can use couple of options, like we can use one of the option as -b, which is used to add line numbers. Okay, and another option we can use -n, which is again used to add line numbers, but this -n is used to add the line numbers to blank lines as well. With option -b you cannot number with a blank line, but with option -n we can give the numbering to blank lines as well. Now if I simply want to number this line, the content from this file, how I can do it, I can use cat followed by one of the option called as -b followed by file name, and you can see my file contents are getting named. Record number 1 is Amin, record number 2 is Zen, right? So I can use one of the option called as -b, right? Now since my this particular file do not have any blank line, even if I use one of the option as -n, I will not see any difference over here, right? I'm getting the same result. Okay, so to see the difference, what I'll do is I will just modify the file and I'll insert couple of blank lines. Okay, give me a second. uh, okay, I have inserted one line over here. Let me insert another line here. Okay, sorry. Okay, I have inserted another line. Let me write and quit. Sorry, I should be in command mode. Okay, now it has a blank lines. Okay, now I'll execute both the commands. Okay, first I will execute cat-b, which is used to add the line numbers. uh okay, and if I use -n over here, okay, give me a second, something is fishy here. This looks little fishy to me, because if I use a -n as an option, it should not give me line number to my blank lines, but sorry, -b it should not give, but I'm saying there might be some issue with my file. Anyway, I can demonstrate this with another file. That's fine. I'll demonstrate in one of the video again. I need to create another file, in fact. That's fine. Now let us take another example where what I can do is I can do a copy of file using cat command. Okay, so let us see how we can do that. Okay, so let us say I have one file, my file is input file. Okay, and I want to copy that input file to another file, input file one, let us say. Okay, so how I can do that? So I can use cat command input file.txt. So this will read my content. Okay, and if I want to write this content to another file, then we use this redirection operator. Okay, this is something which I'm going to talk in couple of minutes. Okay, and I'll give another file name, let us say in1.txt. Okay, so what should happen is the data from input file.txt should get copied into a file called as in1.txt. Okay, and if I do now cat in1.txt, I should see the similar data. That means the copy operation is successful. Now next what you can do is the main purpose of cat is concatenate operation. Okay, so how you can perform this concatenate operation? Okay, now let us take example. What you want to do is you want to concatenate two files. My file is input file, and you want to concatenate that with the second file called as in1.txt and you want to write the result in third file. Okay, so how you can do that? You can use cat input file dot txt. Okay, uh, so this is my first file and my second file is in1.txt. So these two files I want to concatenate and I want to write the result in, I will name the file as concat file dot txt. So what should happen is data from both files should get concatenate and get copied into the third file called as concat file. Okay, now if I use uh, cat.concat, I am seeing the data from both the files. Though the data is same, but it is getting copied twice. That means concatenation is successful. Okay, and what else? Uh, okay, and you can basically append the data from one file to another file. Okay, so I'll talk about appending the data. Okay, so to appending the data, we use this double directional arrow. So I'll talk in a few minutes. Okay, so these are a few examples how I can use a cat command, basically concatenate command, to read the data onto the terminal. I can use the options to give the line numbers. Then I can use this cat command to make a copy of the file or to concatenate basically the file, which is the main purpose of cat. What next? How to write the file by using redirecting. Okay, so basically two things: read and write. Okay, so read, that is something we already saw. We can read it by using the cat command. Okay, now what if you want to write the data? Okay, so in my one of the example I have shown you how we can write basically. So what we used this arrow to write the data, to transfer the data from one command to another file. Okay, so let us see how we can do this in more detail. Okay, so the operators like your single arrow or this double arrow, triangle are called as redirect command. Okay, so these redirect commands uh, are used to perform this writing operation. Okay, now let us take an example, very simple example. Let me do control L, let me clear. Okay, so let us say if you want to write the console data to file. Okay, what like how you can do? Okay, so let us say uh, my present working directory, or let us say I want to copy the data of my present working directory into another file, or I want to copy the data from my ls into another directory, or let us take an example pwd in this case. So let us say I want to copy the data result of PWD into a file called as, let us say, p1.txt. Okay, so what will happen is the outcome of this PWD, it is, and it will be home slash Prakash, will get copied into p1.txt. If I see the content of p1.txt, I should see the same thing, home slash Prakash. That means this particular operator is used to write the data into my text file. Okay, and again this will work with variables as well. Okay, so let us say if you define your variable first, let us say I define my variable my URL as equal to www. Give me a second. There shouldn't be space. I'm just trying to declare a variable. Let us say automationtalks.com. I have created a variable. Now what I want to do is I want to write the value of this variable into a file. Okay, so how I can do that, how I can access the value of variable, basically by using a dollar symbol. Okay, so my dollar symbol followed by my variable name is my URL, and where I want to write it, I want to write it into a file called as let me create another file. Let me say it as URL file dot txt, right? Command not found. Give me a second. This should work in fact. Okay, it has created now. Let us do cat operation. Oh, it is blank. Uh, okay, I use mu. It should be my. Give me a second. Let us echo. It is printing correctly. Let us do this again. Okay, why it is not printing? Because I should echo in fact, right? Because when I echo, then only it will print it, right? So I should use something like this. Echo my URL, and then I should navigate it to URL file .txt. Okay, and now if I do cat on URL file .txt, sorry, URL file.txt. Now this should show me the variable which I did set, that is automation talks.com, right? So we can use this redirect command basically to write the data from variables as well. Okay. Now what if you want to append the data, right? Now what is the difference in between writing the data and appending the data is uh, now let us say I have some data in my this URL file, okay, and now if I try and append the data of this ls-ltr to my URL file, okay, some data is getting copied, and what the data is, let us see. Okay, so it has written some data, but I see my earlier record, which is this www.automationdocs.com is not present in this file. That is, it has overridden the data. Okay, so what I should do is I should append the data, right? So to append the data, what we can do is we can use this. Okay, so what I'll do is now, I know I already have some data in this URL file. Now I will append it with my variable data. So to append, I should use this double triangle. Okay, and now it is done. Now let me cat this particular file, and at the bottom, can you see the data is appended now? So to append the data, we will be using this double triangle. Okay, so that's basically how we can read the data using cat command, write the data into the text file, and append the data to the text file again with redirecting. Okay, see, two different things: writing the data to the text file, right, with the way how we saw using redirect command, or by creating the file using vi and then writing it by using vi editor. That is another thing, right? So if you are interested, if you are looking at how you can write in by using vi editor, you can refer my one of the videos where I talked about vi editor. Okay, so for this video, that's it. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester. In this video, I'm going to talk about sort command and Unix. So sort is one of the filter command again, which is used to filter the data. Okay, so this we use basically this sort in most of the technologies, starting from my Excel spreadsheet. Okay, so basically sort command here is used to sort the file, that is to arrange the records in particular order. Could be ascending order or descending order, could be alphabetical order starting from A to Z, or numerical uh, sort as well. Okay, by default this the sort command sorts the file assuming that the contents are in ASCII format. Okay, the standard formats for data. Okay, and there are some options available for this sort command as well, which I'm going to talk in few minutes. Okay, so let us see how this sort work. Okay, so The syntax of sort, uh, it's very simple: sort followed by some options. Okay, you can specify some options. I'm going to show you what and all options we have, though they are not mandatory, and followed by your file name which you want to sort. Okay, so this is a pretty simple syntax: sort followed by some options if you want to specify any, followed by file name. Now what and all options there are? Okay, so there are many options, like you have minus b option to ignore the leading spaces in each line, then you have minus d, then you have minus f if you want to use case insensitivity. By default Unix is highly case sensitive, but if you want to use sensitivity, then you can use hyphen f as one of the option. Then there are many, but I'm just going to talk about a couple of options in this video which we use more. Okay, so hyphen n is one of the option which we use generally. Okay, and it is used for numeric sorting. Okay, and if you want to have reverse order sorting, then you can use hyphen r as one of the option. Hyphen r is used uh, to perform reverse order sorting. And if you want to perform the sort based on specific field position, okay, so let us say this is your file. Okay, this is your file, and in this file this is my first field which is separated by space, followed by second field separated by space, followed by third field, something like that. Or let me take another example. Let me go here, and what and all files I have, give me a second. Okay, if I check the data from input file.txt, okay, I have some data like this. Okay, you can see I have some name, followed by age, followed by organization, followed by some date of birth, let us say. Okay, and all the data is separated by spaces. Okay, I mean is separated by space with age, separated by space with organization, separated by space with date of birth, and likewise I have all the records. Okay, and if you want to sort the data based on position, like if I want to sort the data based on second field, by default the data will get sorted. If you do not specify any option, the data will get sorted based on first field. But let us say if you want to sort the data based on second position, then you can use this as one of the option, minus hyphen k, right? Sort the file based on the data at specific field position. And if you want to suppress the duplicate lines, you can use hyphen u as one of the parameter. Okay, now let us talk about a few important options which we can use with sort. Okay, so first let us see how sort work basically. Okay, so let me clear my console, and so as I said, how is the syntax: sort followed by some options, followed by file name. So I don't want to give any options as of now. I just want to sort my input file.txt. Okay, before that let me display the data from input file. Okay, so this is how the data looks in my input file. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort the data from input file, and you will notice the difference. Okay, now can you see the first was Amin, second was Zen in my original file, but in my sorted file you can see the data is getting sorted based on field number 1, that is Amin, Andrew, Carolina, James, finally Zen, starting from A to Z alphabetical order. So my file is getting sorted based on first position. Okay, but see, I am sorting the file, but it is only for the purpose of displaying onto the screen. My actual file is not getting sorted, right? So now see, I have used sort for my file, so you must be uh, understanding ki, okay, the file would have sorted. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll use again cat to see the data, but data what I see over here is again same, I mean Zan, James, which is not sorted, right? So this sort command is used basically to sort the data to display on your console, to display on your terminal, on your screen, right? Not to modify the file. If you want to modify the file, then you can do something like this: sort this, then you can write the data by using triangles, and you can write it in the file. Okay, you can do that. okay, then the data in that file will get overridden and sort in the sorted order basically. Okay, now let's take another option where you want to sort the data based on the fields. Okay, let me. Okay, so here you can see, if I see the content, you can see the first field is name, second field is, let us say, age. Now let us say if you want to filter the data based on the age, now age is at second position, and what I said is if you want to sort it with age, then you need to use -k as one of the option. Okay, so if I want to sort the data based on my position of the field, I can use sort -k as one of the parameter, as I said, and which position I want to sort based on, second position followed by my file name, which is input file.txt, and this time you should the file is getting sorted based on second field, that is 18, 18, 18, 22, 23, 38, 46 and 55. It is in increasing order, right, based on the second. And if you see the first field, it is Katrina, Rina, James, Andrew, that's the last Zen is in between, so it is not based on the first position, but it is on the second position because we used option as -k2. K is to sort based on the field, and on which field I want to sort it based on my second field. Okay, now on the similar line, if you want to specify the data based on multiple fields, then you can use comma separated values like -k2, 3 or 2, 4 based on how many number of fields you want to perform the sort. Okay, now let us see a quick demonstration of how we can do the numeric sorting. Okay, so for numeric sorting, let me take another file. So my file is cat uh, new data, I think, new data, yeah. So here uh, I have a large number of data, and here you can see the first column itself. I have something like 2021 starting and ending with 7E. Okay, let us say I want to sort this file. Okay, so if I sort this, my file name is new data. Okay, and if I sort this, can you see how it got sorted? It got sorted like 20, starting from 20. Okay, starting from 20, 21, 22, 23, likewise. Okay, and ending with uh, 7 A B C D E, and finally my alphabets. Okay, now let us say if you want to sort the data based on numerics, right? So this data isn't got sorted on the basis of numeric. If it would have, then it would have taken this as my first record. 2A would have been my first record because 2 is the lowest number, right? So if I use something like this, sort -n and new data. Okay, now in this case, let us see what it has taken. Okay, so in this case, can you see it has taken the data like 2A to 79. Okay, so it is considering the numeric value only, right? So that's how we can use -n as one of the argument uh, to sort in a numeric order. Okay, now you can use the sorting in reverse order as well. So here you can see I have one of the option as -r. So let us take an example where I was doing this sort -k2. Okay, so this is doing the sorting in ascending order, basically increasing order, 18, 18, 18, 22, 23. But if I wish to have this order as my reverse order, then I can use one of the argument as, let us say, r. Okay, and this time I should see give me a second. Okay, it works with in fact numeric orders. Sorry, this k, give me a second, there is a small misplace because this 2 is with k, right? So it should be an rk2. something like this. Yes, and can you see it is in descending order, 55, 46, 38, and last it is 80. It's in reverse order, right? So that's how basically we can perform the sort. Okay, and you can have this sort in you can use it in fact with pipes as well. Okay, so let us say, let me do control L. Okay, so pipe is something to combine the two commands. Okay, so if I use sort and new data, okay, you can see I have used number of data, but out of that, if I wish to restrict the data which I can display on my screen only, then I can use something. Let us say I just want to see few, let us say 10 rows from my file. So what I can use, sort the file pipe, and to get only 10 records I will use head. Okay, so I can see only from where my command starts. Give me a second. Okay, so my command starts from here, and it has sorted and it has displayed only, let us say, 10 records, right? So that's how we can use this pipes as well with my sort command. Okay, and in fact we can use this with cut command as well. Okay, so uh, okay, so I'll talk about this cut command in my one of the video, or let me show you one of the demonstration about this cut command. uh, Okay, so this cut command is basically used to, let me open the file, give me a second. Okay, so let us say out of this new data file, let us say I just want to extract the first word, I just want to cut the first word, right? So how I can do that? Okay, so let us say I want to sort my file with my file name is input file.txt. Okay, I just want to sort this file, and out of the sorted file I want to cut my first field. Okay, so what I can use, I can use option as -f1. Okay, and then I can use option as -d followed by space. Okay, I'll explain what it is. First let me check if it works. Yes, it is working perfectly. First it is sorting the file. Okay, can you see, first it is coming with Amin, Andrew, finally it is coming with Zan. So it has sorted the file, and out of the sorted file it has done the cut of first field only, right? And it has displayed. And now if you want to write this data into another file, then what you can do is you can use a output redirection symbol, and cut data. I'll cut data dot txt. Okay, and if I use the command cat for cut data now, sorry. Okay, now you can see in the file I have only first like the first field, which is my names in this case, right? So this is how basically you can use the cut command to get the records, to get the data for specific field only. And if you want to write the data into some separate file, then you can use output redirection followed by the file name which you want to create. Okay, now in this case, what is this f and d? Okay, so basically this cut command select the field specified by -f option and distinguish the field by the delimiter, give me a second, delimiter character specified by -d option. Okay, so this f specifies my field 1 is my number one field, and -f is for field. So -f field, I want to select the field, which field I want to select the first field, and -d specifies what is your delimiter. And if you see in quotes I have given space, that means my delimiter is spaces over here, right? So here you can see it is separated by spaces, so that's the reason I have used spaces. Okay, so this is basically how we can use a sort command, and which we can combine with many other commands with piping. Okay, so that's it. I wanted to talk about sort command over here. So it is basically used to sort the data in some order which we want, could be ascending, descending, reverse, and we have many options as well which we can use it with. So I just talked about some important options over here. One of the important is, if you want to suppress duplicates line, let us say in your file if you have many duplicate lines, and if you want to suppress them, then you can use -u as one of the option. Note that we can use many options together, like I have shown you in one of the case, like I use nrk2. We can combine many options. Okay, so that's it about the sort command. In my next video I'll talk about few more filter commands, so stay tuned. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester. In this video, I'm going to talk about unique command which can be used in your Linux or Unix operating system. So from the name itself, we can understand it should be something to display which is unique, and in which like in Unix, we are mostly dealing with files and processes. So in Unix, unique command is basically used to display the, or we can say filter out. It is basically one of the filter command. Okay, so it is basically used to filter out the repeated lines into the file. Okay, in simple word, Unix unique as a tool basically that helps to detect the adjacent duplicate lines and also delete the duplicate lines. Okay, so you need to concentrate on the word adjacent over here, because it works, it detect the duplicated lines only which are adjacent to each other. Okay, let's see one practical demo of that. Okay, and the syntax of unique command is pretty simple. Unique followed by some options to it, followed by input file. Okay, which is my input file. Okay, so let's see the practical demo. Let me create one file quickly. Let me create one file called as data. Okay, and let me edit this file to add some data. Okay, so I'll add some data to it. Record one. Okay, let me repeat this line. Okay, I have repeated this line some 5 times. Fine, and now I'll insert few more records. Record 2. Excuse me, give me a second, let me correct the spelling. Record 2. Record 2. Record 3. And now let me repeat the first records again. Give me a second. Okay, and let me edit the last one because I need one something in uppercase so that I can demonstrate a few things. Fine, so this is what I wanted. Let me save and close the file. Great, now my file has some data. I can view the data using cat command. Yes, and this is what the data is. Okay, so you can refer the data like it has some duplicated lines which are record 1 5 times, which are adjacent to each other. Then I have 2 record 2 which are again adjacent to each other, record 3, and then I have couple of record 1 as well, in which I have one in uppercase. So let's see how it works. So pretty simple command, unique. Okay, and my file name. For now I don't want to use an option, so my file name is data. So let's observe the output. Okay, can you observe the output? The earlier I had 5 duplicated lines which were adjacent to each other, and now I have only one record 1. Then I had 2 record 2 which were adjacent to each other, and I have only one now. Then record 3 was single, record 3, and then I have record 1 again. They are duplicated into the file, but they are not adjacents, right? So that they are present in my filtered data again, and then I can see record 1 again, which is having some data in uppercase, right? Due to case sensitivity, that particular record is not neglected. Now let us see one of the option to neglect this case sensitivity is -i, which is most common option in almost all the commands to turn off case sensitivity. Okay, so if I use unique -i data, then I should not see the last record 1, which is because of case sensitivity, right? Now can you see record 1 and record 2, record 3 and record 1, the last one is neglected now, is filtered now basically, right? It is because of this option -i. I. Okay, and there are again a couple of options which we use basically in our day-to-day life. Let us take an example of one option called as -c. Okay, so what this particular option does is it basically gives you the count. Okay, so if I use unique -c data, this will basically gives me the count how many times particular record has appeared. Like, so like record 1 has appeared 5 times, record 2 has appeared twice, and 311 is appeared once, right? Again, this record 1 and record 1 are adjacent to each other, but due to case sensitivity they are not picked up as a duplicated. Now I have one option as -i to ignore case sensitivity, and I have option -c to count. Can I combine both? Let us try. Can I combine like -ci? Yes, I can. Let's see the output. Now, can you see the output? Earlier, there were two record one with 1 1 count. Now I have record one with count of 2 because I used option -i to ignore the case sensitivity. Okay, so that's how we can use option -c to count and option -i to ignore the case. Okay, and okay, there is another option called as option -u. Okay, let us see what it does. So from the name we can judge this u is used to print the unique data, only the data which is unique, right? So you can file in the file I have duplicated data for record 1 and record 2, but record 3 and record 1 and record 1 they were unique, right? So that's the reason it has printed only unique data, and that's what this particular command -d does. Okay, then what else we have which we use? Option -i we already used. Okay, I'm just trying to recollect if I use any other option with this. -s we use, but that is not much important. Did we use option -d? Okay, we have one more option called as -d option. Okay, what this option does is we can just again it displays only the record which are duplicated. Okay, can you see here? When I used option unique -d, it is giving me record 1 and record 2 only, right? So that's how we can use the various options. Again, there are many options to this particular command, but these are the repetitively used in our day-to-day task. That's what I wanted to explain. To get more details, you can refer the manual by using command man space unique. You will get the complete manual with all the options which can be used along with this unique command, but I just explained this 4 to 5 options which we use day-to-day basis, like option I to ignore case sensitivity, option C to see the count, option U to get the unique data, -d to get the duplicated data. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk about this unique command in Unix, which is basically one of the filter command. Okay, and you can use this any filter command basically in piping. Okay, so you can basically concatenate two commands to get the data and display. For example, let us say if I want to use something like this cat, so if I use cat data, this will basically display the data on my console. Okay, so if I want to, let us say, display the data and then I want to find out the unique data, then I can use unique is not the command found. Okay, cat data, let me use pipe unique. Okay, can you see you can use unique command this way as well. Like I'm giving the file name to cat command, so that cat command will read the data, and the data which is read by cat command is given to unique command, which will process by unique command then. Okay, so that's what about unique command in Unix or Linux, in fact. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester. In this video, I'm going to talk about how you can compare two files using command diff command. Okay. So in my last video, I have shown you how we can use CMP command for comparison, and which was basically doing byte by byte comparison. Okay. Now in this case, if I use diff command, the comparison will happen line by line. If I was using diff command, it was showing me that okay, the difference was found in line 1 and byte 16th. Okay, but in diff command the comparison will happen line by line, and which is something which I find most useful as a testing point of view. Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, so okay, let me show you the syntax. Basically, let me, okay, so the syntax is something like diff, which is my command itself, and then I have some options which I can specify. Okay, again there are a huge number of options for this particular command, which I'm not going to talk about all, but just couple of options which we use more frequently and which we need basically. Okay, those options I'm going to talk here, and then followed by my file 1 and file 2. Okay, so this is the syntax, which is very simple. Okay, so let's see how diff works. Okay, so let me use diff command now. Diff, now my file 1 is new data, in which I have some data, and again it's same copy with some minor changes, and new data 1. Okay, I'll hit enter and you should see something like this. Okay, now there are few things you should notice over here. Okay, so give me a second. So what you see over here is, you see some words like 1c1, and you see some less than symbol, you see some greater than symbol, you see something 18c18, something like that. Okay, so what are these things? Okay, so what this basically diff command tells you, the diff command tells you that what and all changes are required into the first file, so that it will look exactly as same as your second file. I have two files, file new data and new data 1. So what this particular command will tell you, what and all changes you need in new data, which is my file 1, so that it will look exactly as same as my second file, which is new data 1. And basically the comparison happens line by line. Okay, so unlike its fellow member, like we have different commands for comparison, like cmp as I said earlier, and we have one more called as comm. It tells basically they tells us uh, byte by byte comparison, but in this case we see the comparison line by line. Okay, so it basically tells us which line in one file have to be changed to make the two files identical. Okay, so what these things are now, 1c1, less than symbol, greater than symbol. So basically this diff command give you the output, and it uses some special symbols and instruction to give you the output. Okay, so there are two things. The very first one is the special symbols, which are A, C and D. So as the name suggests, it is A for add, C for change, and D for delete. A for add, C for change, and D for delete. Okay, now what it tells, I'll tell you. Okay, and we have two more things, like we have one less than symbol, which refers first file. Okay, and we have some greater than symbol, which refers second file. Okay, now something should be clear to you. Okay, now what the first this 1c1 tells me. Okay, so this 1c1 tells me that, okay, this one is file 1. Okay, and this one is, sorry, this one is line 1 from file 1, and C is nothing but change, and this one is again line 1 from file 2. Okay, so what this basically is telling you, you need a change in line 1 of file 1 and line 2 of file 2. Okay, and where that change is, you can see the very first is less than symbol, that is this particular line is from my first file. Okay, so you can see the file, the following R, and in R I have R in uppercase in first file, and in second file I have it in lowercase. That's the only change what I have in this particular uh, line. Okay, so because of which I can see this particular difference. Okay, so I hope you are clear now. This one refers line 1 from file 1. C means you need particular change in line 1 of file 1, so that it will look exactly same as uh, line 1 from file 2, and this one refers to line 1 from file 2. Less than symbol refers first file, this is record, this is line from my first file, and this is the greater than symbol as refers line 1 from my second file. Okay, on the similar line you see something, Next to that you see something 7C7. This means there is a difference in line number 7 of file 1, and in order to make the lines equal, you need to do the change in line number 7. C means change. Okay, so you need to do the change. Okay, so you can see the difference lines, like less than symbol means first file, so the first file has something like octal description, and the second file means greater than symbol has something like hex description, so you need to have change over here. Okay, and again similar line I have something in line number 18 where again you need change. Now why I see only CCC, that is for change over here, because what I did is I simply went to the file, I made a copy and I did some changes in that. But if you have something extra into the file, then you may something like addition or something like deletion over there, right? But in my case, since I have only changed it, I'm not saying those things. Okay, but maybe you can give a try by adding some content or deleting some content from another file. You should get that. Okay, so this is basically where very useful comparison for me if I want to compare two files. Okay, and now let us take an example. I want to ignore the case sensitivity. If you see the first difference, it is because of case sensitivity. I have uppercase R and I have lowercase r, and Unix is quite case sensitive. Okay, let us say I want to ignore case sensitivity. Okay, so what I can do is I can use option hyphen I again, which is option hyphen I is common for most of the commands, which is for to make case insensitive. Okay, so I can use something like diff option hyphen I. Okay, and followed by my file 1 new data and another file new data 1. Okay, now if you see when I didn't use option hyphen I saw three differences. The very first one was because of this R, okay, uppercase and lowercase. But when I use option hyphen I don't see the very first difference, which was because of case sensitivity. I just see other two differences. Okay, so this hyphen I is to skip is to make your comparison case insensitive. Okay, and we have another option which we use mostly, which is to ignore white spaces. Okay, if you have some white spaces in your file at the end of the file or something like that, and if you want to ignore them, you can use one of the option called as hyphen B. In my file, since I do not have it, I cannot show and demo it to you, but this will be used when you have some white spaces before or after your file, and if you want to ignore them from comparison, you can use this option, basically hyphen. So this is about how we can compare the file by using diff command. Okay, and there are many number of commands which you can find in the manual. Okay, so if I see man space diff, that is I can get the diff manual, and you can find it has a huge number of commands. Okay, so you can as per your requirement you can go here and you can try. But if I just want to compare the two files, the two options are useful to me, which are my option hyphen I to ignore case sensitivity, because I can see all the differences like this. Okay, and what else? Okay, there is one more option. Give me a second. Let me check. There is one more option like hyphen Y, I guess. Let me check if it is DIFF. And if I use option as hyphen Y and new data, sorry, new data and new data 1. Okay, uh, from where it is starting, give me a second. Okay, so this file I will not be able to see it correctly, but I'll just tell you what this particular command does. This particular command does the comparison column by column. So it will put the file 1 in column 1 and file 2 in column 2, and it will show you the comparison results. Okay, so you can two files are like here you won't be able to see that much clearly because the files are big one, but you can see something like some pipe symbol over here. That means there is a difference over here, and you can see the difference is in between R, this the following R, I have uppercase R over here, and then I have this lowercase r over here in my second file. This is the one. Okay, again I see second pipe over here, that means there is difference over here. You can see the first file has octal, second file has hex. Okay, and the third pipe is over here, that means some difference is over here. That is, in my first file I have Z9 and in my second file I have A9, right? So if you want to have column by column comparison, if you want to put both files into columns, then you can use this option Y hyphen Y option as one of the option basically. Okay, so this is how you can do line by line comparison using diff command, and which I personally feel more useful to me when I want to compare two files in Unix, okay, as compared to byte by byte comparison rather. Okay, so that's it. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to Unix for Tester course. This is a quick video in which I'm going to talk about how we can compare two files using CMP command. Okay, so comparing file must be a repetitive task what we do most of the day when we deal with Unix systems, especially as a part of testing activities. So for doing file comparisons, could be any type of file. So for doing file comparison, there are 3 to 4 different commands. Out of that, I'm going to talk about CMP command in this video. Okay, so this CMP command is basically as I said, used to compare two files, but the comparison happen byte by byte. Okay, so if I go to my Unix terminal and if I check the help document for CMP by using man CMP, I should get some description like it is used to compare the two files byte by byte. Okay, and the syntax for this particular compare command is like this: CMP, which is for compare, followed by some options. Okay, what and all options we have, that I'm going to talk. Okay, and followed by your file1 and file2, and if you want to skip any record, then we can specify with options. Okay, so we have some options like hyphen b, hyphen I, then we have hyphen l, hyphen S to suppress the output. We have 4 to 5 options. Okay, so let's go to that quickly. Let me quit this. Okay, now I have two files basically. Okay, I have two files. My first file is new data. Okay, and in this file I have some data. Okay, so in this file I have some data and I have made some changes into this file, like I changed this lowercase r to uppercase r in this file, and I changed a couple of things here and there. Okay, so this is the my first change what I have in my file. In one file I have small case r, and in one file I have uppercase r. Okay, now let us see how this compare command work in this case. Okay, so uh, the syntax is basically CMP. Okay, then option, which are optional basically, which I'm going to show you in some more time, and followed by my file1 name. My file1 is new data, and my next file is new data 1, where I have made changes. Okay, new data 1, these are the two files to compare, new data and new data 1, and I'll hit enter, and you can see new data and new data 1 differs at byte 16 of line 1. So the comparison is happening basically byte by byte. Okay, and wherever this particular program finds the difference, it is going to terminate the program and giving me the output where my first mismatch found, right? So the first mismatch was on line 1 at byte 16. Okay, so this might not be that much useful in this way. Okay, but if you want to use it in shell scripts, then this particular utility could be useful. I'll tell you how. Okay, now let us see a few options what we have. So we have option hyphen b. Okay, so if I use cmp hyphen b, okay, it is basically used to print differing byte. Okay, the bytes which are differing, it is used to print that. So I'll use cmp hyphen b. I can give file1 as new data and file2 as new data 1, and you can see there is something like new data and new data 1 differ byte 16 line 1 is 12 some control j and 160 r. Okay, so there is some configuration issue with my Unix system, so that's the reason I'm getting this. But in actual, you should get like in this case you will get like uppercase r and lowercase r. That's what the difference in between two bytes. Okay, so this hyphen b option is used to print the bytes which are different. Okay, so we have one option called as hyphen b for that. Now we have another option called as hyphen I. Okay, if you skip some bytes from comparison, let us say what I want to do is I want to skip let us say first since the mismatch is on 16 byte, let me say I'm going to skip my first 20 bytes. So for that I'm going to use option hyphen I followed by how many bytes I want to skip from both the files. So let us say I want to skip 20 bytes from both the files. The first 20 bytes should not be compared and comparison should start from 21st byte. Okay, what are my files? My file is new data and new data 1. Okay, and now can you see the file is having another difference and it is on line 7 byte 267. That is the second change I made. But now can you see clearly that it has skipped this particular comparison where I had the difference on line 1 on byte 16. So this particular comparison has been skipped and now there is a difference in line 7 byte number 267. Okay, so it worked. Now you might have situation where give me a second, you might need to skip, let us say first 10 byte from file 1 and 12 byte from file 2. Might be you might have some few junk characters, special type of characters, or few uh, differences in the initial wording. So if you want to skip, let us say first 10 bytes from file 1 and 12 bytes from file 2, then you can use syntax something like this. Okay, so since I do not have that kind of file, I'm not going to show you that, but you can specify, sorry, there should be hyphen I as well here. Give me a second. So it should be like hyphen I, then byte to be skipped from first file. Let us say I want to skip 10 byte from the first file, colon byte to be skipped from second file. Let us say I want to skip 12 byte from the second file and my both file 1 and file 2, right? So it will work in that way. So yeah, so again we can use hyphen I option for that. Okay, let us take another example where you want to compare only first 10 byte. Okay, so by using hyphen I option, we skipped first 10 byte or first 12 byte, whatever, right? But now, if in case if you just want to compare only few bytes from some file, then you can use hyphen N as one of the option. And let us say you want to compare first 15 byte of both file, and my both file are new data and new data 1. Now in this case, since my file had a difference on byte 16 of line 1 and I just said just compare first 15 byte, so that's the reason I'm not getting any error message over here. So if I'm not getting any message warning or anything, that means the file comparison is successful. So what we compared, we just compared first 15 bytes using option hyphen N. And okay, and one last option I want to show you is hyphen S option. Okay, so this hyphen S option is basically used to suppress the output. Okay, so whatever output you see, the comparison output, in this case the output is something like this: new data file differ add by 16 line 1, whatever this is. Okay, so if you don't want to see this output, you want to suppress it, then you can use the option called as hyphen yes. Okay, and you can give your file name new data and new data 1. So see, I have the differences but the output is getting suppressed. Okay, but in this case it will return some exit status. So it will return exit status 1 and 2, 1 if it is success and 2 is there is some message, something like that. So now where it should be, where it can be used, it can be used in your shell script, wherever you want to write a script. And in that, in particular script, if you have some functionality where you want to compare the file and if you just want to check if both files are equal or not, then you can use this hyphen s option. From where you will get the exit status. Okay, anyway, we don't want it to use for our file comparison. So as a tester, I will not basically use this CMP option because it is not much useful to me. But this is one of the utility program what Unix has provided. Okay, so in next video I'm going to show you we have another two options to compare the files, diff, and one more we have. So that is what I'm going to explain in next video. Okay, so stay tuned. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester. This would be a very short video where I'll talk about variables in Unix or Linux. So, though as a software tester, it is not necessary for us to understand variables in detail. I'm just going to show you at least how we can get the values from system variables. Okay, so let us try and understand what is variable first. Okay, so in any programming languages, when we work with, okay, we assign some value to the variable in order to make it dynamic. Okay, like I define some variable as name is equal to something like I define some variable and I assign some value to it, right? So that is what my variable is. It is something used to store some value, which basically refers some memory location. Okay, and in Unix there are two kinds of variables. First one is system defined variable and second one is user defined variable. Okay, so system defined variables are something which are created and maintained by Unix or Linux itself. Okay, so this type of variables are defined in capital letters. Okay, so let us take a very simple example. If I go to my Unix shell, okay, so in my last video I shown you something like if I do something like echo dollar and shell. Okay, if I do something like that, then I will get what shell I am going to use, right? So here this shell is nothing but my system defined variable. It is defined and maintained by system itself. I can just access it. If I want, I can set its value just by overriding. That is something which I can do in the path variable. Okay, in some folder under path variable, that is I can do, but I'm not supposed to do until and unless I'm very much sure if I want to make those changes for specific requirement, right? Again, let us take some example, like if I want to get my home location, like okay, so what I can do is I can use something like echo dollar home. So this home is again another system defined environment variable. Okay, and another example I can show you, like let me check if does this OS type work over here. It works in Linux. I'm not sure if it works here. Yeah, it works over here, and it is Linux GNU, which is the Unix flavor basically. Okay, and we all know, right? We have some environment variable in Windows operating system. Like if we install, let us say, any tool, then let us say if I install Java, then I need to configure environment variable so that it refers to particular environment, particular version of Java, right? On the similar line, there are environment variables. Okay, and everything is maintained under this path, right? So you can go to this location and do some changes if you want to do. I suggest not to do. Okay, and okay, so this is how, again, there are many variable, system defined variable. A few of them I have listed over here, like we have bash version, then home, which I have shown, then log name, our logging in name, then OS type, then we have path, ps1, pwd, which will use me the present working directory. Like to get present working directory, I can directly use pwd like this, or I can even do something like echo dollar $pwd like this. Okay, so the thing to remember here is if you see anything in uppercase, any variable in uppercase, that is your system defined variable. Okay, now the second variable type is your user defined variable. Okay, so though as a software tester we do not need it, let me show you how quickly we can define it and retrieve the value from it. Okay, so defining the variable, mostly we will be using this thing in shell scripting, right? And as a tester, I'm not going to do any shell scripting. If that is, then I'm not a software tester, right? I'm a complete data stage developer. But let us see how we can do that. Okay, so what you can do is you can simply type your command. Let us say I want to create variable of name var, and I want to assign some value to it, which is 99. Okay, so for example, okay, I have set it. That's it, my variable has been set. And now if I want to access that value, how I can access it? Echo dollar var, and it should print 99. So this is my user defined variable, which we should write it in lowercase, right? If it is system defined, that is in uppercase. User defined should be in lowercase, right? So this was a very short video about variable types, though it is not in detail, because as a software tester I'm not going to deal with variables and all concept, but I just wanted to show you some variables and how we can access them basically. Okay, so that's it I have for this video. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester. In this video, I'm going to talk about shell script. Okay, so I'm going to talk about how we can create a shell script, how we can execute a shell script. In fact, I'll start with what is shell script from. Okay, so first let us talk about what is shell script. Okay, so if you are aware, in Windows we have something called as batch file. Okay, and I have one simple example where I have created a batch file. Okay, so if you want to execute any script from DOS, okay, then we use this specifically Windows batch file, okay, with .bat extension. Okay, if I open and if I show you something like this is my batch file. Okay, and these are the three different commands which I'm going to execute from my batch file. Okay, so like if I don't use this batch file, then what I need to do is I need to execute my command one first, then I need to execute my second command, then I need to execute third command in the sequence one by one manually. But instead of that, what I did is I wrote all three commands one by one in a line, and I saved that particular file with .bat extension, that is batch file, and simply I can double click on that batch file, or even I can call it from my command prompt, and the all the commands from that particular batch get executed. Okay, on the similar line, if I wanted to do some same thing for Linux, then there is something called as shell script. Okay, so basically shell script is a text file that contain a sequence of command for Unix based operating system. So let us say in Unix I want to do some processes, like first I want to navigate to some directory, then I want to read text file from the directory, I want to process text file, then I want to save the process data into some another text file, and blah blah blah. We have many operations which can be achieved with Unix, right? So if I want to do all those operations one by one manually, it is very much time consuming. I need to write a command each time for each command which I want to execute basically one by one manually, right? That is pretty tedious task. So a Unix shell script is a text file that contains sequence of all these commands which which you want to execute one by one. Okay, it's called a script because it combines two words script in a single file, that is a sequence of commands that would otherwise have to be presented to the system in the form of keyboard one at a time, right? And the shell is the operating system's command interpreter, right? Because see what kind of operating system I'm using Unix operating system, and its interpreter is shell. Okay, I'm going to show you where this shell interpreter is. So based on these two combination, like since I have a shell interpreter and I am writing all my command into a file which is a script, so that is why it is basically called as a shell script. Okay, now I'm going to let us I'm not basically going to create a shell script, but I'm going to show existing shell script which I have created. Okay, so if I do ls over here, if you see any file here which is ending with .sh extension is called as your shell script. Okay, so this is my shell script which is script.sh. Okay, so as I said, in Windows batch file we have we will be writing a text file with .bat extension, but in case of Unix it will be file ending with .sh extension, that will be termed as your shell script. Okay, now let us view the content of this shell script, what this particular shell script contains. Okay, so let me do vi script.sh, and this is basically my shell script. Okay, so the very first line you see something like hash, then exclamatory symbol, and then you see some path like /bin/sh. Okay, first let us go and check what this particular path is. Okay, let me go to /bin and let me check what and all I have here. I have many things. Let me check if I have sh, anything called as sh. Yes, I do have. Okay, so let me do ls-ltr. Okay, and let us check what is this sh is. Give me a second. I saw sh somewhere. It is there. Yeah, so it is. Okay, and this sh is basically a special kind of directory. Okay, so let me check if I can view its content. Okay, actually it is basically a file, but I cannot view its content, right? Because it is interpreter for me, right? So I cannot open the interpreter and I cannot view the content, right? So let me quit. Fine. So this is basically location where my interpreter is /bin/sh. Okay, that's what I wanted to show you. Now let me go to my shell script. Let me go to my home directory. Okay, now I have my shell script over here. Okay, and let me open it again. So the very first line, as I said, contains the interpreter, right? So this is the very important line which tells Unix operating system that okay, execute the below commands with the help of this particular interpreter. Okay, so this is called as shebang. Okay, this complete line is called as shebang. Okay, so this is my basically a shell script, and in shell script you can find uh, I have some commands which I am going to execute one after another. Okay, so this echo is my first command which I am going to execute. Then after that I am going to execute another echo. Then I am doing some while loop over the line which I am going to read the data from my input file, and then again finally I am going to do echo. So I am going to execute the commands one by one. So in order to execute all right, because I don't want to execute one after another, go there and execute manually. I don't want to do that. So what I did is I just combined all of them into one file called as shell script. Okay, so this was what this shell script is basically doing. It is reading the data from input file.txt. Okay, so we know that this less than symbol and greater than symbol are the IO redirectional operators, basically we can call them. So this less than symbol is used to read the data, and this greater than symbol basically used to write the data into file, right? So this double greater than symbol is basically used to append the data to the output file. Okay, so this shell script is basically reading the data from my input file and simply writing the data to output file by iterating over all the lines. Okay, that's the pretty simple example what I have. Okay, now let me come out of this and let me tell you now how we can execute this shell script. Okay, so basically there are two ways how we can execute the shell script. So the very first way is you can refer the current directory, that is with the help of dot, and then give the name of your shell script, which is script.sh. Okay, so if I hit enter, you can see my shell script execution is completed because I can see some messages are printed, and if I see some file would have been generated, but that's fine, I know that file is generated. Okay, but since I see this message, that means my shell script execution is completed. Okay, but whenever you create a shell script, by default it does not have a permission to uh, execute that particular shell script. Okay, and how can you see the permissions? If you do ls-ltr, you will see, go to your shell script, that is script.sh, and here you will see some permissions, right? So the very first 10 bytes you will see, starting from second byte, rwx, which are the permissions for user, then second rwx permission for user group, third rwx permission for others, right? So this is something which I set by myself. Okay, But if you are doing it first time, then you will have something like, I'm just changing the permission back to the normal level. Ch mode, I'm setting it to 640 and script.sh. Okay, so this is how basically whenever you will create this script first time, you will see something like this. And let me check what and all permission it has now. So script.sh, you can see it has only read write permission for user, and at the fourth place you can see it has a hyphen. That means it does not have the execute permission. Okay, and if I try to execute the script without execute permission, I should see the error message called as permission denied. Okay, so in order to execute any shell script, we need to give the permission. So you need to give the permission whether you want to execute this shell script by your username, or maybe all other users from particular group, or maybe anyone else can execute this particular shell script. So you can give permission accordingly, right? So you can refer my one of the video where I talked about file permission. Okay, I have talked about all these things, like how we can change the file permission using chmod command. Okay, so for now I am setting the permission 777. That means I'm giving all the accesses to all the like users, user group and others, right? And my script is script.sh. Okay, and if I try to execute the same shell script now, script.sh, now this time I should see my script got executed, right? So this is the one way how we can execute the shell script. Navigate to the directory where your shell script is, and then use dot slash your script name. Okay, another way to execute your shell script is, again, navigate where your shell script is. Currently I'm in the same directory where my shell script is, and then use sh, which is basically a command, or you can say utility program, which basically runs your shell script, and then give the name of your shell script, which is script.sh. And if I hit enter, I should see my script execution is completed, right? So these are the two way basically how we execute the shell script. Okay, so that's what I wanted to show you in this video, basically what is shell script, how we can create a shell script, and how to execute. Okay, so see, as a test engineer, whenever we deal with any system with Unix operations and all, we are not going to create any shell script, right? Because that's the job of data test developers or Unix developer, whoever it is. What my job is, to execute the shell script, verify the output file if the output file is getting generated, if the contents are correct, and all those things, right? My job is to execute the shell script and verify the results, not to write the shell script or what are the contents they are in the shell script. But I should have little bit idea, okay, shell script is like this, it looks like this, it works like this, and other things, right? So that I can get even more interest, and I may get few different things into my execution. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk in this video. Okay, so thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Testers Manual, and how we can automate the Unix processes which can be used with any test automation framework. So in this video, I'm going to talk on how to automate the Unix processes. So what are the different Unix processes we have? Like we might need to execute the shell script, we might need to send the file, we might need to check if my file is existing on server, if I might need to delete the file is existing, or create file, or might be receiving file from my Unix server to my local machine for further processing, for further validation. It could be anything, right? So we can automate all those Unix processes so that I can accommodate them into my test automation framework. Okay, so let us take an example. I have some application where I input some data on my web application, which, let us say, which you have automated with Selenium. Okay, and then you have a part of Unix shell script execution. Let us say after that shell scripts get executed, then only your something happens. Okay, and then you need to verify that particular something part into your UI again, or into your database, or so somewhere. Okay, so you have automated the part web UI part very easily with Selenium, but how we can automate that Unix integration part with so that I can have my complete end-to-end test automation? Or there might be some application, let us say, like which is processing your text file, and let us say you're preparing some text file, and then you are sending the text file to your Unix server, so that Unix shell script will process it, and then you will verify the text file, right? So you can automate even this process with the help of this uh, putty or SSH libraries. Okay, so we'll be talking about in next 3 to 4 videos. We will talk about how we can automate it with approach 1, and then we'll see approach 2, that is by using third-party libraries. Okay, so there are two approaches I can suggest you, like by using putty tool, but this is something which I can prefer very less. Okay, there is second approach, which is by using SSH libraries. Okay, so when I say putty tool, okay, so if you go to your installation directory, if you go to your C drive, and where your putty installation is, so my putty installation is in Windows program files and putty. So here you can see multiple applications. Okay, like the very first thing is UC putty, which is my this particular application which I use to interact with the Unix server. Then we have couple of more. We have puttygen to generate my public private key. Then we have couple of applications like PSCP, PSTP, and plink. Okay, so by using these tool plink and PSCP or PSTP, we can do the processes, like we can run the shell script automatically, or we can schedule SFTP operation for file transfer from to and fro. Okay, so we can perform those things by using these tool, and in next 3 videos I'll be talking about this approach 1, how we can automate these processes by using this putty tool. So when I say putty tool, that means by using this plink and PSCP or PSTP. Okay, so by using these tool, how we can automate the various processes. Okay, so that's what we will be talking. So what and all processes we can automate it? As I said, we can any, let us say if you want to execute any command or any shell script, or you want to execute any FTP commands, file transfer from your local machine to server, server to local machine, or anything else, if you want to check a file existing or something like that, if you want to delete file, any kind of operations. Okay, or finally to interact with Unix server for any other purposes. So I'll be talking about these things in my next 3 to 4 videos for approach 1, and then I'll start with my approach 2, which is by using SSH libraries. So I will use one SSH library for Java, which is JSCH, and by using that SSH library, we'll see how we can automate all those processes internally, and how it is more effective than using your putty tools. Okay, so fine, so stay tuned for this next video, where I'm going to talk about how we can automate the processes using putty tools. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to talk on how to automate your shell script execution using putty. Okay, so in my last video, I have shown you a couple of putty tools. Okay, so let me go to it once again. So if I go to my putty installation directory, okay, so we have some putty tools in that like peeling, PSCP, and PSFTP. So by using these tools, we can automate few Unix processes, okay, like your shell script execution, file transfer, and few other things. Okay, so in this video I am going to show you how we can execute a shell script automatically, okay, and how you can include it in your program, okay, in your, let us say, in Java programming in this case. So the very first thing is what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a batch file. Okay, so batch file is ending with .bat extension. That is my batch file. Okay, and the advantage of creating batch file is as soon as I double click, in fact batch file is an executable file. As soon as I double click, it starts its execution into command prompt. Okay, so that's where I'm going to use my batch file. Okay, and then okay, now from this putty installation tools, I'm going to use p-link in this case. Okay, because this p-link, okay, I'll not be able to open p-link like this, like how I can use putty, but I can call this p-link to execute my shell script. Excuse me, to execute my shell script. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can do that. So the very first thing is, since I'm using this p-link, I need to change my, okay, and as I said, we will be using command prompt. Okay, so let us say if I navigate to my command prompt, okay, and if I need to use this if I need to use this particular p-link, then I should navigate to this particular directory. So the very first thing what I'll do is I'll change my directory to this. So this will be my first step in my batch file. Okay, so that's what my first step is, cd to put installation directory. Okay, and then I will be using some command like this, plink.exe, okay, followed by my username @ my server, followed by shell script path. So this is the standard syntax how you can execute your shell script using this plink. Okay, and we will be adding all these things into the batch file, so that as soon as I double click on my batch file, or you can call even that batch file is your executable file, you can call that batch file from anywhere, and like from any programs, and it will execute it. Okay, so and we can finally, once your batch file is created, we can execute it from your Java code, or in fact, since it is executable, it can be called from any programming language. Fine, now let us start. So I'll be creating batch file. So how we can create a batch file? So you can simply create a text file, okay, and you can save the text file, like I'm going to click on save. I will save it on desktop. Okay, and let us say I'm naming it as shell exec. Okay, I'm going to name it as shell exec, and the extension should be .bat, that is batch. And since I'm specifying extension in file name itself, you need to enclose it with double quote, right, so that it will consider this .bat as an extension, not this txt, right. So if I click on save, you can see now my batch file is created. So if I go on desktop, you can see something shell exec. Okay, and you can see it is as a Windows batch file. So if I click on this, the app can't run. Fine, we'll see why it is not running. Let us create it first. So now I have created a batch file. Now my next thing is I need to change my directory to putty installation directory, which is this one. Okay, so I'll be using this command, cd and this. Okay, let me copy this and let me paste it over here. Now I'll get navigated to this particular installation directory. Okay, and from this particular installation directory, what I'm going to call, I'm going to call plink.exe, that is this particular tool, plink.exe. So that's why after I navigated to this, I'll be able to execute this plink.exe. Now in order to use this plink.exe, what I said is I need to specify plink followed by my username @ server and my script file path. Okay, So the very first thing is we will see my username. Okay, so my username, if you go here, you can see, not here, let me go to putty. So if you go to putty, you can see my username as Prakash, Prakash. Yes, so I will add Prakash at the rate. What is my server? So if I need to check my server, I need to start a new session, and basically I can get my server name from here. Okay, so I will add my username at the rate server. Okay, and then okay, so I have given p-link username server followed by script file path. Okay, so I need to give my script file now. So now I want to tell uh, p-link that I want to execute a shell script. So I am using parameter hyphen ssh. Okay, so shell script, I am going to execute shell script. And now how to execute a shell script? Okay, so let me go to my putty here. Let me close this, and so let me do ls. Okay, so if I do ls, you can see some shell script over here, that is script.sh. okay, and how to execute the shell script is by using sh followed by script. What is your script name? Okay, so now you can see exec has started, so shell execution is started, right? So since there is nothing in the script, it will not execute anything, but you can see execute started, that is part of my script. Fine, I'm going to terminate this execution. Fine. So my execution is stopped. Fine. So what I just wanted to show you, in order to run the shell script, you will be using sh followed by your script name, script.sh. Now, since my shell script was residing into my home directory itself, I need not to give any directory location, like how I have mentioned over here, like go to etc, then go to backup, and then I have sh file present over here. So if in such a case, I need to specify location as well, but in my case it is present in my home directory itself, so that's the reason I need not to give any location. So what I've done, I'm calling plink.exe from this particular location, then I am passing my username on this server followed by ssh and my script. Now you must be wondering how it is going to authenticate. Okay, so there are two ways how it can authenticate, by using password, okay, or by using key. So in my case, I'm going to authenticate with key. Okay, but if you have password already handy with you, then what you can do is you can use one parameter called as pw as an option and specify your password. Like just before username, you need to pass this parameter as a pw and your password here. You can specify your password here, then followed by your username and whatever we have next, right? So the extra thing is you need to pass your password over here by using hyphen pw. In my case, I do not have password. Okay, so in my case, I have ssh key. So if I have ssh key, then I need to use a parameter called as hyphen I, and then I need to pass my public private key. Okay, so where is my key? My key should be in my app drive key, and here is my key, which I'm going to use it to achieve the connection. That's what I'm passing it from my City, from my Bootcamp, passing the same key. So let me get this path for this particular key. Okay, so fine. Now after parameter I need to pass my key path, right? So that's what I'm going to pass. Okay, so this is what my complete command is. Let me zoom it out. Okay, so first I cd over here, then I'm calling plink. By using this particular key, I'm going to authenticate. I don't need this password here. Okay, by using this particular key, I'm going to authenticate on this particular server with this username, and I'm going to execute this specific command. Okay, and after this I need to exit. Fine, as soon as execution is completed, I need to exit. So this is my complete shell script, sorry, complete batch file, from which I'm going to execute the particular shell script. Okay, let me execute it now. how we can execute, I can just double click and it will start the execution, and you can see it has cc'd to this particular directory, and then it has typed this particular command and it says access granted, press return to begin session. Now if I hit enter, it is saying exec started. That means my shell script execution is started, but here you can see a manual intervention because it is asking me to press the return key. Okay, so if I do not want this manual intervention, then we can add one more parameter which is called as no anti spoof. Okay, so what I can do is I can add another parameter, I can add here, or even I can add after your server, and the parameter is no anti spoof. Okay, so that it will not ask you to press return key as a confirmation. Okay, so now I just saved it and I'll hit enter on this exec, and now you should see the execution should start. Yeah, now you see the execution is started. It do not have any manual intervention now, and your shell script execution will start. Great. So my shell script execution is started, and now what I can do is basically now my shell script execution, basically batch file for shell script execution is completed by using this particular syntax, and now I'm good to execute this batch file from my Java code. In fact, as I said, this is a executable file, Windows batch file. You can execute it from any programming language. Okay, so in next 3 videos I'm going to show you, after 3 videos in fact I'm going to show you how we can execute any batch file from your Java code. Okay, so what next I'm going to do is I'm going to call this particular shell script, sorry, this particular batch file from my Java code, so that I can include this into my automation framework. Okay, so this is part of, in fact, my approach one, which I said I prefer less rather than I prefer using SSH libraries like JSCH for Java or SSHnet for C#. Okay, so fine, so we'll continue with next video, where I'm going to show you how we can do a file transfer from your Windows to server, from server to Windows, and post that I'll show you how we can execute this particular batch file from your Java code. Okay, so stay tuned. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, manual Unix concepts, and how to automate all those Unix concepts and Unix processes in order to accommodate the processes, various automation processes of Unix in your test automation framework. So as a part of this series, I'm going to talk on automation of sending file to Unix server using PuTTY. Okay, so as I said, I have two approaches, using PuTTY tools and using SSH library called JSCH. So using PuTTY tool, currently I'm talking on. So here, for like in my last video, I talked about how we can execute a shell script using peeling by using PuTTY. And here I'm going to talk on how we can send the file, in fact how we can transfer the file to and fro from Unix server to your Windows machine, or your local machine, or from your local machine to your Unix server via PSCP, which is a part of PuTTY installation. Okay, so the process remains same. I need to create a batch file, then I need to cd to the PuTTY installation directory. Then I'm going to use, at this time, if I go to my PuTTY installation directory, you can see something called as PSCP. Okay, so this is PuTTY secure SFTP protocol, which is used to transfer your file, that is your file transfer protocol for performing FTP operations. Okay, so the peeling, in last video I have shown you how we can use this peeling to execute the shell scripts. In fact, we can execute any commands by using this peeling, and here I'm going to show you how we can use this PSCP. Okay, so I'm going to use this PSCP, and we need to use it in below format. Okay, so this PSCP, and here I need to provide some options. Okay, what are those options? Like could be my password, or could be my SSH key, or could be any options. Okay, then I need to specify the source. Okay, and then username, host, and my target. Okay, so in this case, since I'm sending it from my local machine to the Unix server, so my source will be my file from my local machine. Okay, and my target would be any target into my Unix server. Okay, so let us start. So let me go to this. Okay, so this was the script from my last video where I have shown you how we can install SSH, how we can execute SSH script by using batch file. Now I am going to create a new new batch file. How I can create? I can create just a text file, and I can go and I can click on save as, and I will name it as send to host. Okay, and the extension should be bat because it is a batch file. You can refer my previous video for detailed description. And I'm going to click on save, and I'm going to paste my command from my previous video because I need to cc cd to this particular directory where my put is installed, and from this I'm going to use, in fact this exe is not required, so this time I'll not give exe, or even if we give, there is no harm. I can give pscp because we are going to use this pscp. Okay, so I have cd to this particular directory, and from there I'm going to execute pscp. Okay, and this time our format is options. Okay, so in options I need to give my option, which is my public private key. So here again we need to use parameter -i, fine, along with -i my key. Okay, and then I need to specify my source. Okay, so now what is my source? So let us say, let me go. So let us say I want to send this particular file to my Unix server. Okay, so I can get the path of this particular file. Let me copy as a path. Okay, and I need to specify path over here. Okay, so I'm just space followed by path. Okay, which is my source file. So let us say I want to send this specific source file to host. Okay, and followed by what next we have user @host. So what is my user? User is Prakash. So I'm just removing this unwanted spaces now. User is Prakash @host. Okay, and this time this no anti-spoof is not required, I believe, or let it be, because I think this anti-spoof is why we use this anti-spoof, it was to get the read of that particular message like accept granted, press return key to continue. So I think we will not get this for SFTP operation. We get it when we use billing. If we get, then we will add it. Fine. Now I have username my particular host, and in host then I need to use in my host where I need to transfer my file. So let us say in host I need to transfer my file to my directory called home/Prakash. So if I go to putty and if I do my print working directory, you can see it is home/Prakash. So let us say here I want to transfer my file. Okay, and my file name is file to send to host. Okay, so let me just uh, clear and let us do ls. Okay, so here I do not see any file called as file sent to host.txt, and so I'm sending this file from my local directory to Unix server into this specific location, specific directory. Okay, so I hope this is pretty clear, nothing much to talk. cd to this put installation directory. From put installation directory, use this particular pscp for secure your file transfer operations. -i to pass my public private key, then my source file, the file which I need to send, followed by my username @host, followed by my path where I need to send it to my Unix server, followed by exit. Okay, so now your question might be, if you are not aware, your question might be in which cases we might have this kind of we might need this kind of operation. So as I said earlier, let us say you have a system where your upstream system is sending extracts of your database, could be your mainframe files, or could be anything. Okay, let us say your upstream system is sending the extract of, or in fact, let us say, let us call it in simple terminology, your upstream system is sending the files to your Unix server, and in your Unix server, you want to execute the shell script so that that particular file will get picked, processed, and it will generate one output file. In fact, it will do, let us say, some operations. It will trigger some database queries, anything. It will process the output file, and you need to verify that output file. So in my system testing, what is my process? What and all I need? I need to send this particular file to host, then host in the sense to my Unix server. Okay, I need to send it to, because sending receiving it from upstream system, that is part of SIT or UAT, whatever, right? But in my system testing case, let us say I want to send it to my Unix server for my for testing my shell script if it is perfect. Okay, so I'll be sending it to my Unix server. Then by, let us say, I'll be sending it by using this particular batch file. Then I'll be my shell script by using the another batch script which we saw last time. And then once the shell script is triggered for shell execution, it will produce, let us say, one output text file which I need to verify. Now, in order to verify that file, I can even verify it on Unix server, but in order to do some operations on it, like read it line by line and then verify, then compare it with my actual results and all those stuff. What I'll do is better, I'll get it on my local machines. In those cases, we will download the file from my Unix server to my local machine. So in there could be any such a scenarios where you might need this. Okay, so now I'm done with this. I have saved it. Okay, now let us run this particular script, send file to host. So I'm just double clicking it, and you can see the script is triggered in your command prompt, and now you can see the file transfer is successful. There was some pop-up, and I couldn't grab it actually, but if you go to your putty now, and if you do ls, now you should see some file, new file, which is file to send to host. Now this particular file has been sent from your local machine to putty installation, sorry, Unix server. Okay, and the script which we used is this one by using PSCP. Okay, so this is how basically we can send the file from your local machine to Unix server using putty, basically using PSCP. So this is when we have a single file, but even you can play along with multiple files as well, like simply by using this wildcard. You can do that. Let us say from this particular directory I want to send all the files with dot doc extension, or maybe you can give like asterisk dot asterisk, so that it will send all the files with all extension from the specific folder to the required directory where you want to send it. So likewise you can send multiple files as well, or even if you want, you can add this multiple command into the same batch file and you can execute. So now your main task is you need to make these things parameterized, like from where your key will be picked up, or from where this particular file name will come here from in your test automation framework. You need to update it dynamically, so that is something you need to take care. Okay, so fine, so that's what I have for this video. In my next video I'm going to talk on how we can receive the file from Unix server to my local machine using again putty. Okay, so that's it. So in again, as I said, in my next couple of videos I'm going to show you, once we are done with creation of all this batch file, how we can execute these batch files from Java code. Okay, so fine, that's it. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, manual and automation by using Selenium. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how we can receive the file from Unix server to your local machine using one of the putty tool called as PSCP. Okay, so in my last couple of videos I talked about how we can execute the shell script using putty automatically by creating a batch file, and we can basically invoke that batch file from any of the code. Then how to send the file to Unix server, and this video I'll talk about how to receive the file. So basically the steps are same: create a batch file, then cd to put the installation directory, and this time as well we'll be using this pscp, but only this syntax will change. Okay, so what I'll do is I will just go and create another batch file. Okay, I have copied the content because most of the things will remain same. I'm going to save it as a batch file, okay, on my desktop itself, and I'm going to name it as receive from host. Okay, something like that, and my extension should be dot batch, those then double quotes, because I need to override this dot .txt extension with batch. Fine. Now the very first thing is cd to putty, then pscp again I'm going to use, and just the format will change because I'm receiving it from Unix server. So the first thing will come your Unix thing and then your local thing. In my earlier video where I talked sending the files from local machine to host, in that case the first point was sending the file, that is from your local and then your Unix server. So the sequence was basically reversed. In a sending case your local file will be first, in receiving case local file will be last, right? So it would be your let me modify this. So in this case your this particular parameter will be at the same position, just this file name should be last, right? And let us say from this particular directory, home slash prakash, I want to receive one file called as, let us say, this output file dot txt. Let us say I want to get this file, so I need to give basically the complete path. Even we can use wildcard here to receive it in multiple files, so we can see that. So what I'm going to do here is using this key on this for this specific username for this server, and the file from my Unix server, that is Prakash, it should be slash. So this output file from this particular directory will get received at this particular location. Pretty simple. Okay, now what I'll do is simply I'm going to execute this receive file from host, and you can see the process quickly. Now you can see the output file and you see something, right? If you want to just keep it, you can do is you can add one more line called as pause, so that it will wait for you. Okay, what I'll do, I have added pause and I'm going to run it again. So here you can see the file has been received, output file has been received. The size is 0 KB. Let us say if in actual it is 0 KB. So what I'll do is I'll do ls-ltr and I'll check where is my output file. Output file is this. Let me check the content of my output file. And I do have some content. Okay, so I should see these contents. I should see all these content should be present in my file what is downloaded. Okay, so I'll go to the location where it is downloaded, and here it is. You can see output file. Actual size is 1 KB actually. Okay, and if I open this, you can see the file is downloaded. Okay, so this is what the contents are. So these are the content which are downloaded. Here you can see, right? So this is how we can get the file from your Unix server to my local machine. And now what I can do is in my test automation framework, if I want to, let us say I want to validate this file, then I can have some separate logic where I am going to read this file line by line. I'm going to verify it. So that's my separate logic based on what I need. So the basic thing where I want to show you how we can download a single file and how you can again receive a multiple file by using a wildcard. Okay, so again the same, if you're not sure with the file name or if you want to receive all the files, basically you can give a wildcard. So in this particular example, it will go to this source directory. In source directory, any file which is which is ending with .c extension will get downloaded to this particular location, which is my C drive and source folder. Okay, so if you want to download all the files from this source on from your Unix server, then you can give wildcard so that it will receive any file ending with any extension, right? So that's pretty simple. So now we are done with creating the batch files. Okay, so in my next video I will show you how we can execute these batch files and how you can incorporate them in your test automation framework. Okay, so like double click will work. Now these are the batch file, they got converted into your executable file. So you can call this executable from any programming language, no matter whether it is Java, whether it is C sharp, whether it is anything. Your in case of Qtip as well, you can call this. In case of Java with Selenium, you can call this. In case of uh, any Selenium binding language, you can call it, or even if you want to execute it with Tosca, you can do that. Though Tosca have one, you might be aware about Tosca test automation tool, which is a scriptless automation tool. So if you are using a Tosca, which is a scriptless automation tool, which is bit costly in fact. So, but if your organization have, you can definitely go ahead with that, and it simplifies these processes very much. Like they have one simple standard module for executing all these commands. You can simply enter the value, and they will get all the things done for you. But again, the drawback is it is bit costly, and if your organization afford it, if they have it, better you can go with that, right? Otherwise, again, these things are also very simple, nothing complex in that. Fine, so that's it. I have this video. In my next video, I'll show you how we can batch file from my Java code by using couple of options like process builder, and again one of the new thing which I saw, which is plexus details. Okay, so that's it for this video. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers. So in this video, I'm going to explain how we can execute the batch file from Java code. Okay, so in my last video, I talked on how we can create batch files. Like if I want to perform some operation, like if I want to execute any Unix command, or if I want to execute any shell script. Okay, or if I want to send any files to Unix server or receive any file. So can do all those things automatically from our code itself with the help of uh, putty tools basically. Okay, so we use peeling for running shell scripts, and we used pscp to do sftp operations. Okay, so basically if you must have referred my previous videos for that. So now let us say you want to do the now I have automated that particular operations from batch file. Now what your aim is? Your aim is to incorporate that particular thing, like let us say executing shell script into your test automation framework. So what I have done is I have created one Java project. Okay, so basically it's a Maven project, and in my Maven project I have created one package called com.js demo. Okay, so okay, basically I should create another package, or let it be. So in this package I'm going to create a new class, and I'll name that class as exec using process builder. Okay, now I'll talk on what is this process builder and all. Fine, so I'm using this main class. Great. Now we have created the batch files, as I said, and if I want to incorporate execution of this batch file in my test automation framework, then I like in this case I'm using Java code. But as I said, since this is a Windows batch file, it is executable file, so you can call it basically from any programming language, or even you can call it from any scriptless test automation tools as well, right? Because this is just a plain executable file. Fine. Now what I'm going to show you today is how you can execute that Windows batch file from Java code, which you can incorporate in your test automation framework. And basically we have two ways to do that. The first way is using process builder. Okay, and we have another way which I'm going to explain in my next video, where we are using one API which gives us a good way to deal with command lines. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how we can do it with process builder. So process builder is basically a class in your Java. Okay, so the it is basically used to execute the or to initiate various processes. So the very first thing is you need to create the object of process builder class. Okay, so if I just hit enter, you can see process builder belongs to java.lang. Okay, so I am using this builder, and I'm creating the object called as pb is equal to new, and it should be process new process builder. string command. Fine. So I'm using, okay, give me a second, new process builder, and here I need to give my basically the location of my batch file. Okay, so in my case I have my uh, okay, so here it is. Let us say if I want to, sorry, I double clicked. If I want to send particular files to host, okay, so I'm going to use this particular uh, batch file. Okay, and how I can get location for this batch file? I can go to properties. I can either get this full location, okay, or I can get this location only, and then I can use system dot get properties, right? So let us say if I want to get the location of my current project, and then I from my current project location I can navigate to this particular path. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so if you want to get the current location of your project, then you can use system dot get, you should have something get property. Yes, and the property to get your location is user dot dir. It is to use get user directory. Now I am into this particular directory, let us say, and from this directory I need to navigate through these steps till this particular location wherever I want. Okay, so I'm using plus. Okay, and now I want to navigate. So I've just copied the location, and I should use double slash, right, because it acts as a escape character. Fine. Now I have created the object for your process builder class. Okay, now what next? I should start the process. So if I use pb dot, and I should see one option as start. Okay, and here you can read the basically description is used to start the new process using the attribute of this process builder. So I have created the process builder and going to start my process by using this pb dot start. Okay, so if I execute this simple line, two lines of code, it will work perfectly, no issues. Okay, but now what I want to do is I want to check if my execution is successful, what is the written code, what is the output that I am expecting on my console or your terminal, whatever, right? So in order to do that, we need to get it basically in the process object. So if I hover my mouse on start, you can see it returns the process object. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll use process object. It is again from the same package, and I will name it as process equal to pb dot start. Now I got this process object. Okay, so by using this process object, what I can do is I can get the input stream, that is the data which gets on your terminal, and basically I can get the uh, exit code. Okay, if my exit code is 0, then the execution is successful. If it is not, then there is some issue. Fine, now my process is started, and I have assigned it to some process variable. Okay, so what I can do is I can use process dot. Okay, so if we do just process dot dot, you can see some methods in it, like get input stream, and you can see the description for get input stream is it returns the input stream connected to normal output of your sub process. Okay, so what basically this get input stream is, whenever you run any process, it will display some it will write some content on your console or on your terminal. So in order to read that content, we will be using this get input stream. Again, we will be using this wait for. Okay, so this wait for is used, you can see it causes the current thread to wait, it necessarily wait until the process is terminated. Okay, so we will be using this process for as well, and by sorry wait for as well, and by using this wait for, we will be waiting for my process to get completed and get the return code, okay, or exit code, whatever. Okay, so the very first thing is what I'll do is I will get this input stream. Okay, and I'll just display it on my this particular console over here, right? So I'm trying to get my input stream. Now okay, what this get input stream return, it returns input stream. Okay, so I need to basically assign it to input stream. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll use new input stream. Okay, new input stream, and Okay, so process dot get input stream, fine. Okay, so basically we should use input stream reader. uh, yeah, so we'll be using input stream reader to read the content, and where we will be storing those content, we will be storing those content into a buffer reader. Okay, so I will create one object of buffer reader class, buffered reader, bf is equal to new buffered reader and I need to pass the reader. Okay, and what is my reader? My reader is basically this particular input stream. Excuse me. So now what will happen is we are using the process object to get set input stream. This get input stream returns input stream reader. Okay, and by using this input stream we are storing the content of that input stream into my buffer variable, which is bf. Okay, now, or even I'll let me call it as reader. Okay, so I'm going to store the content into the reader. Now what I'm going to check is I'm going to read the values from reader. Okay, so to read the values from reader, what we can do is we can use that object of reader, and you can see the method called as read line. Okay, so basically we can use this object read line. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I am assigning it to some string. Line is equal to, let me define some string. Fine. So what I will do is I will use while loop over here so that I can iterate over all the what I can say, all the lines of text which is present into my buffer reader, and I will check if my line is not equal to null. If it is not equal to null, then I want to display it. Okay. Okay. Now if it is not equal to null, then I want to display it. Okay. I can use. Okay, or else what I'll do is uh, okay, I can basically one string builder. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create one string builder. So string builder is basically a mutable string, and what I will do is I will append the data to string builder. Okay, my data is present in line. Okay, and then I need to add a line separator. Okay, so I'm going to do it so that my next line will get displayed onto the uh, next line in my string builder, sorry. Okay, so now I'll have my all data into this specific string builder. Okay, which is my sb. Now what next? Fine, so what I can do is I can simply display system.out.println sb, that is my content from string builder. Okay, so I got this command over here, not required. Fine, so now if I execute this code simply, it should execute the code. But before I execute the code, let me connect to my putty and let me check what file I am going to send it to my Unix server. Okay, so basically in my particular batch file I'm trying to send this file to send to host, and the file is already present over there. Let me delete that file. Okay, now that file is deleted. Great. Now what I'll do is I'll simply execute the code and we'll see if it works. Okay, so you can see my execution is successful, and you can see the things which get performed on your terminal are already displaying over here. That is because of this particular reader and this particular part. Otherwise, if you just want to trigger the process, these two lines are enough. And if I do ls now, I should see that particular file here, but why don't I see? Okay, let us what we'll do is we'll try and get the exit code. If my exit code is 0, that means my execution particular process is successful. So what I'll do is I'll use process object dot, we have some command called wait for that I have already explained. Okay, and this wait for, what it returns, if you just hover your mouse on it, uh give me a second, it returns an integer. Okay, so I'll try and get int of a return code is equal to this. Okay, and what we'll do is, if we'll just check return code, if my return code is equal to 0, then this thing, else I'll print something. Not successful. Now let us do it again. Okay, so this particular part is getting executed. That means my execution is successful because I'm printing that particular part when my return code is 0. Okay, so now let me go to this particular file. Okay, so basically my file, what I'm executing, okay, so actually I was using this receive file from host, so I should use this send file to host. Okay, so now it should work. I was referring some different batch file. Okay, so you can see I didn't get any error messages like not successful or any other error message. That means my execution is successful. And if I do ls over here, now you can see my file has been sent to host. Okay, so this is my file. Okay, so this is how you can execute any batch file from your Java program. Let us try and run another batch file, which is my run putty. Okay, so in my run putty, okay, let me show you the script what it has. Okay, so in run putty, basically the script is of 3 lines only. So we are using plink to execute my script, which is script.sh. Okay, and I'll show you what is there in script.sh. Okay, so if I do ls over here, you can see one script called as script.sh. Okay, so uh, okay, let me show you the content of your script. So my script content is something like this. I'm just echoing something, and what I'm trying to do here is, okay, so I'm trying to read some data from input file, and I'm going to write the data into file called as output file. So I'm basically doing a read and write operation. Okay, so that's fine. I'll explain this shell script in another video. So I'm going to terminate over here. So this is my shell script basically. Okay, so if I execute this shell script from over here, like sh.script, then you can see shell script to read and output text file, and the file process has been completed. That means my shell script is executed successfully, and it has generated your file called as output file by reading my input file. Fine, so this is how it will execute. Now I am trying to execute the same script, this script.sh, from this specific batch file via my Java program. So I'll just run my Java program. Okay, and you can see file process has been completed. Let me do, give me a second. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just delete this output file, so that you can see if my okay, now my output file is not there. Now you don't see anything called as output file. Now this output file will get generated as soon as my shell script execution is completed. Now what I'll do is I'll execute the script. Okay, my execution is completed and I should see the file called as output file. So here it is. So this is how basically we can use this process builder class to execute any batch file. Okay, fine. So you can incorporate basically this piece of code wherever you want to execute any batch file, and in the batch file we have something we call a putty tools and execute our desired Unix processes whatever we want to do. Fine. Now in my next video, I'm going to show you how we can achieve the same thing by using another Java API which is called as Plexus utils. Okay, so we are going to achieve the similar thing by using another API. Okay, so yeah, thank you. Hello there, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Testers Manual and Automation. In this video, I'm going to show you how we can execute the batch file, a batch script, that is your Windows batch file from Java code with the help of a Java API called as Plexus utils. In my last video, I have shown you the same thing with the help of Process Builder, which we used by default. But this is something makes our life little easier if I use this Plexus utils. But for this for using this Plexus utils, you need to add one dependency. Okay, so I'll be showing you these things now. So okay, let me go to Eclipse and let me create another class called as exec using Plexus util. Fine, and I want a main method. Fine, let me remove these unwanted comments. Great. Now what I want, I'm going to use Plexus utils. Okay, so this is one dependency, one Java API in fact which we will be using. So if I just go to Google and Plexus utils, okay, so you can see basically this Plexus is from Codehouse. Okay, and if I go to this Maven repository, basically I'll be using this dependency from Maven repository. Okay, and it is from org.codehouse.plexus. Okay, so I'm getting this latest dependency 3.2.1. okay, since I already have it, let me check which version I had it. So I'll go to my pom.xml. So if you do not have a Maven project, you need to download it and import it in your Java build path. But since I have a Maven project, what I'm going to do is I have used this dependency 3.0.24, but maybe you can use the latest one. That should work. So what you can do is you can just go to the latest, just copy this code and just paste it in your dependencies. It will get a dependency for you. And if I go to Maven dependencies, I should see Plexus utils, the respective version which I selected. Okay, if you are not using a Maven dependency, you can just download it, and then you can just download it from here jar, and then you can import it in your Java build path. Fine, now I already have it, so I'm not going to do that again. Great, now let me start. So to use okay, so the Plexus is basically to if you want to use with command line tools or IO tools, then basically this Plexus utils is going to help you. Okay, and in this Plexus utils jar we have some method called as command line. Okay, so this is something which we will be using, and it is from org.codehouse.plexus.util.cli. Okay, and you can see the description here. Command line object commands. Okay, so I'm going to use this command line and cmd creating object for it, new command line. Fine, I've just created the object of command line class. Okay, and then by using this cmd object, what I can do is I can set the executable what I want to execute. Okay, so if I just hit cmd dot, you can see some method like set executable, create argument, set working directory. If you want to just change your directory, you can do with this. Why I simply want to set my executable because I already have a jar file. Okay, and what is my executable? My executable is, let us say I want to execute this run putty. Okay, so what I can do is I can, okay, I'm just going to my last code and I'm just copying it from here. So we'll be using system.get properties and my respective batch file here. So let me copy this and I'm adding it as my executable. Great, now I have set my executable. Okay, so fine. Now if I use give me a second. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so we just did a set executable. Okay, this is something which I want to execute, but we didn't started the actual execution now. So to start your actual execution, we have something called as another class, which is my command line utils. Okay, so I'm going to use this command line utils. Okay, and if I do command line utils dot, then you see something like execute command line. Okay, so you see a different overloaded method. Just let me expand this. You see different overloaded methods. So execute command lines have this 5 to 6 different methods. Sorry, this class has different 5 to 6 method, and you can see some like the very first argument is very much common, your command line cl, and then next we have some input stream, or we have your stream reader or something like that. Okay, so let me check which I can use, and you must notice all method have return type as excuse me, integer. Okay, so basically I am going to use the very first one, and why I'll tell you. Okay, so the very first one, what is my command line? I want to execute my command line as cmd. Okay, and why I picked this, because I wanted to get my system output, whatever the output is going to print on the console or a terminal, that is what I want to get in the system output. And in system error, in case of any error, if my command is not found or if there is any issue, then all those things I'll be passing in this system error. But in order to pass this, I should create object of them. Okay, so to create the object of create object system out, I should use a write stream consumer. Okay, so give me a second. Okay, so we have one class called as write stream consumer. I'm going to create object of it. Write stream consumer, okay, is equal to new write stream consumer, and I need to give some writer. Okay, so what is my writer? I am going to create a new stream writer. Give me a second, I am looking for stream writer. Okay, so basically that would be output stream writer. Okay, so output stream writer, and what I want to get output from, so it would be from system dot out. It will print my stream. Fine, so now I got one object which is my system out with the help of class writer stream consumer. So this will basically print it on my console basically, or I can get it in my what I can say, I can get the text from it and I can use it in my program if I want. Next is my system error. Okay, so what is system error? In case of any error, okay, so how I can get it? So again, I'm going to use what I have. Okay, so basically see two things, system out and system error. So if I execute any command on my terminal, let us say, so I'll get my output as well on this terminal itself, and if any error, then I'll get that error itself in the same terminal. Okay, so basically I can use this system.out itself for my system error, as well. Okay, so I'm just going to do a copy paste and assigning it to a object called as system error, and that's done. Fine, now this will execute my command. Okay, and what is return type? So its return type, you can see its return type is integer. Okay, so what I'll do is I will just get return type integer in my, let us say, return code. Okay, so now I got the return code over here, and if my return code is 0, that means my execution is successful. If not, then there is some issue. Okay, so I can use if return code is equal to 0, then I'll print something successful with 0 return code. And in case of any issues, I'll print them in else part. Okay, so basically I'll just copy paste this, and my execution will be unsuccessful, and my return code would be non-zero. Okay, so that's pretty simple. What we did is we just created an reference of object reference for this command line, which is the base class from where we are going to start, and then to this cmd we are going to like I have just set my executable. Okay, if you want to change the directory, we have a method for that. I just wanted to set my executable directly because I do have a batch file which is directly executable, and then to read the content from my terminal, I'm using, like in case of normal, system.out. In case of error, I'm using system.error. Those two things I need to pass to this execute command line methods under command line here. Okay, so and this particular execute command line method, which is from command line utils, returns an integer. If that particular integer value is equal to 0, that means your execution successful. If not, then you have some error. Let me execute this, and okay, you can see the execution is successful, 0 code, and you can see whatever I had printed it in my command shell script, it is getting printed. So that means the execution is successful. Great. So now you can just embed this much lines of code anywhere in your test automation framework, wherever you want to execute any batch file. Okay, so this is how basically we can run the batch file, and in my batch file I have the code. I have some code which interact with my Unix server, right? But now okay, so now earlier as well I might have talked like I'm going to tell you two approaches. The first approach to do the automation of Unix processes is with the help of putty, and another one is with the help of an Java API called as JSCH. Okay, there are n number of APIs for Java, for other technologies as well. For C# we have, for other as well we have, but the drawback of using this particular um, this batch file, because in the batch file what we used, in the batch file we have, let me open the batch file. In the batch file basically we have used something called as pscp.exe or plink.exe. Okay, so wherever you want to run this specific test automation framework, if you are using this particular line of code, then you should have this pscp which is basically a putty tool installed at this specific location, whatever you will mention over here. So if you are trying to execute this particular code in your test automation framework from let us say from Jenkins server, in your Jenkins servers as well, you should have putty installed, and you should location of putty over here, the same location what you have in your Jenkins server. Okay, on the machine where your Jenkins server is installed. So that is a prerequisite, basic prerequisite for using this particular approach. Okay, so and the second approach what I have is by using Java API. Okay, so since I'm using Java in this case, I'm going to use Java API. But if you are using C sharp, then you can use another API which are available in C sharp, which I'm going to show in my next video. So if we are going to follow that approach, this particular dependency gets removed because we do not interact with Unix server via any SSH client like putty. Okay, we do the direct interaction. Okay, and how we do that, I'm going to talk in next 4 to 5 videos. Okay, so it depends on your way where you want to execute your test automation framework. In some organization, SSH Java API for SSH client, they do not permit, they only permit using this putty. So for them, this is the way how they can do this. Otherwise, if your organization permit you to use another third party API like JSCH, which are used to interact with Unix server from your machine, then that's the best approach we should go ahead with. Okay, so that's it from this video. So from next video, I'll be talking about my second approach by using JSCH. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, manual and automated processes which can be clubbed along with any test framework like Selenium. In this video, I'm going to show you, in fact, talk about what are the various libraries available to automate Unix testing. So in my last 4 to 5 videos, I talked about how we can create a batch file and how we can execute that batch file by using Java code, that is by using process builder and another Java API. Okay, so that is one way how we can automate the Unix processes, the various processes like sending the file to your Unix server, executing any Unix command, or receiving the file from your Unix server to your local machine for some purpose, and executing your shell script, which is most important functionality within Unix. So that's the one way, but in my last video I must have talked about excuse me, drawback of why we may not use that approach using SFTP, or using putty tools, because it need to have put installed on that particular machine where you want to run run those specific test cases. The another approach is to use a set of libraries, various libraries which we have, okay, to automate all those processes. And in this video I'm going to talk about two libraries, basically for two languages. So the first one is for Java clients. Okay, so the Java, you must be if Selenium, then it's close to like maybe more than 80% people prefer Selenium with Java. So that's the reason I picked Java library for automating this Unix testing. But in fact, you can use uh, like we have the SSH client for your C sharp. We have SSH client for Python. Right? You can have respect to SSH client and you can use them to achieve the similar things. So what are the different Java clients available for Java? What are the different libraries available for Java to achieve these SSH things? The very first one is your JSCH, and this is the one which we are going to use as a part of this particular course to automate all our Unix processes. And I'm going to show you how we can uh, use it in your Selenium test automation framework. So the various other libraries are SSHJ, SSHD, Common VFS, then we have GAN-made SSH2, but out of that JSCH is preferred more as compared to other tools. Moreover, if you know how you can use one library, the functionality of other libraries are little bit same, just they might have some different method name, different classes, different parameters, and a few other things. So JSCH is something which we are going to use, which is a Java client. Now if we talk about C sharp clients, for C sharp as well we have SSH clients. Okay, and the very first one is SSH net, and we have another popular which is sharp SSH. So out of that, SSH net is bit popular as compared to this sharp SSH. So I should give a preference, you should give in fact preference to this SSH net. Okay, in fact, if you talk about like we have one scriptless test automation tool called Tosca test suite, and they have given some standard modules to interact with like they have already given standard models to automate all those things, and in backend they have used this SSH net which is a C sharp client, because Tosca is already built on C sharp, so they have used this SSH net. Okay, now let us talk about this SSH net. Okay, sorry, as JSCH. Okay, so if I Google JSCH, so the very first URL you see from Jcraft, who is the owner of this particular library. Okay, and here you can see JSCH, which is a Java secure channel. Okay, to perform various operations, and here you can see the applications which are using JSCH, like your Eclipse itself is using JSCH, NetBeans is using JSCH, then your HP Jira itself is using your JSCH, and there might be many other who are using already using this JSCH client. Okay, so now two things: if you want to if you already have a Maven project, then you can you can go to Maven repository and get dependency from there. If you do not have, you can download the jar from here. You can directly click on here and it will get a jar downloaded to you. But if you have a Maven project, you can just go to or what I'll do is I'll JSCH Maven dependency. It will work for me. JSCH Maven dependency, the very first URL I got is com.jcraft.jsch, and the latest one is on dated November 2018. That means it is quite up to date, not very much up to date, but it is okay, it is up to date. Okay, so I'm going to prefer this latest version 10.1.55, and we will be using this dependency in our project, which we will be talking from our next video. Okay, so this to perform all these processes like execute any Unix command could be a very simple, starting from your ls to get list of all the things in your particular directory, could be your search functionality, grep, or any kind of command, and that could be your sending file to your Unix server, receiving file, executing your shell script, checking if particular file exists onto your Unix server at particular location, could be uploading, downloading multiple files to your Unix server to and fro. Okay, so all those things we are going to achieve with the help of this particular JSCH library. Okay, and that's what we will be talking, that's what I'll be continuing in my next 5 to 6 videos about these things, how we can automate. Okay, so that's it I have for this video. Stay tuned. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, manual and automated. So in this video I'm going to show you how we can use basically JSCH in your Java project. So the language binding which I chosen over here is Java. Okay, so that's the reason I'm using JSCH. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can basically we must be knowing everyone how we can create a Java Maven project, and then I'll show you how we can get this JSCH Maven dependency. So if you're using a Maven project, then you can use basically the Maven dependency. If you're using non-Maven project, then you can download the JSCH jar and then you can add it in your build path. Okay, so I have already created basically the Maven project, so I'm not going to create a new one, but I can just show you how we can do that. Click on file. I'm basically using Eclipse IDE. Okay, and the process must be common in almost all the IDE, whether it is Eclipse IDE, whether it is NetBeans, or it can be your RAD. So I'm going to file, click on new, then I'm seeing the very first option as Maven project. If you don't see over here, then go to other and search over here for Maven. Okay, so you should see option called as Maven project. If you don't see, you might need to install the Maven add-in, so you can get it from help and install software or Eclipse marketplace. You can find both the options, you can get it from there. So I've selected Maven project. Okay, and you can select the location basically. So I can select my location as Eclipse workspace. Great, and I want to sing fine, and I'm going to click on next. So from here you can select the archetype. Basically this archetype gives you the structure of your project, and here you can just enter your group ID and artifact ID, from where your project will get some name. Okay, so yeah, so basically I'll enter, let us say, group ID as com, and then artifact ID as, let us say, my project ID basically, which is, let us say, demo. And dot, if I want to enter anything, that I can enter something. Okay, so like this. Okay, and version could be a basic version, or you can give like version 1 or version 2. It could, so this version is basically used when you are packaging your jar, but in our case packaging is not required, so we can leave it as it is, and you can just click on finish. It will create a Maven project for you. I'm not going to create, I already have it. So the basic thing of Maven project is your pom.xml. Okay, so in your pom.xml we will be adding the dependencies for JSCH. Okay, so in order to use this JSCH, I need to download that particular jar in my project. So that is something which I can get it from Maven dependency if I have a Maven project. Okay, so I can just do something like JSCH Maven dependency. Okay, and the very first link I'll get it as Maven from Maven repository, and the version I can select. And in fact, we can select the latest version. Let me check which version I have selected. The version I selected is 1.55, and yeah, that's the latest one. Okay, so you can just copy this dependency and paste it in your pom.xml under dependencies tag. Okay, so this dependencies tag is your base tag, under which you have dependency closing tag dependency, so you can have multiple dependency under dependencies tag. Fine. So now once you add your dependency, you can just click on save. It will download the dependencies for you, and you will find something called as Maven repository over here, and you will find the jar will get downloaded in your dependencies. It is having various packages. So if you do not have a Maven project, what you can do is you can go to the same site. You can just click on the jar file over here. It will download the jar file for you, and you can just go to your project and build path, configure build path, and there you can add your jar files. Okay, so you can go to libraries, add external jars, and you can select your jars and you can add it. Your project will pick them. Right. So basically this is what we need as a dependency. Now next, fine, so we have added a Maven dependency and we have downloaded the jar. Now what next? I'm going to show you one example, okay, how we can use the JSCH for interacting with basically your Unix server. Okay, and then we have like I'm going to talk about multiple examples, like how to upload file to Unix server, download files, how to check if file exists, how to execute any Unix or Linux command onto the server, or shell script onto the server. I'm going to show you many things. Okay, so stay tuned for this. Thank you. Okay, so let's get started with JSCH. And the very first thing, when we since we are talking about the communication between your local machine to your Unix or Linux server, right? So there should be some authentication method. Uh, Whenever I try to interact with my Unix or Linux server, there should be some authentication. There should be some key, or there should be some password, or any other way, right? So that's what I'm going to show you how we can use it in when we use JSCH. Okay? So now why authentication? Because as I said, since we are interacting with the server, it could be a Linux server or Unix server, uh, only authorized person should interact, should be able to communicate with the specific server. So that's the reason there is something called as authentication, and we have various methods to use authentication. The two which I'm going to talk is, we have something called as private key, and we have another one called as username and password. Okay, so let me go to my Eclipse and let us create a new class, and let me call the class as execute any command on Unix, or could be your Linux. Basically the processes are same, Unix server using JSCH. Okay, so this name is a bit long. We should not prefer the name as this much long, but since I'm doing it for demo purpose, the name is, so that's the reason I'm putting it. Great. I have created a class and I have a main method in it. Now what I'm going to use is I'm going to use JSCH, which is my SSH client, Java SSH client basically which I'm going to use to interact with my Unix or Linux server. Okay, and if you see the maven dependency JSCH, we can see some package called as JSCH. Okay, so basically it must be having some methods like, okay, so in this particular demo I'm going to talk about what is channel, what is session, then what is JSCH basically. Okay, so this JSCH class is something which is my starting point. Okay, so I am going to create an object of JSCH class. Okay, so you can see it is coming from the same package which I just opened, and JSCH, and I'll call the name as JSCH is equal to new JSCH. Great. Now I have created the object reference for this JSCH package. Sorry, class. Great. Now this is basically my starting point to enter into this process. Now if I use this JSCH dot, okay, if I use this reference, you can see some methods which I can use, like get session, the very first method, and you can read the description. It is used to instantiate the session object with a given username, host, and port. Note that the TCP connection must not be established until session.connect. Fine. So what it is saying is we can use this particular get session method to set the connection basically. Okay, and we can pass username, host, and port. Okay, but until and unless we do session.connect, actual session will not get started. Okay, so we will be passing three parameters to it, basically username, host, and port. The another methods which we will be using is add identity. The add identity method, you can see the description, it is used to set the private key. Okay, and yes, I believe you're watching my earlier videos and you must be knowing I'm using private key to establish my connection, not a password. Okay, so let me use this get session. Okay, and now what is my username? Okay, so my username, let me open my SSH putty, sorry, and in my putty let me get my server name as well, my host name basically. Okay, so let me connect. Okay, so my host name, I am putting my host name as my IP basically. Okay, and port, the default port, which is 22, and now I want my username, so basically my username is Prakash. Okay, and you can see whenever I log in it says authenticating with public key as Prakash. Okay, so my username is basically Prakash. Fine, so now I have created a session. So if I use this okay, let me throw an exception, JSH exception. Fine, now if I hover my mouse, you can see this get session method return your object as object of session. Okay, so let me create object of session. Then session is equal to let me import this session from the same package. Fine, now I have created a session. So basically the flow goes like this. So you have created the object of JSCH class, which is the entry point. Then so by taking the reference of JSCH, I am creating the session. Okay, and from this session I am going to create a channel. Okay, but before we go ahead with channel, now we need to do something with setting my password or setting my key basically. Okay, so how we can do that? Okay, so if I do session dot, let us see what and all method it has. It has a method called as disconnect, it has a method called connect. So these two methods are self-explanatory, connect and disconnect. To connect and disconnect my session. Then we have something called as open channel. Okay, so this method we will be using in order to establish the channels. Okay, so the flow is first JSH object, then create session using JSH object, then by using the session object create the open the channel basically with various your objectives. It could be your SFTP operation, it could be your exec, it could be anything other. We will be seeing that. Then the next is set password. Okay, so this basically the set password session dot set password, we will be using it in order to if I have a connection method with username and password. Okay, if my particular Unix server or Linux server need password in order to authentication, in order to do the authentication, then I'll be using this session dot set password. Okay, but in my case, since I'm using the key, basically I do not need this session dot set password. Okay, so what I need basically is I'm basically using the key. Okay, so you can see this is my key. Okay, even if I edit, you can see that there is some key. Okay, I'm basically using this particular key. Okay, so in order to use this key, let me create a variable for this string private key path is equal to, and let me get a path for this particular key because I'm going to use this particular key. Okay, and fine. Now I should use sorry, double slash. Fine. Now I have I'll be using basically this key with the help of this particular variable. Okay, and we should pass this particular key to your JSCH object. So if you see JSCH, then you see something called as add identity, and it asks you to set a private basically. So this is how we will be setting the key to my particular SSH object, and which will be inherited by your session and channel. You know, while establishing the session, this key particular key will be used. Great. Now we are done with creating the session, not establishing, just creating a session. Then by setting, since setting password is not required because I'm not using password, so that's the reason we added identity for your private key path. Okay, and okay, so there is okay, so if you need to pass any properties, okay, if you need to pass any properties to your what I can say session, then basically we have some method called as session dot, we should have something called as set okay, yeah, we have session dot set config. Okay, so we have something called as session dot set config, and you can pass the values with either you can pass a value of key and pair, sorry, key value pair, or you can pass the properties file. Okay, so I am going to pass a value for properties file, and what value I'm going to pass is so for that, let me create one instance of properties. Properties config is equal to new properties. Okay, and in this properties, what I'm going to put is config dot we should have some method called put. Yeah, fine. And then here I'm going to add a value in a key value pair basically. Okay, so my key is strict host key checking, and I should give the value as no. Okay, and why we need this, I'll tell you. Okay, so sometime what happens is even if you are setting the password from here, or you are setting a private key from here, it might ask you for a password in your command prompt whenever you whenever it's create a session, before in fact before it create a session. Okay, so that's the reason we are asking to strict, give me a second, it should be strict host key checking, and I'm setting it to no, and basically I should pass this config to set config here, right? So this is how we can configure the session. If there could be a number of properties which we can get, and you can find the details on the website of JSCH. Okay, so you can refer this website, it's their official website, jcraft. Okay, so you can see some examples over here, uh, some examples over here, and wiki. Okay, uh, basically you can explore this particular their homepage, you can see some examples as well over here. Okay, so that's fine. So now I have set it this particular configuration file, and now I should be good to establish my session dot. I should see some method as connect. Great. Now I should be able to get connected with my Unix or Linux server. Okay, I'm just trying to click on run, and so now I will not understand if my session is successful. I can expect some exception if anything, but I do not expect anything to be printed on this console. Okay, so I'm assuming it is connected because we didn't use session dot disconnected. Okay, because otherwise it will keep the session connected continuously. Session dot disconnect. Okay, so let me put some thread dot sleep. Give me a second. Okay, so you can see the execution is started, let us say, and it should get disconnected, let us say, after 3 seconds. Yeah, it got disconnected now. So I'm able to basically authenticate by using my private key and my particular details, my host name and my username. Okay, so that's it I wanted to cover in this particular video. In my next video I will explain the further processing, how we can execute basically any command in JSCH, and which we can incorporate in your test automation framework. Okay, so stay tuned. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, Unix manual concepts, and how we can automate all those Unix manual concepts which are required for basically testing purpose, and we can incorporate them in your test automation framework. So in this video I am going to talk on execute any Unix command via JSCH. Yeah, basically that's in your test. That is something which you can incorporate in your test automation framework. Okay, so what I'm going to talk is how to create authentication. I have already talked in my previous video. You can refer my last video. We have created a session basically. Okay, and we have connected a session in my last video. So till that we covered. Now in this video I'm going to cover about how we can create a channel, then how we can execute a command, and how we can get the output of basically that executed command, and I can verify it basically. Okay, so let us switch to my Eclipse. Now this is what we saw last time. Now uh, let me remove this session dot disconnect and thread dot sleep. Now once my session is connected, okay, and if I check what and all object I have, sorry, methods I have in my session, so the very second one you can see open channel. Okay, so that is session dot open channel. So now I'm going to create a channel. Okay, so now what kind of operation I'm going to perform over here, right? So let us say if I open this open channel method, and okay, fine. So basically what I'm trying to perform, the operation over here is I'm trying to execute the command. Okay, so the type of channel for which I'm opening it is exec. If you want to do it for to do SFTP operations, file transfer operations, then basically you will be using SFTP over there. But in this case I want to perform exec operations, right? And if I hover my mouse, you can see it returns a channel. So let me create an object for channel and assign it to channel. Channel is equal to session dot open channel. Now I have created a channel. Now I'm good to execute my command. Okay, so if I now if I use this channel object, and what and all methods I have, I can see something like disconnect, basically connect and disconnect to. So we have two things, sessions and channels. Okay, so initially I'll set the sessions, I'll connect to the sessions, then I'll connect to the channel, then I'll disconnect to the channel, and then disconnect to the session. So then we have something called as get input stream, get output stream is closed, and we should see something. Okay, we have another one called as get exit code to basically get the return code, what is my output of my current operations which I'm just doing. Basically we should have some set operation, set okay, so basically what we should do is we should cast this channel with channel exact, because we are forcing it, right? So we should give me a second. Channel exact, yeah. So and let me import it. Let me import it. I should get some option as import. Give me a second. Okay, so let me import it explicitly. So let me copy this channel, and I'm trying to import channel exec. Okay, so if you see this JSCH package, you should see something called as channel exec. So here it is, channel exec. So this is the class which I'm going to use now. Okay, so channel exec, yeah. So and whenever I'll be doing SFTP operations, file transfer operation, I'll be casting it with channel SFTP. So in this case I'm going to use channel exec. Fine, now I should not see that error. Okay, let us check with if I can see. Yeah, now I can see the method with set command. Okay, and basically here I'm going to pass my command. Okay, the command which I want to execute. Okay, so let us say I want to simply execute my command as ls to get the list of uh, files, basically list of items in my present directory. Okay, so fine. Now fine, so now I'm done. I'm just I've just set the command. Now I'm good to disconnect my channel dot disconnect, and I should be able to disconnect my session. Great. Now and if I run this, okay, so something has happened. Okay, something has happened, but I don't see at my end. Okay, so that's fine. Now okay, let me show you something practically. So if I go to ls-l, okay, so you can see something like okay, so you can find my f1 file, and the permission for f1 file is all r hyphen, right? So what I'm going to do is, now I'm going to set a permission for this f1, and I'm going to set it all 777 permissions. Okay, so the command which I'm going to execute over here is, and the command to set the permission is, you must have referred my earlier video, is chmod, and I'm going to set up permission as 777, that is all the permission, and my file name is f1.txt. Okay, so if I execute this command now, and if I do ls again, I should see this permissions of this particular file f1 should have been changed to read, write, execute. Okay, so now I can see the operation is completed, and if I do ls-l, okay, so you can see it is not done. That means there is some issue. Okay, let me check if the file name is correct. It is f1.txt, f1.txt, yes, chmod, fine. Okay, let us check. Okay, so what we did is we just created a session and we are directly trying to disconnect a channel, but we didn't connect it to the channel yet. So basically I should use channel dot connect. Okay, and now if I see, okay, the operation is completed, and if I do ls hyphen l again, now this time can you see the permissions for F1 is changed to RWX, RWX and RWX, right? So that means whatever command I am trying to execute it from here, I am able to execute it. It is getting executed successfully in my Unix or Linux environment. Fantastic. This is what I was looking for. Great. Now, what next? But in my terminal, I'm not able to see any output, right? Let us say, how will I get to know? Okay, we have something like channel dot get exit status. We have something like channel dot get exit status. From this we can get to know if my channel execution is successful or not. This is one way. Or what we can do is I can read the console basically. Okay, I can read the console and I can check if my execution is successful. Or let us say if I'm trying to execute any shell script, then my shell script will print something right on my console basically. So let us say if I want to verify that particular part of my console, then what I can do is, then in that case I need to read my uh, basically the streaming messages. Okay, so how I can do that? Let us do that. Okay, so the similar thing which I did in my video where I talked about how you can execute a batch file. So there should be something similar like that. Okay, so the very first thing is I should get the input stream from my channel. Okay, and where I'm creating my channel, I am creating my channel over here, right? So if I use channel dot get input stream, it should return me some input stream. Okay, and the return type for this is input stream. Okay, so let me create it. Input stream in is equal to, what's wrong? Okay, yeah, input stream in is equal to channel dot get input stream. Basically this will read my this will help me to get the messages from my channel. Whatever messages I'm getting into the channel, I can get it. Now I need to use this particular I need to read this stream as well. Okay, so once my channel is connected, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that particular messages by using input stream reader. Input stream reader, can I say it somewhere? Input stream reader, yeah. And basically it needs your input stream. My input stream variable is in. Okay, so what it returns? Input stream reader. Okay, and what I can do is basically I can pass this input stream reader to my buffered reader where I am going to store my all the messages. Okay, buffered reader, yeah, buffered reader, and my reader is basically my new input stream reader. Great, fine. And what this buffered reader return? It returns my buffered reader where I can create its object. Buffered reader is equal to this. Now I should get all my messages which I'm reading it from input stream into this particular reader. Okay, and how I can read it from reader, that I have already explained. Okay, so what I can do is I can use reader dot read line. This will basically give me the content line by line. Okay, so what I'll do is first I'll create one string called line string line. Okay, and what I can do is basically I can use a while loop. Okay, while, because I want to do it till my uh, okay, till it is not null. Okay, so what I can do is while it is not null, is not equal to null. Okay, if it is not null, what I want to do is, let us say I want to print it. I want to print my line. Okay, and I can do that. Fine. Now this time what I'll do is I will execute ls, and I'll check if it works, if it prints. Great, it is printing it for me, right? If I want it in more sophisticated way, what I can do is I can use ls hyphen ltr. It will give me little more details. Excellent. I'm able to read all the contents from my terminal. Okay. Now, if you want to verify this particular content, if let us say if you want to verify if particular file is there, or if what are particular operations, sorry, uh, what are the different rights or permissions for a particular file has. If you want to do some verifications, then what you need to do is you need to store basically it in some list. Store in some list. Okay, so what you can do is you can store the content of this line into the list, and then you can iterate over that list and you can verify it. Okay, that is something how you can handle it again. Great. Now let me write some wrong command. Okay, so I'm using ls0, which is not correct. Let me check if I can get a error message over here. Okay, so what is happening is if I'm passing incorrect command, okay, so I'm expecting message like if I give something like ls0, I should see some message as bash ls0 command not found, but here I'm not getting that particular message. Okay, so what I can do is we can set the channel again with some error stream. Okay, so here we used channel dot get input stream. Okay, so the same channel, what I can do is, yeah, okay, what I can do is I can set channel error stream, and what error I am expecting, the error from system dot error. Great. Now I should see the messages. In fact, this casting is not required this time because we already did once. Okay, can you see the message now? Command not found. Great, that is what I was looking for now. So this is how basically you can execute any command. So as I said, if you want to verify anything, what you can do is you can create a list, array list, and you can add all the message into the array list before you disconnect, and then uh, you can verify the content of list whatever you want basically. Okay, so that's how you can execute any command basically on the Unix server using JSCH, which is a Java SSH client. Okay, so that's what objective of my particular video was. Okay, so what you can do is you can basically incorporate this particular code into your test automation framework to do whatever you want basically. Okay, so most of the time it might not need to execute any command in automation, but what we need is mostly we need how you can execute the shell script, or how you can send the file to host or receive file from host. So those things mostly we work with, we deal with. Okay, so I'm going to talk about those things in my next video, so stay tuned. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester. In this video I'm going to talk about how you can send or upload the file to Unix server from your uh, local machine, let us say. Okay, so assume a situation in your test automation project where you want to upload some file to the Unix server, your shell script will run on the Unix server, which picks up the file which you have just uploaded, and yeah, basically it will process and it will do some operation. Could be that could be DB inserts, or could be producing another file, or could be sending alerts somewhere, could be anything, right? So basically what you want to do is you want to send the file so that, let us say, my shell script will pick, could be an example. Okay, so this is just one which I said. So how we can achieve this using JSCH API, which I'm about talking from my last two sessions. So the very first thing is creating authentication, that is again same as how we did in my last two videos. Again, creating channel, that is again going to be same. So let me jump to my Eclipse quickly and let me create one class. Okay, or rather what I'll do is I'll simply copy and paste this exact shell script class, and I'll rename it as, because I'm going to copy most of the content from that class, so that's the reason I'm doing copy paste. Send file to Unix server. Great. Now let me open it. So if you are watching this video alone, if you have not watched my previous video, you need to go back to my previous video where I talked about how you can handle the authentication and few other things. You need to watch them, then only you can understand this. Fine. So let me start. So the very first thing, this private key, I need this because I need to do that authentication. So this is where I'm doing the authentication using my private key. That's what I need. Then I'm creating the session by using my username, my host, and my port. Yes, I do not need password because I'm using a key. Then I'm setting a properties, basically with strict host key checking to know, in order not the host ask me a password again and again. Then I need some changes from here. So we were dealing with execute operation, that could be your shell script execution, that could be your any command execution, that was exec. But in this case, the operation which I'm going to talk is about sending the file to Unix server. So whether that could be sending file to your Unix server or receiving file to from your Unix server, my operation will be SFTP operation, right? So in this case, I should use my open channel in SFTP mode. Okay, and so here, since I was using exec operation over here, I was using channel exec, right? But in this case, I need to use channel SFTP. Okay, so let me change it to channel SFTP. Okay, and I think I need to import it. Let me import it explicitly. So instead of channel exec, I need to use channel SF, channel SFTP. Yeah, this is the one. Fine. So now, okay, and can you see channel SFTP doesn't accept the command as set command, right? So that's the reason it is giving me error. That's fine. We'll look out what and all methods it has. So what and all methods it has. Uh, okay, so let us go to the methods. I can see some version, stat, set file name. Yeah, I can see the operations like rm directory or rm or rename, real path, quit, pwd, put, and get. Okay, so basically sending file is nothing but it is my put operation. I'm going to put my file onto the server, right? So this is my put operation basically. Okay, so what I need, so I need to put my source. Let me go from start. Okay, so I'm going to pass basically two parameter. So first is my source and another one is my destination. Okay, so here you can see this method, particularly this method, put string source and string destination. So this is the method which I am going to use. Okay, so what is my source? Source is nothing but the file which I am going to send. Okay, so let me check if I have any Okay, so let me go to Unix for testers and let us say okay, give me a second. Let me okay, or let me go to G drive and okay. So here I have some file called as file to upload. Okay, so let us say I'm going to upload this specific file. Let me copy it as a path, and that should be my source in this case. So it should be double slash fine. And what is my destination? Okay, so my destination, let us say my destination path, and destination path is from your Unix server. So my destination path is, let us say, home and Prakash. So that could be your any destination server where you want to send it. Fine. So I don't want this. Okay, let me use SFTP. Okay, it doesn't accept. That's fine. I don't need it anyway. Uh, okay, now let me try simply executing this. Okay, and before that, let me go to my server and let me do ls if the file is existing. Okay, so what file I'm going to send? I'm trying to send file to upload, and I don't see any file, any such a file over here. Great. Let me execute. Wait a second, there are some errors. What are those errors? Well, I don't see any error over here. Let me give me a second. Let me fix this. Okay, so actually I had a problem with my JRE. I recently upgraded my JRE and didn't set it in my current project, so that was the issue. Fine. So okay, and also I did couple of added couple of messages. Okay, I'll just show you. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to connect a session. From the session I have opened the channel, and as I said, I'm going to use SFTP. Then I connected to the channel, and then by using channel SFTP, I just typecasted this channel to channel SFTP forcefully, and by using that so that I can use one method on channel SFTP channel as a put method. So I've shown you like we have some get method, put method, various overridden put method, get methods. Okay, so that's it. Simply I'm doing that. Okay, so in put method, it is my source file. So this is the file which I want to send to the host server, and this is my host server location, that is my Unix server location where I should send this particular file. Okay, and then what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do, if my SFTP is not equal to null, okay, then I'm trying to exit the SFTP session, and finally I'm trying to disconnect the channel and disconnect the session. Fine. So basically you can get this code on my GitHub repository. I'll share the link of my GitHub repository. So I have code for all the uh, uh, basically programs what I'm coding on my uh, GitHub repository. Fine. Now let me quickly execute this program, and okay, now you can see my execution is completed and SFTP is there. So these are some error so messages so added by me. So now we should see the file existing on the server which we are trying to send, and yes, it is file to upload.txt. So this is the file which we were trying to send, file to upload.txt. Right. So this is how we can send the file from my local machine to the Unix server. So this is my source file name, and this is my destination location where you want to send it. So basically you need to parameterize these things based on your project requirements. Okay, so what and all things you need to parameterize? If you have your private key path, then that is something which you need to parameterize. If you have a password, then again that is something you need to parameterize. Then your session sorry, your username, your host, and your port, these are the three things you need to parameterize, and again your source file and destination path. So these are the 5-6 things you need to parameterize in order to make maintenance of your project easier in near lifetime. Okay, so this is how basically you can send the file to the Unix server, and that is what my objective of this current video was: send or upload file to the Unix server. So just the difference was, as compared to my last video, the difference was, earlier I was using exact, but this time, since it is a file transfer operation, so I'm using SFTP, and I just uh, forcefully typecasted this channel to channel SFTP, so that this channel will act as a SFTP medium for doing the file transfer. And then I have some methods: put method, by using a source file I am sending it to destination file. So that's pretty simple. Okay, so that's it I have for this video. In my next video I'll talk the reverse thing, that is how we can get the file from Unix server, or how you can download the file from your Unix server to my local machine. Okay, so stay tuned. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers. In this video, I'm going to show you how we can upload or send multiple files to Unix or Linux server using a JSCH, which is a Java SSH library, which can be used to interact with your Unix or Linux server from your Java code. So basically, in my previous videos, if you remember, I talked about how you can send a single file by using put command. Okay, so we can use some put command on SFTP object. Okay, so we do something like sftp dot put followed by your source file name and destination name. My destination name is my Unix directory. Okay, so on the similar line we can perform the operation like sending multiple files or uploading multiple files from the directory to your Unix or Linux server. So here I'm not going to write a complete code, but I'll just tell you some logic how you can write it. Okay, I already have a written code. I'm going to explain that. So let us say I have some files into this particular folder called this G. In my G tree, I have some folder called as files, and in that I have multiple files: file 1, file 2, file 3, file 4, or file 5. So let us say I have some situation where I want to send all this file, or I want to upload all these files from my to my Unix or Linux server. Then how I can do that in one attempt? Okay, so it's pretty simple. So I know how to upload a single file. So I can put all the files in the loop and I can send it. That's pretty simple, right? So basically I need to use a for loop. So I will do it on the all the files, but the thing over here is we need to get the list of the files. Okay, so the very first thing I'll do is I'll try to find out list of all the files, how many files I have in this specific folder, and then from that specific collection, from that specific list, I'm going to get one by one basically, and put it on Unix server by using my normal sftp object dot put command. Okay, so let us see how we can get this list of the files into a collection object or a list object. Let me switch to my clips. Okay, and so here I have written a code already. Basically most of the chunk of the code is remains same that we saw in my last videos. So creating the ssh object, then this is my key, basically a private key used to authenticate. Then I'm setting the private key. I'm just setting the session by using my username and my basically server and port. If you have password, you can set it. You can set your preferred authentication methods, and fine. So now what we did is, since it is again a kind of file transfer operation, so I'm using a channel as SFTP. I'm just casting it to making it as a forceful as SFTP channel, right? And now my the logic starts from here. So the very first thing is I am creating the object of file. So this files is my folder, right? So this is my folder, but internally it is file only. It is collection of files, right? So basically I'm creating a object of file where my files are located. Like in my G drive under files folder, all my files are located. So that's where I'm creating object of my file. Now I'm checking if particular folder is existing. If it is exist, then what we do is by using the file utils class. Okay, so basically this file util class belongs to common IO package. Okay, So if you do not have this particular dependency, then you need to get this dependency, which is basically org.apache.commons.io.fileutils. So whenever you perform operations related to file, this fileutils class make it very easy, right? So now for what and all this fileutils class is used, so here you can see a quick list for writing to a file, reading from a file, making directory, copying the files and directories, deleting files, converting to a URL, listing the files and directories by filter and extension. So this is what I need now, listing my files. So this is only what I need, listing my file. Okay, so that's what this particular thing is doing. I am going to list my all the files from this particular directory, which is my local file directory, into a collection, or call it as a list, let us say, into a collection called as file list. Okay, now in my file list of all the files. That's great. Now, as soon as I get list of all the files, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put all the files onto the server. Okay, before that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new directory onto the Unix server, and my name of my directory is multiple files upload. So this particular directory will get created on your Unix server, and I'm using command called sftp, which is my sftp object of the channel .mkdir to create the directory, and this is my directory name. So once this directory get created, what I'm doing is I'm using for each loop. Okay, so on the for each loop I'm iterating on the file, okay, onto the file list basically, and from the file list, what I'm doing is I'm getting the absolute path of the files one by one. So let us say initially, let us say I have all five files into the file list called as collection of files called as file list. I have five objects. Then the very first thing is I'm getting the first object into this file, and I'm getting file that is my file one dot get absolute path. So I'll get its absolute path, the complete path, and I will put them on multiple file uploads folder. Basically I'll upload them there. Okay, so if you have a if you want to specify the complete location from where it is located, basically then you can give the complete location, like how we gave it in a single file upload. So this process will iterate till it basically process all the files into this file list object. Okay, so once this is completed, it will basically send all the files to my Unix server, and then finally rest of the part remains same: sftp exit, channel disconnect, and session disconnect. Once I'm done with everything, I'm going to close my sftp channels, then my channel, and then my session. Okay, so this is how basically we can send all the files to host, or upload all the files to whether it is your Unix server or Linux server. We can do this. Okay, now let me go to my Unix. Okay, and let me do ls over here. So here you do not see any folder with name, what is the name over here is multiple files to upload. So here you do not see any directory like that. Now what I'm going to do to execute this particular program, let me run it as Java application. You can see the file uploaded is, it has uploaded the first file, second file, third file, fourth file, and fifth file, and my execution is completed. SFTP exited, channel and session disconnected. Great. That's when my program is worked all in all. Now let me go to my Unix and let me check the list of file again. Now this time, do you see some folder called as multiple file upload? Yes. Now let me go to that particular directory, and let me get a list of all the files over here. And do you see all five files are uploaded, starting from file 1 to file 5. So this is how basically you can send all the files to your Unix or Linux server. So again, there could be any kind of requirement, whether you want to send single file, multiple file, but basically the logic remains same. You are sending the file by using this put command, and rest of the things is your basically a Java logic, right? So here we use this file utils class, which is basically used to perform the operations, general manipulation utilities for your files and folders basically. Okay, it makes our coding a little bit easier. So fine, so that's it. I have basically, so here I talked about how you can send our multiple files to Unix or Linux server using a JSCH, which is a Java client library for setting up basically the SSH connection to your Unix or Linux server. Okay, so fine, so that's it. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, where I'm talking basically manual Unix concepts and how we can automate those Unix concepts in order to use them in my test automation framework. So in this video, I'm going to show you how we can execute a shell script via JSCH, which is my SSH library for using Java bindings. So basically I'm going to create one Java class file, okay, and I'm going to show you how we can execute the any shell script basically from my Java project. Okay, exec shell script. Okay, and fine. Okay, so basic most of the things will be common from my execute any command in Unix via JSCH, which I covered in my last video. Okay, so most of the things will be common over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy let me copy all the codes, then I'll modify it there. Okay, fine. Now what we need, definitely we need to set the key. Exactly, yes, we need to create a session with my same username, host and port. Yes, we need the strict host checking key in order to skip this key checking again and again. That is, it might ask me for password again and again. And I'm opening a channel for exec, that is to execute any command, or it could be your shell script, right? Even right, if I want to execute any shell script, then I'm doing it from my command itself, right? So that is again your command itself, so I'll be using exec only here, right? Now the difference will be here, right? So I'll be just passing my uh, shell script over here, right? The way how I can execute my shell script in my set command part. Okay, I have explained all these things briefly in my last video. You can go through that. I hope you must have gone through that. If you have not, please go through that first, then you can refer this. Now if I check my directory, so here you can see some shell script called as script.sh. Now I want to execute this script.sh from my Java program. Okay, so what I can do is I can use dot, which will refer my current directory, slash script dot sh. Okay, so if I use something like this, it will execute my script with name script.sh, right? So of course you need to parameterize these things whenever you incorporate these things in your test automation framework. So this is something which I am hard coding as of now. Fine. Now if I execute this, let us see what happens. Okay, so what it is saying is permission denied because I do not have access. So let me check if I have access. If I do ls-ltr for this shell script.sh, you can see I do not have exec permission, right? So I need exec permission. So let me change the permission. I'm going to set 777 to my script.sh. Okay, now I'm done with setting permission. Let me check if it is successful. Now this time for script.sh, you can see rwx command for all the basically my user group and others. So if I try and execute this particular code now, I should be able to get it successful. Okay, so you can see the shell script is reading a text file and the file process is completed. That means my shell script execution is completed. Okay, okay, let me tell you one more thing. So let us say I'm changing my properties of this particular file back to what it was. So it was 640, I believe. where it is script.sh. Yeah, so now I reset it back to the earlier one. Okay, and now what I will do is I will change the properties of the particular file from here itself, from my same command. Okay, so basically I'm going to execute two commands at the same time now. And how I can do that? I can use chmod, and I want to set 777 to my script.sh. Okay, and basically in order to concatenate two commands I need to use double ampersand, right? So this is my first command. So this first command will be executed first, after that it will execute my second command. Okay, so now even though it does not have a execute permission, but since I'm setting the execute permissions from here, it will execute my code. Okay, so let us check. Can you see it is executing? Okay, and now if you check ls-ltr, you should see the permission must have modified. Can you see script.sh? All permissions are set to rwx. That means the permissions are modified by executing these the first script, and then it has executed the second script. Okay, now let us say uh, okay, now what I'm doing here is I'm just starting my execution via this channel.connect. As soon as I do channel.connect, it will start my execution. Fine. Now let us say if I want to wait till my execution is finishes, since this file, this whatever shell script I have, it does not have much things to process. But if my shell script has many things to process, like let us say millions of record to process, then my particular channel should wait uh, for processing to get completed before it disconnect, right? So if I use something like channel dot, I should see some method is closed. Okay, I'm seeing method as it's closed. Okay, and is closed method, it is a boolean method. You can see it is a boolean method. Okay, so basically what I can do is if it is not closed, then I want to continue something like that. So I can use something like while channel dot close is false, something like that. Okay, and if it is false, then you can keep waiting, right? So I can add something thread dot slip of, let us say, 250 millisecond, right? So I can do something like this, so that it will keep waiting until my channel is not closed, right? So this is the one way how you can achieve this. Okay, and what else? Okay, and as well you can get the exit status as well. Okay, so like if I use channel dot get status, okay, so basically it print the exit status. Exit status is, okay, if I execute now, it should print my exit status. Sorry, I used ERR. It should be system.out.println. It's my mistake. Okay, so you can see the exit status is 0. That means my execution is successful, right? So this is how you can track the status code, as well as you can wait till your execution is finished, and then only maybe you can put this code as well in some condition, like if your channel is closed, then only you can disconnect or something like that, right? You can have that as well. So that is how basically you can execute an initial script from your Java code. Okay, so you just need to pass the location of your shell script, right? Another way to execute your shell script is like this: sh dot script.sh, right? So there might be some situation in which you might need to cd change your directory to, let us say, home, followed by your name, followed by some project location, project name, right? And then you might need to uh, execute your shell script. So you can combine your two scripts like this, right? So first you are changing the directory, then you are executing this particular shell script, right? So you can combine the command before you execute them. So this is how you can execute the shell script from your Java code, okay? And you can combine it in your test automation framework. So that's what I wanted to talk today about, how you can execute a shell script using JSCH, which I can incorporate basically in my test automation framework if I am using Java bindings. Okay, so that's it for this video. Thank you. Hello there, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can verify if particular file exists on Unix server or not. That is with the help of JSCH, which is a Java SSH library. And yeah, so we can basically use this particular code, piece of code in my test automation framework if we have any such a requirement. Okay, so let me log into my Unix server. Okay, so if I do ls on my home page, you can see I have multiple files present over here. So if you remember in my one of the video where I ran a shell script with automation, it has created one file, output file called as output file.txt. Okay, so let us say if I have some requirement, like I'm running some shell script and my shell script is producing couple of files and I need to verify those files got all actually produced or not, if the files are already created or not, if the files are already present or not on particular location on my Unix server, then this particular piece of code is going to help you uh, yeah, basically in your test automation framework. Okay, so let me go and go to my Eclipse IDE basically. Okay, so this is my code where I talked in my last video, like how you can receive a file from Unix server. Okay, so basically last time what we did is we created a instance of SFTP and we used the get method to get the file from Unix server. Again, we have one put method to send the file to your Unix server, right? So basically I'm using this piece of code. So what I will do is I will just copy this class and I'll paste it and I'll name it as check if file exists on Unix. So Unix or Linux, fine. So it's here. Great. So now what and all I need now. So let us start from scratch. So the very first thing is my private key path. So this is something which I need in all the examples which I'm talking, because in every example I'm getting connected with Unix server and I'll be getting connected with the help of this key itself, key and this few parameters like username, host name and port. If your Unix server accepts password instead of private key, then you can set it using session.setPassword and you can provide your password. Fine. And if you have multiple things and out of that if you want to send the preferred authentication, then basically you can set this set configuration. You can set this one of the parameter called the preferred authentication and you can set the values by comma separated, like I want to give first preference to public key, then I want to go give some preference to password, and then finally let us say I need to give preference to my keyboard interactive where it will ask keep password in my command prompt, something like that. Okay, so you can give that sequence over here. Great. Then I'm configuring the session. Fine. So this is all about authentication. Fine. So now I'm connected with the session and this time as well I need this open channel with SFTP instance, because it is again a kind of file transfer, because I'm going to check if my particular file is present or not, right? So now if I go here and get method, let me check what and all I have. So connect and disconnect, the very basic method. Then I have one cd method where I can change my directory. Then I have another method called as ls to get a list of files, right? So basically this is something which I'm going to use in this case, ls. Then we have few more like make directory, then we have get, put, exit, and we have many more, right? L password, eof is closed, disconnected. So basically it has a large set of methods, so you can look at them as per your requirement, whatever requirement you have. And basically this is something all the operations require which requires basically SFTP or FTP. Basically all those methods should be present in this particular class, SFTP class. Okay, so I'm going to use sftp.ls. Okay, and here I need to provide the path, right? So this path is nothing but let us say I want to check if this particular file output file.txt is present or not, but at which location. So I want to check it if it is present in this particular location or not, which is my home slash prakash. Okay, so let me give that particular location over here. Okay, so this sftp dot ls, fine. Now what this ls return, if I hover my mouse on this ls, you can see it returns a vector. Okay, so this vector is basically as similar to your collection where you can store list of entries. You can say it is just like as like your how your list work, how your array list work. Some in similar concept it work, but just the thing is it has some legacy method which are not used much nowadays because there are many advanced method in the collection. But this particular method returns a vector, so I need to store it into a vector basically. Okay, so I'm going to create a vector instance, and which is present in java utils vector. And what is the type? Okay, so my type over here is ls. Do I have something like ls entry? Yeah, so ls entry is basically in list of entries present in directory. Okay, and let me give the name as files, let us say. Okay, so what I did is I just stored the list of entries, whatever list I'll get on this particular directory, into a vector. You can just say it as a list. Okay, list of files. So this basically files object will contain list of all the files which are present at this particular location. Okay, and for example, if I just do syso system.out.println, and if I simply print files dot get okay, so I need to check how many files are present in this particular directory. But for just for example's sake, I'm just trying to get the very first file which is present in my particular location, that is home slash prakash. Okay, so let us check what output it prints. Okay, so this is the very first entry which it has printed, right? File to send to host, and I believe okay, give me a second. ls hyphen ltr. Okay, okay, looks like it doesn't maintain the sequence. Okay, but it is giving me the complete things. Okay, but this is something which I don't want. I just want the file name. Okay, so if I do something after get 0, if I do something like get file name, now this time I should get only the file name other than getting all these things which I don't want as of now. Great. Can you see now? Just got one file name which is file to send to host. Okay, so this rest other things are the messages just I printed for my uh, understanding purpose. But this is something which is printed by this particular files dot get 0. Now what my aim is to? My aim is to verify if particular file is present. So in order to do that, what I need to do is I need to iterate over the complete list of files which is present in this particular files object. Okay, so basically the very first thing is I need to get the file count. Okay, so how can I get the file count? Int file count is equal to, then files, I'll use this files object dot, then I have one method called as size method. Okay, so this basically, this size method will give me the list of all the objects, sorry, the number of all the objects which are present in this particular object, which is my file which contain all the lists. Okay, so now what I will do is basically I will iterate it in a for loop. Okay, so for, I'll do something like for int I is equal to 0, I is less than. Okay, so I need to do it till my sorry, till my file count, and I plus plus. Great. Now what I need to do in this loop, so basically by using this for loop I am going to iterate over all the files which are present in this files object. Okay, and what I'm going to check over is if my file exists. Okay, so fine, so what I need to check is if what is my object name, my object name is files dot get, and I'm starting it from 0, so that is starting from I, right, dot get file name, sorry, get file name. Okay, and I want to check if it is equals, or let me use equal signo case. Okay, and the actual file name which I want to give. Okay, so in this case I'll give the file name as, let us say, my output file.txt. Okay, so this is something which I'll give here, sorry. Okay, so if my file name is equal to this, okay, then what, then that means the file is present. Okay, so I'll print some message like file is present. Okay, and if my file is present, then that's it, that's what I was looking for. Okay, then what I can do is I can do channel disconnect. Okay, and then I can do session disconnect. Okay, and finally I can break out of the loop, otherwise it will keep in the loop. But since I got the file, then I need to break out of the loop. Fine. Now how I'll get to know if the file is not present? Okay, so what I'll do is I will add one more if condition. If my I is equal to equal to okay, so what it means is if my iteration is reaching to my last file. So what is in my last file? Last file is nothing but my file count minus 1. Okay, so if this particular condition is getting satisfied, what that means is my particular file is not present, because I am already iterating to the I am already reaching my end of the list. File is not present. Fine, and then finally again the same 3 lines of code, disconnect and break. Anyway, it is going to break, so that's it. So this is something which is going to help me. Okay, so this break and all, disconnect and all, I don't need, because I am already doing it. Session, again I am doing it, I don't need this. Fine, this sftp, again I don't need this. Okay, now let us try and execute this particular piece of code. So since my output file.txt is already present, so I should get a message like file is present, which I am printing it from here. So you can see file is present. Okay, so let me remove this. Okay, now let us say I'm just changing the file name. I'm just looking out for file output file 1.txt, which is not present. So if I try and execute this, so can you see I'm getting the message like file is not present, right? So this is how basically you can keep checking. So this is I just printed the messages basically, but in your real time scenarios, what you might need to do is you might need to have one method which returns true or false. You may have one method like okay, let me just drop something. You may have some method like public boolean if file exists on server, something like that. You have some method like this, okay, and what you can do is from this particular method you can return uh, basically true or false. Okay, so what you can do is like wherever I am printing this message, right? So from instead of break, what you can do is you can return from here, return as true. Okay, after you are returning, break is not required, and if file is not present, right, what that means is you can return as false over here, right? So this is something how you can use it in your real time scenarios, right? So that you can refer it in your other scripts, right? So this is what I wanted to show you, basically how you can execute, how you can check basically if particular file exists on your Unix server or basically Linux server or not. Okay, so fine, so that's it I have for this video where I have shown you how we can verify if particular file exists on Unix server or not. So I have shown you like we have a large number of methods which are present under this SFTP. Okay, so you can just go through them one by one. May Yeah, so as per your requirement, you can pick your method and start working on it, right? They have a huge set of methods whichever are required for performing your SFTP operations. Okay, so that's it for this video. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for Tester. And in continuation of my JSCH video series, uh, today I'm going to talk on how to receive or how to get the file or how to download the file from Unix server to my local machine via JSCH, which is my Java SSH client. Okay, so if I go to my Unix server, okay, and if I do ls now, I have some files which I can download. Let us say I want to download one of the file. Let us say I want to download this output file.txt. Let me check the content of my file.txt, and it has some content. Okay, it has some content which I want to download now. So this is what content of my uh, output file is. It looks a little weird, but that's what the content of my output file .txt is. Now let us say I want to download this output file .txt to my local machine. Okay, and local machine, let us say I want to download it here, okay, in my G drive. Okay, and my file name is output file.txt, and I do not have any file called as output file.txt over here, right? So let us see how we can achieve this with the help of JSCH, which is a Java client library for achieving this SSH operations. Okay, so basically the process remains same: creating authentication, creating channel, creating sessions. Then with the help of channel, we can get the file using get method. So if you remember last time, to send the file to the Unix server from a local machine, I used a put method. Okay, this time I'm going to use a get method. So without delay, let me switch to my uh, Eclipse. Okay, and here I'm simply going to copy paste my last video file, which is send file to Unix server, and I'm going to paste it with name receive file from Unix server, right? Because most of the content of my file remains same. In fact, almost all the contents of the file remains same. Just the difference would be the type of operation which I'm going to perform. Again, if you're watching this video directly, it is not advisable. Go little back and start watching the video at least from where I started talking about authentication in JSCH, and then a couple of more videos. The very first thing is I'm doing private key path setup. Then with the help of username, my port and my host, I'm setting up the session. And finally I'm opening the channel to perform SFTP operation. So like sending the file to host or getting the file from Unix server, that is my host, is a kind of SFTP operation. So I'm opening the channel basically for SFTP operation, and then I'm typecasting this channel SFTP with channel so that I can use this get and put methods, because it is not available directly in channel. So I need to cast it with a channel SFTP so that I can create the object of SFTP. Okay, here I have created a channel SFTP. Great. Now my channel SFTP channel has some methods like get, put and all, which I have shown you last time. So you can see I have some whole bunch of put methods. Okay, and again it has some fields like uh, offset and all, how much time we should wait and all those things, if there are any issues. It has again some method like if you want to get a list of all the files, so instead of sending the command you may use this SFTP operation, or if you want to get your PWD or any other things. So this time I'm going to use this get operation where I need my source file and destination file. Okay, so this is something which I'm going to use now. So what is my source? My source file is, it is in home/prakash, because my source file is basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the file from Unix server, download the file from Unix server. So my source, in this case my source location would be this particular file. Okay, so and this particular file is present, if you check over here, my present working directory, it is home/prakash. Okay, so that's what I have mentioned, home/prakash, followed by my file name, which is output file dot txt, and then I want to store it in my G drive, which is my destination. Okay, and my file name I want is output file.txt, and I just want two slashes. Great. So that is what the change in this particular script should be. Okay, so instead of put, I'm using get method, so that I'm trying to get the content, get the file from my Unix server to my local machine, and rest other things remain same. I'm doing the validation if my SFTP channel is null or not, and if it is, then I'm trying to exit it. Then I'm trying to disconnect the channel, and I'm disconnecting the session. Okay, so these are the cleanup activities which I'm doing. So the main part is this SFTP.get. Okay, so that's it. I think I have in the code. Let me try and execute this. If I can get the file which I mentioned over here to my local machine. Okay, so you can see SFTP is execution is completed. Great. Now let me go to my G drive and see if any file called as, what is the file name, output file, do I have any? Yes, I do have output file, and you can see it is just downloaded before a second, and if I open this, it should have the same content what I had in what I have shown you here, right? Basically they are not in a line, that is some other issue, that's fine, that has nothing to do with this particular operation. Okay, so this is how basically you can receive the file from my Unix server to my local machine. So when you will get such a kind of scenario, so as I said again, assume a situation where you want to do the file processing. Linux or Unix shell script will, let us say, generate some kind of files, could be any kind of files, could be your text files or XML files or Excel file, or could be any kind of file, database dumps, or could be anything. So if you want to download those files to your local machine so that you can do further validation on that file by using your, let us say, Java code in this case, then for such operations we need to receive the file from we need to get the file basically from the Unix server on my local machine, so that I can do the further operations and do my validations on it, right? So great, so that's it I have for this video. In my next video I'm going to talk about So let us say you have a situation like you have sent the file to the Unix or Linux server, then it has triggered a shell script. Then it has generated your output file, okay, or let us say your shell script generates couple of more files. So you want to check if your shell script has generated, or in simple terminology, if you want to check if any file exists into the Unix or Linux server or not. Okay, so I'm going to talk more about this concept in my next video, so stay tuned. Thank you. Hello there, welcome back. Welcome to the course of Unix for testers, and this video is in continuation where I'm talking about how we can use JSCH, which is a Java SSH library, which I can use basically to interact with my Unix or Linux server to perform various operations like executing any command on your server, or executing shell script, or doing any SFTP kind of operation. So out of that, this is the kind of last video where I'm going to show you how basically we can receive or download multiple files from your Unix or Linux server using our JSCH. So till now I talked on how we can send a single file, multiple files, so we can receive a single file, how you can execute a shell script or basically any command. Okay, so here I'm going to show you how we can receive basically multiple files from Unix or Linux server to your local machine, and basically it could be for any operations. Okay, so again I'm not going to write a code for this, I'm going to show you basically a logic how you can write it. Okay, so let me clear and let me do ls over here. Okay, so if I do ls on my let us say this particular home directory, you can see there are multiple files. So now let us say what my aim is. My aim is to download all these files from this specific folder, or even if you remember in my last video I did send files to this particular directory, that is file 1 to file 5, or better let me get the files from my home directory itself, because it has some shell script and some dot files as well. We'll see how we can get them, right? So what I will do is I will try and get all the files from my home directory, and in my home directory if I do ls -la, then okay, then basically I have these many files and I want to get these many files into onto basically my local machine. Okay, so how I can get, we know that how we can get a single file by using a get command, that is sftp channel object dot get. We have some method called as get. If we know how we can do it for one, definitely we can do it for multiple as well by using simple our for loop. But the basic challenge over here is how you can get the list of all these files. See, when we did a reverse thing, that is sending all the files from local machine to host, so for that purpose what we did is we have taken a list of all the files into a object of file utils, right? If you remember, we used file utils over there. So in this case, so let us say if I execute a command like ls, so it will give me list of all the files basically, right? So okay, and if you remember when I used okay, give me a second, let me show you where I talked about verify if file is present. Okay, so in this video what I have shown you is if particular file is present at some location. So there, if you remember, I used something called as sftp.ls. Okay, so we created a sftp channel, and on that sftp channel we used .ls, so that it will give me the list of all the files in this particular directory, and it will store it into a vector collection of this. Then what we did is we simply iterated it over the list of all the files. So in this case, in my this getting all the files from Unix or Linux server case, what I'll do is instead of this part I'm simply going to use sftp.get all the files from this particular collection. That's pretty simple. Let's see how we can do that. So here it is. So again, all the basic stuff. So if you are watching this video alone, make sure that you have watched my video where I talked about how you can create a JSCH, like the how we can basically establish the session and do the authentication. uh, that's the one of the video in the series. Fine, so I'm not going to talk about that. So we have created a channel, sftp channel, and then by using the sftp channel, so here I am doing sftp.ls, and I'm trying to get the list of all the files from my dot refers to the current directory. So this basically command sftp.ls, what it will do is it will the all list of all the files from this particular directory, and it will get stored into a vector object called as list. Okay, that's the basically object of ls entry. Okay, that we talked in where I talked about verify file is present. Now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to iterate over this particular object of list. So here you can see I'm trying to iterate over this list. Okay, and I have created one reference variable of ls entry type. Okay, and basically what I'm trying to do is if it is not a directory, because I just want to get all the files, not a directories. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get whatever I have into this particular list dot get attribute, and if its attribute is directory, and here you can see I have a not symbol, that means it is a not directory. If it is not a directory, then I am using sftp dot get, then get the list, get the first element from that file and store it into at this particular location into this files folder where I have it in my G drive. Okay, so here it is. If I go to my G drive, I have one folder called as files, and in this file I'm expecting all the files from this particular Unix server, and these are the files. Okay, so and that's pretty simple. Just sftp.get, and it will get all the files which are present into this particular list basically, and which we got it into the list by using this ls command and to the current location. Okay, and after that, if you want to let us remove the files, then you can use sftp.rm and give the file name, basically whatever you want to do with that once the files are downloaded. Okay, so that's it I wanted to show you. Now let me execute. Okay, so what I'm expecting all the files from this current directory should get downloaded into my into my files folder, and now you can see the file, you can see the downloaded file name is this, downloaded file name is this. Again, it is downloading all the dot files as well, and it is downloading basically all the files from my home folder. Okay, and you can see it is completed. Now if I go to my files folder, can you see it has downloaded all the files basically from this particular uh, location, which was my current location basically. Right, so this is how you can get all the files from your Unix server to your local machine. Okay, so fine, so that's it I wanted to talk in this video. I hope you have enjoyed this series of video where I talked about how you can use JSCH to perform various operations, or to interact with your Unix or Linux server to perform various operations. Okay, again you can explore it as much as you want. I have shown you like we have many methods which you can explore as per your requirement. Okay, so fine, that's it, thank you.